Chapter 101. Fr. Everyone. Watching the video in front of me, the transitions between scenes, and the melodious music deeply penetrated everyone's heart. This moment. Ugh. Finally, someone couldn't bear it anymore and covered his eyes with his hands in pain, tears streaming down his face. More people. The emotions began to resonate, and they themselves could not suppress the grief in their hearts. People are all made of flesh and blood. As the hero of Spider-Man, he protected the whole world and saved countless people. He saved disaster after disaster, and saved countless helpless, weak people. And at this moment, he lost everything he had, and his once bright world became completely dark. The knife. It's too sharp. I will never make a wish again. I have been stabbed and made stupid. FK it. First the sweetness and then the knife, awesome. The knife made me cry wildly. Why do you do this to Gwen? Why do this to Spider-Man? Why? Is this God's arrangement? Why do this to a 17-year-old child? Why do this to the hero who saves the world? Are heroes born to be lonely? So every Spider-Man in every world has lost his Uncle Ben, and Garfield Parker has lost his Gwen. The little Spider-Man timeline has only just lost his May. Hey! The little Spider-Man timeline now almost lost his own Michelle. This is salvation across time and space. This scene is so familiar, so painful, so heartbreaking, like 1,000 arrows piercing my heart. Why did Garfield Parker show such shock when the Dutch little Spider-Man was knocked away? Why did Garfield Parker have such a heartbreaking look in his eyes when Michelle was rescued? So this is the reason. Ha ha ha, I got it. Oh my god, why did you treat Garfield Parker like this? He was such a handsome boy, but now he has become a haggard uncle. So what he said about the Dutch little Spider-Man, all 13 of them, were true. After losing Gwen, he became violent, resolving every day with painful violence in any way possible. So using that method to admonish the Dutch little Spider-Man is like stabbing yourself in the heart with a knife. How much potential does Garfield Parker have to achieve this level? Horrible, so terrible. The world of Spider-Man. After a brief silence, the two of them calmed down. Little Spider-Man looked at the video in front of him, and he seemed to finally understand something. Why did Garfield Parker rush over and jump off the tall building immediately after he was knocked down? He held Michelle in his arms at an extremely fast speed. Even Maguire, Peter didn't react like this, **. Little Spider-Man sighed softly, turned his head and looked at Miss Yen beside him, and said in a gentle voice, I seem to finally understand why he was able to catch you in the first place. Why? Michelle was slightly stunned, not understanding the meaning in little Spider-Man's eyes. Because he may have practiced thousands of times in his dreams, just for that one time to catch Gwen. Little Spider-Man's eyes turned red, and he finally understood why everything happened so quickly, and this time, he caught it. *. Garfield Parker had already rehearsed this in his dreams, thousands of times. Hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of times. All just to be able to catch it that one time. This time, I caught it. Some people also said something like this, the same style as little Spider-Man, the endless tenderness shown in the video and the extreme pain hidden in the eyes. Why do I see a certain contradiction in Garfield's face? He is very free and handsome, but he avoids feelings. Everything was peaceful in my own world, but when I came to the world of little Spider-Man, everything was amazing. Especially when he saw little Spider-Man and Michelle together. Why were his eyes full of envy? At that time, no one understood and thought he was just envious of other people's beautiful love, but now it seems that he also had the ultimate beautiful love. In the video. No, please. Holding Gwen's face gently with both hands, Garfield Parker couldn't stop crying. Tears welled up, his lips trembled with excitement. At this last moment, the music completely blends in with the scene in the video. In that melodious girl's voice, it seemed as if everything had quietly passed away. There will never be the beauty that once was. The girl who looks like an angel descended from the earth, the girl with eyes like an elf. That beauty is beyond description. Gwen Stacy. She left. At this moment, he screamed in pain and looked up at the sky. No. This roaring sound made the child seem so helpless at the moment. Sasos. He lowered his head again and hugged Gwen tightly in his arms. This was his last embrace, and it was also Gwen's last embrace. As the camera moves, the huge high-rise building is filled with only the ultimate despair. Under the light, Peter Parker in his spider suit and his beloved Gwen in his arms. This scene is completely frozen, surrounded by countless fragments. This is so lonely. Bone. The melodious female voice blew through the breeze. It was like a ghostly voice igniting the last loneliness in everyone's heart at this moment. In front of that familiar tombstone, there was still Peter Parker in a black suit. I changed into some casual clothes at this moment. Wearing a hat on his head, a lonely and cold figure. This is the favorite dress of autistic people. He becomes extremely lonely. The ground was covered with dead leaves. It was already autumn. A breeze blew, stirring the treetops in the distance. Garfield Parker stood quietly in front of the tombstone. There is an indescribable emotion in his eyes. Looking at the tombstone in front of me. He wasn't crying, nor was he sad, but his eyes were so gloomy that it was hard to understand. The breeze blew and the leaves fell back to their original places. He looked at the tombstone in front of him and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Thump, thump, thump. The last piano note now carries a reverberating melody, as if all the warmth in the world is still continuing. The world is so big, but it seems that Peter Parker is the only one left. The towering obelisk in the distance has not changed at all over time. There was a little snow in the sky. Peter Parker was wearing a long jacket, his hair was messy, and his eyes were melancholy. The sky in the distance was filled with countless rays of light, and at this moment, Peter Parker seemed to be the only shadow in the light. The obelisk in the distance was only a blurry black silhouette, but Peter Parker's figure in front of him was so clear. The snow fell and snowflakes fell on the ground. The flowers and branches in front of each tombstone had grown very tall. Even beautiful sky-high star flowers have grown. The ground was covered with a layer of white snowflakes, and Peter Parker was still standing there. The sun slowly sets in the distant sky, and Peter Parker's figure still forms a dark mass. He still had indescribable emotions in his eyes as he looked at the tombstone in front of him. At last, the music stopped, and the scene before my eyes also came to a perfect end. At this moment, there is no more love I once had, Gwen. There is no longer the innocence, happiness, romance, love, gentle Spider-Man, Garfield Peter Parker. Guardians of the Galaxy. Asasos. Xingyun, who has always had the toughest personality, but as a young girl who has not experienced much of the world, she finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears. She was adopted by Thanos since she was a child, and countless body parts have been replaced with steel parts. Luckily, I have never felt the so-called love, nor the so-called friendship. She has always lived in a cold world, closed, independent and lonely. In the video in front of him, he truly felt the beauty of friendship, and truly watched Garfield Parker and Gwen every hug and kiss. Xingyun's calm heart was washed away by huge amounts of, and watching Gwen Stacy in the video, gently caressing Garfield Parker's wound. The movements were extremely gentle, and he was even afraid of hurting Garfield Parker. Such a gentle face, such a gentle cheek, that beautiful girl. In the end, she lost her life because of Spider-Man and Peter Parker. Bang! The destroyer punched the steel table next to him. The extremely hard steel table was immediately hit with a deep fist mark, and his angry chest rose and fell. Garfield Parker, don't you know that Spider Silk is resilient? Why can't you catch her? Why? At this moment, the destroyer's rage was ignited. This reminded him that he was unable to save his wife and daughter, who were caught in the fire of war. Finally he died completely, and he finally crawled out among the Dead Man team. He never got a chance to spend time with them again. He was imprisoned, but fortunately, he escaped from prison with this group of funny people, and felt the friendship again. Gamera was silent, but he still took a deep breath and tried his best to suppress the emotions in his heart. Isis. Mantis was sobbing quietly beside her, and even though she was crying, her crying was 10,000 times more beautiful than that of others. Rocket Raccoon pulled out the pistol from his waist and gently stroked his old friend, with a sad expression in his eyes. He was once just a raccoon who was experimented on, but he had other companions, a group of animals that were transformed into mechanical bodies, and they all opened up their spiritual intelligence, but, eventually all partners caught by the bad guys. Life or death is unknown. Although he escaped, his companions could not escape. Rocket Raccoon once had a love affair, and he also had a beloved person. Together they imagined freedom and beauty. But they haven't seen what's to come. Star-Lord silently put on his headphones and moved away from his companions. He walked to the back and leaned back in his chair. He took out the MP3 his mother left him and gently turned on the play button. He started playing the tracks inside, which gave him a moment of respect in his heart, at least to suppress the sad emotions. B. This reminded him of his father ego again, and how terrifyingly destructive ego, as a planetary entity, possessed. Countless people were killed by that guy, including his own mother. Here. He could have accepted unimaginable power and become a true god, but he gave up. Although mother's affairs are heartbreaking, mother's love is so pure and sincere. This is probably the most beautiful feeling among human beings on earth. Why is love so precious? Because it is the sincerity given by everyone. True love of giving. This moment. The entire universe was silent. Because of the inventory video in front of us. Gwen Stacy. All beautiful things can be appreciated by almost everyone, the beauty of the girl's eyes, the sincerity and tenderness of a girl, Garfield Parker's kindness and friendliness, his handsomeness and coolness as Spider-Man, the courage to fight against evil forces, never give up and stand up again every time you fall. Spider-Man's creed of not killing, Spider-Man saves everything. Every Spider-Man is different, but every Spider-Man is an unimaginable heroic dream. Each Spider-Man has an extremely strong physique, and they have the strength to easily lift dozens or even hundreds of tons. Their physical fitness is so strong that it's scary. This is true for every generation of Spider-Man. B. Because of their upbringing, because of their background, because of the mission each of them shoulders, they became Spider-Man. They choose to become Spider-Man, choose to save the world, and help more people. Even though this looks very childish, it looks like a pervert, wearing a tight spider suit. But they are really saving the world and really helping others. Spider-Man forever. Spider-Man forever. Camartage. Countless mages stopped practicing and watched the video in front of them, feeling deeply moved. This really proves the old saying, the first and second generations rely on mutation, the third generation relies on S.H.I.E.L.D. technology. There are also differences between the first and second generation Spider-Man. I feel that the first generation Spider-Man is more pure. After going through everything, his eyes seem to have returned to their original simplicity. The second generation Spider-Man is even cooler. He grew up at a young age and experienced heartbreaking and sad things. So he is mature. The third generation Spider-Man has just experienced grief, and he is still only 17 years old. How much knowledge he has. His cognition is completely different from other Spider-Men, and he can live in this technologically rich world. I believe that the future of little Spider-Man will be limitless. Yes. Everyone nodded gently. As soon as the magic circle appeared, Doctor Strange, wearing a wizard's robe, returned to the temple. Hearing the words around him, he did not turn around. This time I returned to the temple not because of Spider-Man, but because. From the video just now, he actually discovered an unimaginable magical group. Ned. Just put on the S.H.I.E.L.D. ring and you can use teleportation magic without any training. This is an incredibly good candidate, and at the most critical moment, Fei will save Ned. Things to know. He was trapped in the Himalayas. When he was almost frozen to death, at the critical moment of life and death, he finally used the ability to use the magic portal. FFFLX. What Doctor Strange has to do now is to find Ned as soon as possible and test his talent. Maybe, we'll cultivate a supreme magician who is more powerful than him. At the same time. Bang! A waiter piled the wine glasses on the table tightly and shouted impatiently, "More wine, more wine. I want to get drunk today." Deadpool burped a lot. Chapter 102. You look like you're in a bad mood. Peter, a fat guy who was sitting next to him, as soon as he sat down, the fat on his belly bulged up, pushing the table against his head and almost causing him to fall down. Deadpool quickly held onto the table. Peter quickly apologized, I'm sorry. But just after he finished speaking, he noticed that Deadpool looked at him strangely. Peter was stunned. What are you doing? 1219, Deadpool suddenly came over with a mean look on his face. Will you have any other abilities, such as gaining super strength after being bitten by a spider sense, and mutating to spit spider silk? DB. Peter was stunned. That shouldn't be possible. After all, the Spider-Man in our world can't spit spider silk. And although my name is Peter, I'm not Peter Parker. Tisk. Then you are Genji who is pulling vegetables. Deadpool, with a smug look on his face, raised his head and drank all the remaining wine in the glass, then leaned back in his chair with a look of loss. I don't know when it will be my turn to review the video. I also want to see how cool I am, damn it. It will definitely be for you, don't worry. Peter comforted her a little. Just then, crackling, there was a bolt of lightning in the sky, and the inventory video that had just been silent suddenly shone again. Here it comes, here it comes. Peter's face lit up with excitement. Oh, yes. At this time, he stretched out his right hand, clenched his fist, and pulled his arm hard. Then he stretched out his left hand, clenched his fist, and pulled his arm hard. He even raised his right fist high and handed it to Peter. Peter nodded slightly excitedly, then bumped his right fist with Deadpool's. Everything seems to have lost its fragrance. The two of them looked forward to watching the video in front of them. But, should not, show the video of the video, at this moment, it is still pitch black. And the next moment, but suddenly a strange sound was heard. Bang! Bang! That special sound, like hitting steel. Deadpool froze in front of the smiling face, and Peter beside him was also stunned. Can you forge iron, Wade? Hit you. Deadpool crushed the wine glass in his hand, looking like he wanted to cry but had no tears. All over the world. Bang! All the videos reveal the same voice, a special voice that carries a special and inexplicable feeling. Stark Tower. Whoosh! A figure wearing red armor flew towards us from the sky. At first, it was just a small black dot. But soon it was enlarged in the field of vision, showing the appearance of the iron armor. On the outer roof of the Stark building, there is a helipad at the highest point, which has been transformed by the Tony's tank into a place where mechas can land. Bang! The moment it flew back, the iron armor spun in the air and landed on the ground steadily and showily. Mark armor looks very cool, matched with Tony's showy figure. Win-win. He was wearing a steel armor and walked forward step by step. The steel stepped on the ground, making a heavy metallic sound. It's a special alloy, not very heavy, and has a power assist system inside. Looking at the Stark building in front of him, Tony gently stretched out his hands. The next moment, sniff sniff on the apron in front of me, countless robotic arms suddenly appeared, spreading out and revealing countless fine parts. There are pliers, screws, and special manipulators running around, busying around after a rotation. Jarvis. Tony's voice was calm. Hello, sir. The voice of Jarvis, the artificial intelligence butler, sounded. The next moment, countless fine mechanical arms began to move back and forth, and Iron Man's armor was wrapped in it. As countless mechanical arms were in front of him, Mark's armor was disassembled. Revealing the voice of Tony in a suit, at the same time, he stepped forward and regained his handsome playboy look. There was a bolt from the blue in the sky behind me. Tony looked at it calmly and walked into the house. The automatic panoramic glass door opened, and in front of me was Tony's private room, which was usually not open to the public. Next to it was a wine cabinet, on which were placed bottles of wine whose names I couldn't tell. Tony casually opened the cap of a bottle of wine, looked at the sparkling wine in front of him, reached out to pick up the bottle, and poured the green bubbling sparkling wine into the bottle. Poured into the cup. After taking a sip, his expression relaxed. He had been in meetings at the Avengers base all day. Although he sponsored the place, he was also obliged to go there because he was one of the founders. And the world in front of us is indeed undergoing some unknown changes, and countless videos are played from movies and TV shows in the future. The previous one is a god in Norse mythology, asterisk. And this is a little kid from Queens, Peter Parker, Little Spider-Man. No one knows who will be the next one, and what information they will convey. The crisis is growing. The evil threat in the universe is ready to move, come to Earth to collect the Infinity Stones, and there will be a lot of fighting. Based on the current artificial battle history of the Avengers on Earth. In addition to the powerful Thor in Norse mythology, the powerful Captain America, and even the huge Hulk who could cause a Green Man crisis at any time. Iron Man is not very optimistic about Hawkeye and Black Widow. Now there is one more, Stephen Strange, Doctor Strange, the Scarlet Witch, who possesses some kind of scarlet magic power, and he and Dr. Banner worked together to complete a shocking masterpiece, the super artificial intelligence life form now known as Vision, as well as the fighting power is unknown, but the little Spider-Man of Holland becomes stronger when facing a stronger opponent. Iron Man sighed. He didn't know whether everyone had a chance of winning in the face of future shocks, but he was not optimistic. After taking a sip of wine, I was just about to lean back on the sofa to see what the next video would be. Sudden, bang. The familiar voice made Iron Man look stunned and he froze in his place. Cup in hand, I also subconsciously let it go. No one knows what this sound means, but Iron Man is extremely clear about it and will never forget it for the rest of his life. 0146022135 Philo 14457235. He suddenly looked at the video in front of him. In the darkness, it seems that little bits of light are emerging. The next moment, the darkness continued to expand and finally turned into all the light. 2. Bang. A round iron shell, there is a mask made of welded steel, 2 pupils that look extremely sinister, and a part that can breathe. The rusty iron mask appeared in front of everyone. And then, buzz. The music with a slight vibration was replaced by a yellow and red steel armor mask. The helmet closed, the blue light on the eye mask lit up, and the Iron Man helmet appeared in front of everyone. Top 8 God level, God level, God level. Marvel's most popular God level character. The dimensional world has reached its peak. The perfect savior, destroyer, and creator. With a human body, we can rival the perfect gods and create a steel legend. Death, rebirth. In the face of death, a miracle is reversed. Spiritual leader, irreplaceable, Avengers, ultimate character. Satisfy the ultimate fantasy, create sci-fi reality, and ascend to the godhood step by step. He's not a god, but he has eyes. God level popularity king. Marvel's highlights. Iron Man. Highlights. Let's start counting. At this moment, a long list of nicknames, arranged in order. Countless people looked at the inventory video in front of them. Until this moment, the subtitles completely appeared, take a steel mask, with shock, with unimaginable, with legend and miracle. Iron Man. Someone shouted in shock, it's Iron Man. Some people can't believe it, it's Iron Man. Some people's faces turned red, and the snacks in their hands fell to the ground unconsciously. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, first appeared in front of the video review. Looking at the title in front of him, he was startled, and his originally calm mood was once again rippled at this moment. But, he finally asked a question, is our world, called the Marvel world? So the video in front of us is a character from a higher dimension, or a more terrifying god from another world, transmitted to this world. He knows everyone. Every story, every legend. God? God? God. Or, other dimensions completely transcend time and space. Just like Kong the Conqueror. Does he have some evil taste? What does he want to do? Or does he simply want to broadcast the video for everyone to see? Shock, panic, discomfort, fear, all the emotions that humans have. Nick Fury had a gloomy look on his face. Although it was not very obvious, his eyes were extremely solemn at this moment. He doesn't believe in anything, he doubts everything, even the world in front of him, which only he knows personally. Personal perception, this thing is real, but sometimes feelings can go wrong, like this video, which looks harmless, but the message it conveys. Almost enough to destroy the whole world. It even revealed the future time and space, the past time and space, and different time and space. This almost completely dissects and transforms the entire human world. Everyone only sees the surface. And he thought of something even more terrifying. Video starts, special sound. It sounded very rhythmically, and then became very fast. But as the camera moved, a pair of high heels appeared, walking on the extremely smooth floor, step by step. The marble floor is so smooth and flat that it reflects images. The woman's long legs, delicate skin, and purple high heels, every time she walks, you can see the muscles in your calves moving slightly. Then, as the camera moves, the woman's face was revealed. Very beautiful, very perfect, like a star. And the next moment, click, she opened a door and walked into the room, where soft light shone. And the next moment, the woman came to the bedside, stepped out and looked at the person in front of her. Her fiery eyes moved, and she asked in a soft voice, "Want me?" Agog. The handsome man remained silent and threw his expensive suit aside. The atmosphere became extremely ambiguous. The woman took the initiative to unzip her clothes and let them fall to the ground. Data. That pair of terrifying peaks cannot allow countless people to indulge in them. Even every mole can be seen clearly. Then, she squatted down. Earth. Before the video. Big question marks flashed in the minds of countless people, and they looked at the video of the eyes with confusion. Some parents even opened their mouths wide in surprise, and countless men whistled, watching the scene in front of them with great excitement. Some people quickly covered their children's eyes, or looked at the character in the video through their fingers. On your face, you know, smile, FK, this is pornographic. Oh my god. Why did the style of this video suddenly change? Just now he was the righteous Spider-Man, but now he suddenly becomes pornographic. What is going on? Oh my god, how can you do pornography so openly? Is there any morality or law? I like it, I love watching it, please post more. Tony Stark is so awesome, characters like this can care about him and serve him. Holy crap! Is this a god-level character? What the hell is going on? The video suddenly blurs. The camera flashed by, which gave people countless reverie. Ahem, my name is Tony Stark. A slightly awkward voice sounded, but the next moment the voice became calm again. I'm sorry, but that's my daily routine. With endless money, I live a life of luxury every day. I can sleep with 9 out of 10 girls on the cover of the weekly magazine. Is there one left? Oh. Sorry, that girl is having her period. How do you think I'm going to spend my money? No, I don't usually spend, Wong Hao's, money, because if I like something, someone will buy it directly. Of course I was born with these. Just like what everyone says, the first lesson of life, the first lesson of living in this world, is to be born into a good family. Are you angry? Of course, if you are very angry, then don't be angry first. 4 years old. Independently developed a circuit board. At the age of 6, I created an engine system. I improved the traditional engine. Graduated from MIT at the age of 16. He took over the family business at the age of 18 and became the youngest arms dealer in history. Stark Industries. All achievements are not achievements. Empty reputation, vain ambition. Reality and illusion. XXX. The scene suddenly changed. In the impetuous dance hall, countless hot men and women were dancing on the stage. Their people seemed to be sticking together. Someone gets himself drunk and then clinks glasses with others. Some women are very beautiful, kissing people passionately in the corner. A whistle suddenly sounded, instantly attracting the attention of the entire audience. The place was bustling with people and everyone seemed very excited. A rectangular gambling table was surrounded by people, and Tony Stark, wearing a crooked hat, with a drunken look on his face, he reached out and picked up the dice. Come, blow on it. He handed the dice in his hand to the beautiful girl next to him. The girl didn't hesitate, she came closer with an expression as if she was kneeling and licking something, and blew gently. Oh, with your luck. Tony Stark threw the dice high in his hand. 18 o'clock, 18 o'clock. 18 o'clock. Come on, come on. There was a lot of noise around him, and almost everyone was cheering and encouraging him. The dice rolled and finally stopped at 18. DSDY. At this moment, the whole audience was boiling. Chapter 103. But there was no satisfaction on Tony's face. He turned around with an empty expression, drank a sip of wine, and then left with the girl in his arms. Do you think I'm a stud? Ah, of course, if you think so. The camera shows the sun, a big bed, a woman with messy hair and sleepy eyes. The camera turns, another sleepy-eyed person, lying on a chair in a military jeep, with his hat covering his head. The road was bumpy, and he was wearing a suit, and his body swayed unconsciously. Until the car stops. Tony. Colonel Rhodes gently nudged his best friend next to him, and he also opened the car door, revealing the towering mountain peaks in front of him. The environment here is harsh, like an endless desert. Tony Stark reached out and took off his hat, and rolled his eyes at Colonel Rhodes beside him. He looked outside with a speechless face. This is such a remote place. Do you military people like to test new weapons in such remote places? He was not happy at all, but he got dressed anyway. With a bang. I pushed open the car door and gently extended my right foot. I was wearing straight suit pants and shiny leather shoes. He looked disgusted, but still stepped on the ground. 07, the wind and sand blew by, and his leather shoes looked a little dirty, with a little dust on them. Colonel Rhodes, who was standing beside him, shrugged helplessly as he watched this scene. "You know, I hate this place, I really hate it." Tony Stark was speechless. His behavior perfectly illustrates what it means. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. But, he still stood beside Rhodes, who was now a colonel. "Are you ready?" Tony Stark asked softly. Colonel Rhodes looked at the soldier next to him. The soldier in military uniform and hat nodded slightly with a serious look in his eyes. "Let's get started." Tony Stark didn't want to talk nonsense, and walked away. There were countless machines on the ground. These machines are connected together, like the launcher of some kind of weapon. There's even a launch button next to it. All electrical control signals have been fully installed. Colonel Rhodes waved his hand when he saw this, and the soldiers around him immediately gathered together. 2 soldiers form a group, walked towards the green weapon packaging box next to it. Opening the lid of the weapon packaging box revealed the contents, which looked to be a sophisticated, compact, and cutting-edge missile. The design of this missile is not bulky at all, and it looks exquisite. But, Colonel Rhodes looked anxious when he saw the missile. After all, this is the most advanced and powerful missile developed by Stark Industries. Don't be fooled by its small size. In fact, each missile contains at least tens of thousands of small missiles. Tony reached out and patted Rhodes' shoulders. He looked pleased and said, "Calm down. Anything Stark produces must be top quality. I can't wait any longer." Colonel Rhodes raised the corners of his mouth with a hint of smile on his face. "Okay." Tony stretched and glanced at the freezer next to him. "I'm already thinking about how we should celebrate. This batch of military orders can at least bring you considerable profits. Why are you so careless?" Colonel Rhodes shook his head helplessly. Tony curled his lips and said with disdain, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have done this." It was so easy and pleasant to joke and greet a colonel, and it was obvious that this was not the first time Tony did this. "Reasonable." Colonel Rhodes nodded slightly, still smiling. "Okay, let's get started." Tony doesn't hesitate either. The soldiers next to him began to set parameters and reference objects in this barren land. The mountains in the distance and the ground beneath your feet will become good parameters. How big of an impact did the missile have? It depends. How powerful can this missile be? Parameter setting is complete. Tony also looked at the mountain in the distance, and as he wished, he stretched out his right hand and pointed lightly. Colonel Rhodes nodded slightly and gave his instructions. "Fire." The soldier next to him reached out and pressed the red missile launch button. The next moment, the Silic missile with a tail flame suddenly shot out from the launch vehicle. Taking off at a very fast speed, click the moment the small missile was launched into the air, its body split apart, as if it was ejected from the compressed space. Countless small missiles were neatly arranged in formation in the sky and bombarded the distant mountains. This looks terrifying at first glance. A missile actually contains such a terrifying number of missiles. Under group bombing, the power is unimaginable. Watch the missile fly towards the distant mountains. Tony also turned around, BDFD, and took off his glasses in a very showy manner, looking at Colonel Rhodes in the distance. He stretched out his hands as if to show himself whoosh. The missiles circled in the sky, seemingly aimlessly, but this was a well-designed trajectory with parameters to avoid an attack. Ensure maximum power value. Finally, all the missiles came to the top of the mountain without any hesitation, just like a sharp sword, stabbing into the top of the mountain. In an instant, boom! An unimaginable explosive force radiated outwards, and countless yellow sand and rocks flew up from the ground. Radiating towards this side from the distant mountains, the speed is extremely fast. The spreading of yellow sand can sweep up a huge cloud of dust in a desert area in just a moment, almost enough to drown a person. At this moment, yellow sand and rocks were rolled up in an instant, directly blocking the view, as if a miracle had descended on the endless yellow sand. It's hard to see clearly. Looking at Tony's showy figure, Colonel Rhodes crossed his arms and a smile appeared on his face. This guy is a playboy wherever he goes, but he has his own way of doing things and is a very reliable business partner. He is also a very reliable friend. The cutting-edge weapons developed by Stark Industries are almost the best in the world, and their quality is fully guaranteed. Being able to kill all 4 sides on any battlefield is currently the United States. One of the most reliable partners. The original intention of Stark Industries, it is to develop various high-tech energy projects, but I didn't expect that a little bit of energy projects and the development of a little leader can have such a big impact on weapons. You said that in terms of weapons projects, no one can be better than Stark Industries. The Stark Industries in front of us is Tony in front of us. As the person in power, he has been constantly developing cutting-edge technology. Although Tony in front of him looked out of tune, although he is a playboy, his actual abilities are very strong. He has good degrees in mechanical physics and energy. He is also a genius in physics. For example, the silico missile in front of him is completely beyond the world. The impact of just one missile is enough to destroy the backbone of any country. The technical difficulty of developing this missile is not a little bit high. At present, there are only a handful of countries in the world that can do this. And this missile, it has the most advanced stealth capability. Judging from the trajectory of the missile, this missile is small. But its inner strength is very strong. The strong wind blew, and the sky was filled with yellow sand, covering everything. It was impossible to see anything else with the naked eye. Tony Stark's figure, also completely obscured. When the yellow sand fell, in the blink of an eye, the mountain that had just been attacked. At this moment, the top of the mountain had been completely flattened, and the mountain was completely cut in half. It was full of holes from the bombing. Countless irregular stones fell from the mountain peak to the ground, forming a special kind of stone rain. The results displayed by the S.H.I.E.L.D missile at this moment are beyond everyone's expectations. Big. The soldier who just pressed the firing button, at this moment, he stretched out his hands and grasped his hair tightly. An extremely shocked expression could be seen on his face. Unimaginable. 0146022135 Philo 144572530. What kind of genius is this person, to be able to design such a terrifying missile? Tony Stark shook his head, and a little bit of sand fell from his hair, but he didn't care and walked towards. The refrigerator in the distance was arranged in advance. When you open the refrigerator, you can see expensive wines inside. He took out a few bottles at random, and the soldiers beside him had already prepared cups, popped the corks open, he poured the wine into the glasses and raised his own glass first. Cheers. Colonel Rhodes, who was standing next to him, showed a satisfied expression on his face at this moment, and did not immediately accept the wine that was offered to him. Instead, he stretched out his hand and placed it in front of Tony. It's a pleasure to work with you. Tony didn't care and nodded. The two of them were friends and had worked together for many years. Whether it is the commercial value or the reputation of Stark Industries, they are almost the best in the industry. 70XX. Next, it will also bring considerable benefits to Stark Industries. Why not a win-win situation? At this point, Colonel Rhodes reached out to take the wine glass and took a sip. It has absolute say in this regard, and it is also a close friend of Tony in front of it. This means that the military will produce another batch of mysterious weapons, and this batch of silico missiles will be launched next. It will also be very powerful in the international arena and become the most powerful and toughest deterrent weapon. He looked towards the distant mountains. This was no different from the United States. Dawo swung his arms all over. No country can have such a deterrent. I believe that in the near future, the situation in the United States will naturally be a disaster. Tony looked helpless. Just drink, why so many expressions? Until now, everything seems to be going smoothly, and all the viewers in front of the video have also had some sense of involvement in the scene. Tony Stark in front of me, not Iron Man, he's just an ordinary guy, the boss of Stark Industries. Although he looks very careless and even shows off wherever he goes, but the talents it actually possesses are not even comparable to those of an ordinary person. From his achievements since childhood, it can be seen that Tony Stark is a rare genius. And his feelings seemed to be very vague and empty, and he seemed very impetuous. The audience watching the video in front of them, seeing this scene, I didn't feel much, as if it was just a personal autobiography. But just then, da-da-da, there was a dense sound of gunfire coming from a distance. It could be heard that it was a small submachine gun, firing at least a dozen bullets per second. The gunshots were very intense, and I was really excited. The soldiers conducting the experiment panicked immediately, but the trained soldiers quickly formed a formation. But suddenly, buzz! The roar of the engine came from afar, visible to the naked eye from a distance. A jeep loaded with soldiers is coming quickly. Here in the yellow sand. This foreign armed group came so suddenly and so swiftly, there were not many soldiers who came to test the new weapons because the news was blocked. Colonel Rhodes immediately jumped into the car, picked up his pistol. Tony Stark was faster, he also got on the car. Although he was the most powerful arms dealer at present, he had never seen such a horrific gunfight. For a moment, like a frightened quail, it shrank its head. Colonel Rhodes reached out and took a gun and handed it to Tony. "Protect yourself. Protect him, now and completely." He immediately gave the order to the driver in front of him. "Yes." The driver nodded immediately. When he arrived, almost all the soldiers and drivers treated Tony Stark with great courtesy and had a good chat with him. Now everyone's expression changed, and they became extremely serious, because Guan Ping's life was at stake. Tony was completely shocked when he saw Colonel Rhodes in front of him. He shrank in his chair. Buzz! The soldier driving the jeep stepped on the accelerator. The jeep immediately rushed forward, just like the rocket that had just carried Wei Yat, at an extremely fast speed. And then there was a bumpy ride. The sound of gunfire continued to fill the air behind me. I guess the military and foreign armed groups have already started exchanging fire. "Please look out the window with courage." The jeep I made drove away to a safe place at a faster speed, at least farther and farther away from the battlefield. And he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least being able to leave here safely was the most important thing. But no one expected that at this moment, countless jeeps rushed out from both sides of the road, and they were moving faster. Foreign armed forces with pistols, each with a ferocious look on their faces, covered their faces with red rags. Even, some have already taken out explosives, grenades, ammunition packs. The number of soldiers who escaped was not large, mainly to cover Tony Stark, and the next moment, the sound of gunfire continued to fill the air. The soldiers who were protecting Tony Stark from escaping fell in a pool of blood, and the jeep was out of control. It hit the boulder next to it. Boom! The jeep exploded with flames and the car quickly burned in the fire. And here, 0146022113 Fila 144572530 the jeep Tony Stark was in drove away at a faster speed, but the enemies beside him were like crazy, coming in an endless stream. Finally, a mine that had been placed there for who knows how long appeared under the jeep. The moment the jeep passed by, the green light is on, boom! Huge amounts of flames shot up into the sky, and the terrifying impact force directly overturned the jeep, like an onion stuck upside down. Fell into the yellow sand nearby. Tony Stark was thrown around by the rolling jeep, and many wounds appeared on his face. The driver was now lying on the steering wheel, blood dripping from his mouth and nose, and he was breathing out more than he was breathing in. He shook his head to calm himself down, and pushed open the door of the jeep with all his strength. The mailbox had been broken, and gasoline was spilling out of the tank, about to touch the fire. Tony Stark didn't have time to think, he ran forward and then jumped high. Boom! Chapter 104. The car behind him exploded instantly, and flames shot up into the sky in an instant. The terrifying fire wave formed a deterrent force and slammed Tony's face hard. Eee! The gunshots were getting closer and closer. Tony ran away without looking back and hid behind huge amounts of rocks. His chest rose and fell, his face was covered in blood, and there were cuts everywhere. Blood was constantly oozing out of these cuts. Although it looks miserable, at least there is no danger to life. The calm expression just now, at this moment, he was so flustered that he was almost frightened. He swallowed his saliva in big gulps. He immediately reached into his pocket and pulled out his cell phone. Flip phones were the most popular at the time, and Tony's phone was naturally very cool. He immediately took out the phone and prepared to make a call. But at this moment, in the distant sky, there was a sound of something cutting through the air, and it came towards us at an extremely fast speed. He just took a look, opened his phone and found Pepper's number, but didn't have time to call. Boom! A missile exploded in the distance, and the terrifying gust of air hit him, forcing him to fall out. The phone also fell far away. His head was dazed by the shock. He quickly climbed up to the phone. As soon as he picked up the phone, sudden, brush! Another missile fell from the sky and stuck in the soil next to him. Tony was completely shocked when he saw the missile. His eyes widened with disbelief. What shocked him most was the tail of the missile, which was perfectly marked with Stark Industries. This missile was created by Stark Industries, and it landed right next to him. This is not a burst bomb, but it is because of the delayed missile. He didn't have time to think, and the moment he stood up he jumped away. Suddenly, boom! This delayed missile, suddenly, it exploded right before his eyes, and a terrifying flame shot up into the sky. The terrifying force shook his body, sending him flying backwards and crashing hard into a rock. His eyes were dazed by the impact, and his body fell to the ground uncontrollably. His suit was blown to pieces, and the chest of his white shirt was blown to pieces when he was unconscious. Bleeding began to ooze out continuously. He completely faced the crisis of his life. Moreover, in his daze, he seemed to see countless figures watching him. These people were shadowy figures, and when his ears kept buzzing and he was unconscious, it seemed as if they were taken somewhere on Earth. Countless viewers who saw this scene felt their hearts wrenched. How could a playboy be treated like this? It was horrible. They suffered such huge amounts of impact in a short period of time and were almost killed by their own missiles. 703. The impact was so great that even the ears of the audience in front of the screen were numb, not to mention Tony Stark in the middle of the explosion. Many people looked at it and shook their heads secretly. At least in such a horrible environment, Tony Stark can still survive, which is too slim. It's impossible, there's no way I can survive. And even if it caught fire, it would probably be when he was seriously injured and dying when he was attacked by a troublemaker. There was a lot of blood seeping out of his chest. This shows that his body it must have been torn by shrapnel. Even if you survive, you'll probably be in danger of death. Finally, Tony Stark took a deep breath and opened his eyes instantly. All the perceptions around him seemed to be restored. The dark cave in front of me made me feel confused. The environment in front of me was dark and dirty. He didn't even know where he was. Behind him was a worn-out single chair. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong, and there was a sharp pain in his chest. He suddenly saw the battery on the table connected to his chest with a wire. He immediately opened his clothes. He was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. There seemed to be something tied to his chest. After he tore off the gauze, but suddenly, a gold mine appeared in his chest. His chest was covered in blood, and this electromagnet block. Place it at the most important place on his chest. This scene looked extremely horrifying. Even the gauze was dirty. He could not imagine that in such a dirty and messy environment, who performed this surgery on him. Although his chest was bleeding, the pain was not that intense. Tony Stark could not help but shake his head. This means someone gave him morphine. He was amazed at what he saw. Fear and confusion, a suffocating feeling was brewing wildly in his heart, and his tears were uncontrollably accumulating in his eyes. He leaned there and breathed heavily. But he suddenly saw a man in a suit, wearing glasses and looking very dirty in the distance. Be careful, this seemingly fatal thing is actually saving your life. Dr. Ethan said calmly. Even in such a dirty and messy environment, he still tidied up his suit and clothes. Tony Stark fainted again after hearing this, and when he woke up again, he accepted the current situation. Since we are alive, there is still hope for everything. He also leaned in front of the mirror and saw his miserable condition. The electromagnet on his chest needed to be connected to a motor. Next to the collector, although he may need to carry this motor with him for the rest of his life, at this moment, Tony Stark's world is falling. 1 second ago, he was a genius without peer, the helmsman of Stark Industries, and a wealthy man with endless wealth. It is the most eye-catching existence in the whole world. He lives a life of drunkenness and dreams every day. Wherever he goes, he is a strong stallion. He controls wealth that others can hardly imagine. And now, he is a prisoner, he is a seriously injured person, he is an ordinary person who may die at any time. He even had to wear this ugly electromagnet on his chest. Must be pulled, the missile fragments that kept running around in my body, he can survive, he may need such an electromagnet to maintain his life characteristics throughout his life and even the second half of his life. He broke down. He also learned about his situation from Dr. Ethan. They were kidnapped here by some foreign armed organization. They were purposeful and premeditated. He also knew that the man in front of him was the famous Tony Stark, the head of Stark Industries. If this electromagnet is not installed, the shrapnel in Tony's blood will flow into his heart. By then, they will really die without a burial place, and there will be no possibility of being rescued. Tony accepted the reality. He was shocked that this unimaginable operation was performed by the physicist in front of him. But since I'm alive, then I want to know where I am. And at this moment, the leader of the foreign armed organization has arrived here. The leaders of the terrorist organization walked towards us step by step. They were holding some notes. The leader of the terrorist organization spoke in a language they could not understand, seemingly welcoming their arrival. Looking at these terrorists in front of him, Tony's eyes calmed down a lot. Since they still kept his life, it meant that he must be useful. But, what Tony didn't expect was that the terrorists actually respected him very much and took out the note he was holding. They asked Tony to build a missile called Jurek. It was the most advanced missile launched before, enough to shock the world. Although shocked, but, the eyes are controlled by others and have no choice but to agree to such a request. This missile manufacturing process is currently the best in the world, and only Stark Industries can create it. Tony Stark, I didn't expect that the news of the new weapon I just tested would leak out and be known by this group of people. Each small bullet, it is enough to destroy any mountain. Not to mention bombing a mountain, what if the terrorists got the missile in front of them? It is possible to go directly to the Pentagon. But helpless. Tony Stark's backbone made him choose not to say yes, and finally said no. Then, even though he was so seriously injured, his head was still pressed into the water and tortured again and again. This group of people controlled him very accurately. The key point was not to kill him, but every time they made him suffer a fate worse than death. Even, they put a linen hood on him and took him out of the cave, where he was held hostage by a group of people. The moment the headache was gone, the sun shone down, Tony Stark closed his eyes instantly because he had been in darkness for a long time. If you suddenly come into contact with sunlight, your pupils may be blinded, but, Tony Stark was stunned again when he saw this. What a deserted valley this is. There are countless things placed on the ground, Tony Stark's weapons and equipment. This is all obviously the work of Stark Industries. Tony felt very disappointed when he saw this scene. No one would have thought that one day he would be threatened by his own product. At this point, it is so ironic that weapons produced under the slogan of peace were used on the battlefield. The villain's eyes were already unfriendly. They wanted the Jericho missile. He also offered a good condition: as long as Tony Stark completed the Jericho missile on time, he could be free immediately. But, Tony was smart, and knew that this was just an excuse. When the missile was completed, that was when he died. However, after going through so much torture, and seeing that this was the villain's last trump card, he also had to compromise. The two sides shook hands and reached an agreement. But, back to the mountains after the cave, his health deteriorated and his face turned pale. Those weapons deeply shocked his heart. It even reminded him of the feeling of death when he was attacked by Stark Industries missiles. Stark Industries is the largest military arsenal known to the world. The weapons developer is also the largest arms dealer, which makes him rich. He was given the title of genius, had countless wealth, and became a so-called playboy. Only after he calmed down did he really start to think about the things he created. What unimaginable destruction it brought, what a burden this is on the world. The campfire illuminated the faces of the two people, making the eyes dim. The cold cave has a little more warmth. He did not want to build the so-called Jericho missile, and he just wanted to sit here and wait for death. Dr. Ethan beside him looked at Tony Stark's appearance and saw that he was still young. The same age as my own children, he still keeps persuading. Is this the last resistance of the great Tony Stark? If there is only 1 week left to live, shouldn't this week be crucial? And if he just sat there and waited to die, what was the point of him going to all the trouble of using this device to save Tony Stark's life? When he said this, Dr. Ethan even gently touched the electromagnet device on Tony Stark's chest. This sentence, Tony Stark, who looked ashen, was rejuvenated. Since he only had 1 week left to live, he should live well. Because of his life, it was Dr. Ethan who saved him. Finally, Tony Stark, before he was rekindled, began to burn with fighting spirit in this cave in front of him. Then they asked for tools and missiles like the armed groups. Soon, Tony Stark dismantled the missile in such an adverse environment, showing his strong physics talent in front of everyone. Using methods that no one had ever heard of, took out the target element from the missile, 0.15 grams. This incredible gadget can produce 300 billion megajoules of energy every second. Being able to create so many weapons and equipment is enough to show how powerful Tony Stark is. A picture of a wearable mecha. Under the dim light, Tony Stark took out the few remaining scraps. Make the rings and connect them to various circuits. When he picked up huge amounts of hammers and hammered down on the steel. At least 1.6 grams of target element was needed. Dr. Ethan also began to help and dismantled the other 11 missiles. When on a tiny drawing, Tony Stark designed exactly what he wanted. Countless drawings are superimposed on each other. When forging again and again, the finished iron is remelted and forged again. And rebuild it. They dismantled all the missiles as planned, and then poured all the collected elements into the crucible. Then put it into the water and start quenching. After pouring repeatedly, Tony's face was covered with sweat stains, and the first generation of micro-arc reactor was inserted into his chest. And then, in the end, a terrifying iron overlord was formed. Dr. Ethan, who was calm at first, was now completely shocked. He was impressed by the genius before him. Using this little bit of waste, in the darkness, in the dim light, the steel fragments of the missiles, before the video, then, there was a sound of steel clashing, hammer after hammer, the sound was so clear. Countless viewers were completely shocked by the scene before their eyes, and their hearts were filled with countless ripples. In the small cave in front of me, this will completely free him from the electromagnet, and will allow him to survive until the destruction of the Earth. Tony Stark in front of us is not only a genius 1.1, but also has extremely strong hands-on ability. The fact that he can master Stark Industries shows that he is not a useless talent. Right in the dark cave right before our eyes, the first generation of miniature arc reactors was created step by step. And in such a difficult environment, under the unimaginable gaze of everyone, this is simply an unimaginable idea of the modern age. Pieces of steel fragments that were sewn together and welded together also emerged one after another, forming the prototype of the armor. The countless pieces of armor are constantly increasing. Dr. Ethan also listened to Tony's two men and disassembled countless parts in the cave in front of them. This scene, the video shown, is simply thrilling. When? Chapter 105. Every scene is captivating. The moment before, he was an omnipotent playboy, living a life of luxury. Wherever you go, you will be accompanied by fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. Tuft. The biggest focus wherever you go, but, after being attacked by a terrorist-armed organization, he became the most miserable person at this moment. No other. This is much more interesting than any gossip or strange news. What everyone saw before was the extravagant life, the high-profile behavior, and the extravagant business empire. It made everyone so angry, but at this moment, looking at this desperate rebirth, under the influence of the rebel armed organization, he was barely surviving, which aroused the sympathy of many people. This man is so pitiful. At this moment, Tony Stark begins to survive in the wilderness alone. And at this moment, the villain's leader, obviously, something was wrong. The thing Tony Stark made didn't look like a missile at all. More like pieces of parts. They came to the dark cave with weapons in their hands and ferocious expressions. The leader reached out and picked up the charcoal money, picked up a piece of charcoal from the charcoal fire next to him. Tony Stark's face was full of unyieldingness, and there was not even a trace of fear in his eyes. But, the leader of the villains knew very well who the man in front of him was. How to grasp. Dr. Ethan was escorted by the soldiers next to him and was pressed to the ground without any warning. Just kneeling on the ground, with his head pressed on a chopping board. The villain's leader had a cold look in his eyes and blew gently. The burning coal in front of him was blown into sparks, and he held the burning coal with tongs and walked closer to Dr. Ethan. No. Tony Stark immediately shook his head when he saw this scene. Dr. Ethan gritted his teeth. Although his body was shaking with fear, he still did not reveal Tony Stark's real plan under the questioning of the villain leader. Within 2 days, you must see the Jerick missile, otherwise you will all die. After saying this, the rebel leader turned around and left. The charcoal I had just held with the tongs, it was also thrown casually next to Ethan, and the scorching temperature was so hot that it almost burned his skin. At this point, the two of them have little time left. Then, just after everyone left, Tony Stark picked up the huge amounts of hammers again and began forging the steel next to him. Hammering again and again. Dr. Ethan was helping out and started assembling the internal circuit of the Mark armor. The strength of the entire armor depends on the auxiliary reinforcement system, and the armor now uses a hydraulic mechanism inside. Under the full conduction of the motor, the extremely hard forged steel can exert unimaginable great power. The human body is the main body that protects the human body from any harm, and the steel armor is used to face the attack of bullets. Just one punch is enough to break a person's body structure. With the hydraulic auxiliary system, the whole mecha has its power. It's even more unbelievable. And, Tony Stark in front of us is simply a genius. On the outside of the mecha, the arm is embedded with something similar to a rocket launcher. However, in such a simple environment, electric ignition cannot be used, and manual combustion can only be used. The most terrifying thing about the entire mecha is its powerful propulsion force. In the original design of the mecha, Tony Stark was actually at the bottom of the mecha. Designed a rocket fuel booster. This idea was based on the previous missile tail flame ejection, and it was completely useful at this moment. This completely puts the missile, paste the residue and waste materials in front of you, and use them to the extreme. Bang! Boom! Bang! The sound of steel forging was heard again in the darkness, and they sped up the process. Finally, after the last piece of steel was quenched, Tony Stark picked up the huge amounts of steel with pliers and placed them on the table. Dr. Ethan's gaze finally settled down. This steel object is the largest steel mask, revealing a cold glow and an icy air outlet. The metallic color and steel texture are fully displayed at this moment. The two looked at each other, and finally a smile appeared on each other's face. And the other side. The armed organization staff had been monitoring the situation from the front of the monitor, and finally found something was wrong. They kept comparing the design drawings in their hands with the steel objects they had made. They stood up angrily, guns in hand. I ran to the cave without stopping, trying to see what was going on. But, has anyone noticed that there is a trap mine tied behind the iron door in front of the cave? Just when everyone ran around the corner and saw the mine, it was too late. Boom! The mine exploded instantly and a terrifying mine exploded. Sparks all over the sky, debris and fragments hit the wall next to it, countless small holes were made. Not to mention the fragile human body. TD. Because there is a signal of a mine in the dark cave, Tony Stark is also assisted by Dr. Ethan. Wearing this first set of Mark armor. Buzz. The connection between each component of the steel armor, almost all of them are made of electric welding and have been quenched countless times, and have become as hard as diamond. Dr. Ethan immediately connected the circuit in the cave and connected it to the mecha in front of him. 1%. 2%. The armor in front of me is extremely heavy, and the total amount of power required is to achieve the operation of the armor. It is impossible to charge it for a while. Tony was surrounded by armor, his face covered with stains. At this moment, his expression was even more anxious. On the computer far away, display the charging progress bar. The progress bar is very slow. Dr. Ethan smiled bitterly when he saw this scene, and he looked at Tony in front of him. You must get out alive. I will buy you as much time as possible. Dr. Ethan's face was full of determination. After saying this, he ran out of the cave without looking back. Asterisk. Tony screamed, and he could only watch Dr. Ethan disappear at the entrance of the cave. He was wearing iron armor all over his body, and the armor looked extremely heavy. If there is no corona start, this is a piece of incredibly heavy steel that is difficult to move or share. At this moment he could only close his eyes and pray continuously. Faster! Faster! Just like this, the seconds passed by, and the sound of bullets erupting could be heard outside the cave. The progress bar of the eyes is getting closer and closer. Tony felt that because of the full power, the Iron Man armor in front of him already had the ability to start with electricity. Finally, when the battery was fully charged to 100%, with a snap, the light bulb in the cave in front of me went out. The cave became dark again, and it was hard to see anything, but the Iron Man armor has been fully charged, and Tony Stark's gaze has become firm again. The soldiers outside came over here cautiously. At this moment, foreign armed forces have never seen such a terrifying battle. They can't even understand the so-called missile design. They are just a group of rebels. They didn't have much education at all, so they all looked like they had seen some horrible alien creature. Move forward step by step carefully. Finally, when they arrived at the cave entrance, everyone pointed their guns forward in fear. Suddenly, buzz! A beam of light suddenly lit up in the darkness. It was the blue energy thruster on the chest of the mecha. It also combines 1.60 grams of palladium, the manufactured arc reactor. When have the armed members ever seen such a horrible thing? He immediately pulled the trigger on the huge steel in front of him. The muzzle of the gun in his hand kept spitting out flames, and bullets hit the steel battlefield densely. Da-da-da! Bullets kept firing and hitting the steel, making a clanging sound, but they were unable to penetrate the steel in front of them. Bang! The first generation of Mark armor punched out. It hit the soldiers directly. The terrifying power-assisted propulsion system, under the control of electricity, completed actively by the human body, a powerful punch. The soldier's body was knocked out and hit hard against the wall with a bang. The mechanical shaft transmission device on the leg quickly drove Tony's body forward. The other soldiers were almost stunned by the shock. But, Tony Stark won't leave them any chance to survive. All the soldiers at the entrance of the cave pulled the triggers in their hands, and bullets spurted out crazily, and the flames that came out were in the dark cave before my eyes. The surrounding environment was illuminated, but that was all. The soldiers of the armed forces had dirty faces, filthy clothes, and wide eyes. Just like a bunch of idiots. Buzz. Amid the sound of huge amounts of steel, the Mark armor hit the soldiers hard. One punch was enough to knock out a small kilometer. Even, some soldiers seemed to be determined to die, and frantically pulled the trigger, so frightened that they forgot to run away. But he was just knocked down by Tony's punch. Right in the cave, right in front of everyone, the Mark I Iron Man armor revealed its true form. This is the prototype. On Earth. Before the video. Countless places, countless people gathered, now everyone was watching the video in front of them. They could hardly imagine it and were extremely shocked. Right before their eyes, they witnessed the birth of Iron Man. Everything comes from that desperate situation, everything comes from that genius mind. I thought the video review would be mediocre. Just let us see some celebrity autobiography, some stallion article. Wow, this video directly ignited my passion. The boys hit the speed bumps and the girls immediately avoided them. Hot-blooded mecha steel, this will make almost every boy's blood burn like crazy. It's so scary. In such a simple environment, he used his perseverance to create a Mark I-type Iron Man fighter. He was not only trying to survive, but also to show his genius in such a simple environment. It's probably impossible for any one person to create it, because he has to survive. It's terrible. One punch killed a kid. Bullets can't penetrate steel at all. If you want to penetrate such a terrifying steel armor, you may need to use S.H.I.E.L.D. This is Iron Man. My adrenaline is soaring. If I were in such a situation, I can't imagine how I would escape. At this moment, the whole audience was in an uproar and countless people were talking about it in shock. There was deep shock in everyone's eyes. The birth of Iron Man marked an era, and everyone in front of them witnessed this era. Iron Man in real life. It has long been known to everyone, even in the world before us, the name of Iron Man is known to everyone. It is strong, not just because it can fly freely, he possesses all kinds of Mark armor, and he is even an unimaginable business tycoon. Moreover, any of Iron Man's deeds can almost make the front page of the news. At this moment, countless people were impressed and shocked by it. They finally understood why Mark armor appeared in this world. Why does the Iron Man in this world keep helping ordinary people? Save the weak time and time again. Queens. Little Spider-Man, lying on the bed, looked at the birth of Iron Man in front of him, and he couldn't help but reach out and grab his hair. Little Spider-Man looked at Michelle beside him. Oh my god, did you see it? This is the iron armor, the first generation Mark iron armor. Michelle leaned on the bed, covered herself with the quilt. She was not very interested, but the video showed a huge scene of continuous firing of guns. Still brings quite a shock. In the video, the first generation of Mark armor is invincible. Although the technological power displayed was so simple, every punch and kick of his was powerful. Almost any ordinary person can be slaughtered at will. Bullets and guns had no effect on the steel armor, and could only produce a few sparks. And now it has become a one-sided massacre. The bearded man, who had been so arrogant before, had now become a complete target of slaughter, and even regarded the iron armor in front of him as a monster. Toa! Boom! Under the horrifying gaze of all armed forces, the 5-meter-thick steel door was kicked open by the Mark I battle armor, overwhelming ordinary people. Everyone who saw this scene was so frightened that they fled in all directions. But, the weakness of the first-generation Mark armor is revealed. When encountering huge amounts of magnetite, the steel arm of the Mark armor, it was directly sucked by the magnet and could not move at all. But, fortunately, the steel armor was hard enough to completely ignore the gunfire from others. And just when Mark's armor was free from its weakness, coming to the corner, Tony Stark finally met Dr. Ethan, who had bought time for him before. Dr. Ethan, who was previously safe and sound, is now dying, with bullet holes all over his body. His chest rose and fell, his internal organs were severely damaged, blood was constantly seeping out of the cavities in his body, and his eyes were dazed. He had seen clearly the frantic escape of the armed forces before, so he held on for this second. He saw the gigantic iron tyrant. Tony stopped and came to Dr. Ethan. Just getting ready to move forward. Sudden, DS. The leader of the rebel forces, holding a rocket in his hand, pulled the trigger fiercely, with a fierce look on his face. The rockets burst towards Tony. But, boom! The rocket just penetrated deeply into the wall without exploding. And here, Tony Stark raised the Iron Man armor in his left hand. FO. Chapter 106. After opening the outer steel shell, we saw a missile that needed active combustion support. In the preset steel track. Laugh. Tony Stark's eyes were filled with anger. He pulled the firing rope in his hand, and the rocket, with flames, rushed towards the bald man in the distance. Boom! The rocket hit the wall hard and exploded directly. The moment the fire burst out, blew huge amounts of holes in the wall, scattering rocks. The leader just now screamed and was buried directly underneath. Tony then looked at the seriously injured Dr. Ethan and rushed to Dr. Ethan's side. He opened it, and Mark put on his helmet, looking at the seriously injured Dr. Ethan. Tony's eyes were full of self-blame. Get up, Ethan, we should go. Looking at Ethan, who was seriously injured and had countless bloody holes on his body. Tony's eyes were slightly red, tears were gathering in his eyes. Because he was wearing iron armor, his face was covered with sweat, and he was even more anxious at the moment. Dr. Ethan, we have an agreement. Let's leave here together. No, I can't do it anymore. Looking at Tony in front of him, Ethan shook his head slightly. The heavy blood loss made his lips pale. He opened and closed his eyes weakly. You go, Tony Stark. You have to go back to visit your family, get up quickly. Tony Stark said in a serious tone. How could he not see that Dr. Ethan in front of him was already on his deathbed and was so seriously injured that it was a miracle that he could survive until now? B. He promised to let Dr. Ethan go back to see his family, but Dr. Ethan, although I only spent a week with him, I was almost. It's a lifelong friendship. Tony's eyes were red. He wanted to use this last excuse to stimulate Ibogong's desire to survive. B. At this moment, Dr. Ethan just shook his head slightly. My family is dead, I lied to you, Tony Stark, I thought. His voice was already extremely weak, and he wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, no words came out. Tony Stark couldn't hold back the sadness in his heart any longer. Thank you for saving me, Doctor. He stared at Dr. Ethan in front of him, wanting to remember Dr. Ethan's last appearance. Deeply imprinted in my mind. DF33. Dr. Ethan held his breath and sobbed, don't waste your life. After saying this, Dr. Ethan's head tilted and he completely lost his life. He is dead. He used his lies, having deceived this young man. He no longer has any family, as his family has been killed by this group of thugs. It is said that it stimulated Tony's desire to win, but Dr. Ethan had already seen through life and death. The reason why he chose to come out was, buy Tony Stark some time. He was determined to die. After all, how could one person fight against a group of fully armed forces? At this moment, Tony Stark's gaze was terribly cold, with a thick layer of sand in his eyes. He turned his head and looked towards the cave entrance. Even without the Jarvis assistance system, at this moment, he also knew that there were definitely countless enemies hiding outside the cave entrance. I am afraid, he had already aimed his gun at the hole, and this was what he had to do. It is true. Countless thugs were holding guns in their hands. Aiming at the dark cave entrance in front of him, panic appeared on his unconscious face. After all, they had a monitoring system in the cave. Almost everyone here has a low level of education, but everyone is fearless of death on the battlefield. No matter how powerful that guy is, facing such a terrifying weapon, he can only be defeated. And at this moment, boom boom in the dark cave, suddenly, huge amounts of vibrations were heard, from far to near, shaking the hearts of all the thugs. All the thugs subconsciously clenched their guns. The weapons in their hands are the most powerful weapons in the world. They don't believe that anyone can survive under the weapons in their hands. At this moment, a tiny light shone from the dark cave entrance, and a gigantic steel figure walked towards them step by step. The whole body is made of steel. Dash. Mark armor stopped in front of everyone. The moment the extremely powerful Iron Overlord appeared, all the gangsters were stunned. They had never seen anything so horrible. But the next moment, I don't know who shouted, but everyone immediately pulled the trigger. Countless dense bullets were spurting out crazily, the guns in the hands were shaking wildly, and flames were spurting out of the muzzles. Almost every thug was madly firing the bullets in his hands. Iron Overlord's entire body was clanging and countless sparks burst out of his body. Even the figure of Ironmonger. Some are standing unsteadily. The bullets from these guns simply cannot penetrate the defense. Even though Iron Overlord's figure was unstable, he still stood where he was, without suffering any damage. On the other hand, all the thugs, their guns were empty, and they stood there in a daze. There was no movement. Tony Stark, who saw this scene, roared, "It's my turn now." He immediately raised his arms, flames spurted out from his arms. Afterwards, laugh. The terrifying flames sprayed out, and the intense flames formed a huge burning effect, attacking all the thugs outside. Moment, accompanied by the flamethrowers that were loaded in advance, they showed their might at this moment. Wherever they went, no grass would grow, and no armor would be left. Ah! Countless figures of thugs were engulfed in flames. Once the flames burned onto people, they could not be extinguished at all, and countless people died in the fire on the spot. After burning in the fire for a few times, it was completely burned to charcoal. This scene is simply hell on earth. Tony Stark walked out of the cave, and he walked forward step by step. Looking at the Stark Industries on the ground, countless strategic materials, missiles, guns, and various weapons and ammunition boxes were created. There was no mercy in his eyes, and the flamethrower in his hand kept spraying flames. These burning weapons and ammunition, he wants to burn them all. The hydraulic device behind him keeps turning. The mechanical body's leg drive shaft drives his body. Walking forward step by step, he attacked these weapons frantically, wanting to take all the weapons. Burn them all. And at this moment, countless thugs who saw this scene were so angry that their knives exploded. On the hillside, they lay on the ground. He raised his gun, the extremely powerful tank submachine gun, and the bullets kept pouring out. It hit Iron Overlord, making him unstable for a while. Even just now, some thugs who were not yet dead were also caught in the cracks between the weapons and ammunition boxes. He raised the sniper rifle in his hand, attacking the Iron Tyrant in the distance crazily, and at this moment, a grenade hit the transmission shaft of Iron Overlord's leg, and the steel transmission shaft broke with a bang. Without the steel transmission shaft, Iron Overlord couldn't move. Tony got down on one knee. Lost ability. Countless guns were still spraying bullets frantically. This scene in front of me, it was like hell on earth, with blazing fires everywhere, as if to burn away all the evil. Under the huge firepower coverage, the armed organization in front of them simply exerted its own terrorist power. Under such horrific firepower, it would be difficult for anyone to escape, and they would definitely die. But the Iron Tyrant created by King Kong, not only did he help in the flames, but he also remained vigorous under the cover of countless artillery fire. Those bullets simply cannot penetrate the armor, which forms the most powerful protection at this moment. Tony knelt on one knee and stretched out his right hand, still spewing fire crazily. There was no fear in his eyes at this moment. It is to burn everything in front of you thoroughly. At this moment, in the eyes of mankind, the Iron Overlord just like a god descending from heaven. Although this Iron Overlord is so simple, looks ugly, countless people have been frightened. And at this moment, boom! Amid the blazing flames, an ammunition box in the distance suddenly exploded, and the flash of light instantly shot up into the sky. This scene also formed a direct fuse. Ah! In the face of man-made disasters, the thugs simply disdain it, but in the face of a destructive scene like a natural disaster, many people were frightened and screamed, fleeing frantically into the distance. Tony Stark held on with all his strength. He used his strength to force the Iron Tyrant to stand up, surrounded by countless flames. He immediately pulled open the steel arm guard on his left hand. I saw the left steel arm guard, where the missile was launched just now, and there was a red button. He reached out and pushed the red button. The small red light next to it lit up. Without any hesitation, he extended your right hand and give it a steel fist. A punch hit the button on the arm, boom. After the punch came down, he immediately stood up straight, as if to welcome the coming impact. The ground was shaking like crazy. In other words, it was the first generation of the Mark-armored Iron Overlord in front of him, shaking wildly, in the midst of the blazing flames. Under the Iron Overlord's feet, it actually sprayed out a strong gastritis, which brought about an extremely powerful thrust, forcibly pushing the Iron Overlord into the air. Boom! Large pieces of ammunition, Suddenly, it exploded, forming a strong flame scene in front of my eyes, and all the explosives in an instant. A strong force was formed, and a huge mushroom cloud rose up at the spot. Fire clouds rose into the sky, and countless missiles flew in all directions. These are all strategic weapons created by Stark Industries, but they have become the vassal of the people before them. In that case, why not just destroy everything? In this terrifying flame, the huge Iron Overlord formed a unique flying silver armor. It was like a rocket taking off, flying into the sky and drawing an arc in the sky. 12. When the height reaches a certain level, the flames at Iron Overlord's feet suddenly went out, and all the fuel was consumed. And Tony's figure, it also unexpectedly fell into the distant desert. His voice screamed far away. But there is no time to think about it now. Accompanied by Iron Overlord, suddenly, it collided with the sand beneath his feet, and Iron Overlord broke into countless parts. The line inside was completely broken, but luckily this was sandy ground, so there was some impact force from the descent. Tony Stark's armor shattered into countless debris. It is not easy to create such an epic-making product in such a simple environment. He casually threw away all the wires and steel on his body, and took off the helmet on his head. Looking at the world in front of him, his dazed expression was recovering. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his internal organs were damaged. But the breeze blew through his hair and the sun shone on his face. At least he survived at this moment. Escaped from that, a dark cave with almost no chance of survival. After an unknown amount of time of relaxation, his figure appeared on the sand in front of him and ran towards the distance. His body was covered in blood, and he had no time to treat his wounds, because no one knew that the thugs were will they attack. The ragged clothes covered his head, and he looked dazed. After all, the desert was in front of him. Dry lips. Peeling, whitening, I don't know how long I haven't had fresh water. But he always held on to hope for life, and the words Ethan had said to him before he died kept echoing in his mind. After running for who knows how long, he came to the top of a high sand dune. At this moment, he was almost losing the will to live. In the endless desert, from a playboy with a halo to the head of a top financial group, I had no choice but to do all this. I used my own intelligence and wisdom to develop this epic-making genius product at the critical moment of life and death. 2 armed helicopters in the sky, from far to near. I'm afraid it won't take long, all the changes will happen in an instant. Transform into a prisoner, become a beggar-like character, become a person constantly wandering on the edge of life and death. How long does it take? $7,897. Iron Man is born. Countless viewers saw this scene, and their eyes were filled with not only regret but also shock. He didn't die after falling from such a great height, but his armor was smashed into pieces. He was able to survive. If this is not destiny, what else can I say? In front of the screen. X013. I don't know how many times I've had close brushes with death. I really came out of that cave alive. A tiny arc reactor can actually provide such terrifying energy. He didn't know how far he had to go, but in front of him was a vast desert with no end in sight. If the arc reactor and Mark armor were combined into a more compact and exquisite design, while retaining all the functions, and with the addition of various high-tech weapons, even a short-distance flight is enough to give it an extremely powerful flying ability. As everyone was praying silently, a special voice sounded from far away in the video. Although the armor needs to be charged, it is because in such a simple environment, it is impossible to directly use the energy of the arc reactor. Tony Stark is almost doomed to die. Survive, Tony. Tony Stark. He knew he couldn't die here, just like he couldn't die on that damn mountain. On Earth. Countless people secretly prayed in their hearts, soon, but, the Mark armor he developed in a short time even has the ability to fly. We have always only seen the glory of Iron Man, but never thought about why Iron Man has such a terrifying armor. Now I understand. Brothers, this is Iron Man. Finally. Chapter 107. The propellers rotated and blew the desert below, bringing up countless flying sands that flew over Tony's head. You. Seeing this scene, Tony Stark, who was almost on the verge of collapse, showed an expression of disbelief in his eyes. He quickly stretched out his hand and waved it towards the sky. He screamed with joy, ha 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 ha. No one knows how wonderful and inspiring the feeling of escaping to heaven is at this moment. He screamed hysterically, but the next moment he fell to the ground due to dehydration. The searchlight on the helicopter's rotating propeller found Tony's trace and it fell steadily from the sky. There were soldiers hanging outside the cabin. When they saw Tony Stark falling to the ground, they did not hesitate at all. After the helicopter came to a complete stop, fully armed soldiers came running over here. They are the military's exclusive armed forces. Previously, they were beaten by foreign armed forces and even important figures were kidnapped. It's just too shabby. The middleman, it turned out to be Tony's good friend Colonel Rhodes. Seeing Tony in front of him, his anxious face finally showed a momentary smile. He asked in a joking tone, "How about the happy horse?" But, Tony Stark at this time, how could he still have the energy to joke? He smiled respectfully and did not answer the question. After so many days of experience, and the torture he had endured for so many days also made it impossible for him to answer this question. Colonel Rhodes finally squatted down and looked at the scene in front of him. "I don't know how much torture my good friend has gone through." His face is full of regret and he said seriously, "Next time, you can ride with me, okay?" As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and embraced Tony Stark without saying a word. The surrounding helicopters are flying over here now. 2. Everything is finally settled, Tony Stark is safe. They took a plane back to Los Angeles, and with the help of Colonel Rhodes, the cabin door slowly opened, the landing gear slowly lowered, and Tony Stark, who was sitting in a wheelchair, stood up. Then he walked towards the plane step by step, wearing his favorite suit jacket. His right hand was broken and in a splint and strapped. At this moment, under the gaze of everyone, after walking step by step, he took a simple rest and was no longer the savage before. At this moment, his eyes seemed full of fatigue and melancholy, no longer as energetic as before. But it was a genuine look that gave everyone in 6337 a special feeling. Happy, the company's security director, with CEO Tony Stark's personal assistant, Pepper Potts, the two looked at Tony Stark walking towards them, their eyes full of worry. And the unit price that had been prepared on the side was now pushed over here. Tony Stark looked disgusted. "Are you kidding? Tell them to go away." Colonel Noboa waved his hand casually. Tony Stark looked at the assistant in front of him. The assistant's face was filled with worry, but then he smiled in the end. It was a feeling of celebrating his survival. "Your eyes are red, are you crying for your missing boss?" Tony Stark joked. "They are tears of joy. I hate looking for a job." Pepper Potts retorted unequivocally. "Well, the holidays are over." Tony answered casually, and the four of them got into the car. "Where are you going, sir?" asked Security Chief Happy casually. Pepper immediately said, "Go to the hospital." B. Tony Stark changed his tone, "F. You should go to the hospital for a checkup." Pepper looked at Tony seriously. "I've been held captive for 3 months and there are 2 things I want to do. I want an American cheeseburger and one." Looking at Pepper Potts beside him, Tony's expression was very serious. He gave orders to Pepper Potts like a boss. The two people's conversation was like a quarrel, which sounded very funny. "Okay." Looking at Tony Stark and Pepper Potts in front of him, I understood immediately. After all, the boss's hobbies, besides money, are beautiful women. And before he finished speaking, it was obvious what he meant. "No, it's not what you think. I want you to hold a press conference immediately." Tony changed the subject. "Press conference, why?" Pepper was completely confused and couldn't imagine what Tony was going to say at the press conference. "Happy, drive and go find a hamburger first." Tony has given the order. The extremely powerful Rolls-Royce slowly drove out of the airport. Before the video. Seeing Tony Stark in front of them, who had managed to escape danger and was not completely destroyed by his previous painful experience, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That experience was so painful. Although this marked the birth of Iron Man, Tony Stark is, after all, just a mortal and may suffer from post-war syndrome. Before that cave, he was even afraid of armed attacks by terrorists. Under hostage-taking, he was as weak as an ant. And soon, as the president's assistant, S.H.I.E.L.D quickly contacted the press conference. The news that Tony Stark, the famous head of Stark Industries, was kidnapped and disappeared spread throughout New York in a short period of time. Now he has returned and quickly held a press conference. Although all the reporters were confused, they still squeezed together. Even the second in command of Stark Group, Stan, is here too. The bald guy looks fierce. Tony Stark, still holding an unfinished burger in his hand, specifically ordered everyone to sit on the floor. Listen to this press conference. As everyone looked at him in surprise, Tony Stark announced his latest decision. Indefinitely shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing until a new profit model is found. One moment, in. The whole audience was shocked and no one expected that the biggest arms dealer in the United States, on the first day of his press conference, said to shut down weapons development and manufacturing. This is tantamount to digging one's own grave, an act of courting death. Just like a software developer, after a few days of rest, the first thing I did when I returned was to announce that I would no longer be doing software development. Not only was the whole audience in uproar, but even all the reporters present rioted, and each of them had countless questions in their minds. Tony Stark looked at the scene in front of him with a serious look. This seems to be nonsense. But it is also the only thing he wants in his heart after going through so much. When seeing that all the weapons and missiles manufactured by Stark Industries fell into the hands of terrorists, his heart was completely chilled. These weapons, which were supposed to be used on the battlefield, were obtained by special armed groups. As a result, the armed groups, using these weapons to persecute civilians and oppress ordinary people, their ambitions are further expanded. He might even attack the country, or countless weak people, which completely goes against his original intention of making weapons. Beautiful lies and sugar-coated bullets are always just sugar-coated bullets, and their connotations are cruel. No solution again. This is actually an indivisible square root of 3. So his words are completely a one-time solution to the most serious problem at the moment, which is weapons leakage, and the other is weapons development. Tuft. I'm afraid no one will understand what I want to do. Geniuses are on the left, lunatics are on the right, and the existence of every genius will not allow the secular world to recognize it. Hearing this, Stan immediately blocked it. He stood up and used his own words to evade the media in front of him. Even though Tony beside me was still chattering. Finally, he found Tony and expressed his concern for his health in the tone of an elder. But he also used his own method to persuade Tony in front of him to cancel the prohibition and restriction he had mentioned before. If a weapons manufacturer doesn't make weapons, does it buy pacifiers? But, Tony Stark shook his head in deep thought. He confirmed his statement and his goal, and he would not be easily shaken by any words. And at this moment, Tony Stark unbuttoned his shirt, revealing the miniature arc reactor on his chest. This is the technical level he broke through when he was in a desperate situation, BDCJ. It is currently the most powerful, terrifying, and smallest energy reaction device. Stan was so smart that he immediately realized that this thing was at least 30 years ahead of the industry. At this moment, he finally understood why Tony wanted to shut down the development of weapons manufacturing, because once this thing came out, then the entire Stark industry will once again stand on top of the world, far more terrifying than Wu manufacturing. He changed his previous expression. At this moment, his face was full of compliments, and he even put his arm around her. Tony Stark's shoulder revealed a face of a profiteer. It seems like a relationship between two people, it's really that close. In the video, behind Tony, a huge particle accelerator appeared, and the energy in the particle accelerator was terrifying. The particle accelerator in front of us is simply an enlarged version of the arc reactor. The amount of energy produced per second is simply countless. And this is the foundation of Stark Industries. The technology of the arc reactor is already ahead of the rest of the world, and once the plan for the micro-arc reactor emerges, that will have an unimaginable impact on the world's energy industry. The scene turns. Tony Stark's studio is located on the basement floor of his villa. He completed the renovation of the arc reactor. The arc reactor that was made in the darkness before has a replacement. Although the arc reactor was temporarily unplugged, the electromagnetic energy in his body will disappear, and countless tiny shrapnel in his body will flow into his heart along with the blood, but, quickly replace the arc reactor in his chest, and he will still be safe. And he, without hesitation, I found the secretary, Little Pepper. Walking into the research room, looking at the extremely messy room, S.H.I.E.L.D was a little at a loss for a moment. But she still came to Tony Stark. The new generation of arc reactor looks more exquisite and has a more sophisticated design. It is totally incomparable to the inferior product made in the cave. But this needs Pepper to do it, because only his hands can pass through the arc reactor installation channel in Tony's chest. This unprecedented surgical operation was a work of genius. A hole was directly opened in the human body and a track was installed in the chest. Electromagnets are placed inside the body, using electromagnetic force to pull countless tiny shrapnel inside the body. Anyone who sees this design would probably be amazed, but unfortunately Dr. Ethan is no longer here. Tony Stark admitted that he only trusted Pepper Potts now, and that Pepper Potts needed to be fully prepared before accepting the next surgery. Little Chili also plucked up the courage and reached her hand into the circular installation track. With a look of disgust, he still proceeded in an orderly manner, touching countless body tissue fluids. Even when he pulled the circuit wire inside, he also touched the installation track, and an electric current instantly passed through Tony Stark's whole body. This scene. It was hilarious, but Chili still pulled the circuit out, even though her hands were covered in tissue fluid. This scene is simply speechless. Little Chili never expected that she could pull the electromagnet out directly with just a tug. Tony Stark's body trembled, and he could feel the endless pain that was madly piling up on him. It was a funny scene. Tony Stark was not panicking yet, but Pepper was already at a loss. While Pepper was chattering, Tony Stark handed over the new arc reactor he had developed. Then, with the help of Pepper, the new arc reactor was installed into the chest. After the replacement, the reactor in the chest can continuously provide energy. Tony Stark also stood up from his chair. Little Pepper looked at the arc reactor in his hand. He was a little overwhelmed with this thing. Just when she asked what to do, Tony Stark just told him to throw it away, but he didn't expect that this little glowing thing in front of him, Pepper. A little thought. And then, we have completely entered a safe period, and no longer have to worry about life and death every day like in the cave. And enter that emotion of fear. But, a new plan has already emerged in Tony Stark's mind. He has completely solved the energy problem. The arc reactor in his chest, the energy is more powerful, and the energy that can be released is even more terrifying. He also started a new chapter. After turning on the artificial intelligence Jarvis, he casually waved his hand on a projection panel in the work setting in front of him, and a green module appeared in front of him. If you look closely, this green module, it is the first generation Mark Armor Iron Overlord that I was wearing before. At this moment, in Tony Stark's hand, he flicked the green module with a look of disdain, and under the projection of artificial intelligence, it is like dragging away the garbage, deleting all the irrelevant parts. Gently squeeze it into a small ball and throw it into the trash can next to you. This scene, it's just like when we use the computer screen, we drag the mouse and throw the unnecessary things into the trash can. The scene Tony Stark is showing is a completely real-life 3D version. He kept removing modules that he didn't need, and what remained was the core part of the entire mecha. It's called a mecha, but it's actually a real-life alloy battle machine. 0146022113 Fila 144592290. Tony nodded slightly as he watched the deletions in front of him left only the most essential parts. Soon, with his mechanical talent, he began to carry out a series of methodical creations. First, the power system of this armor, from the legs, the armor on the legs. In full view of the public, with the help of the robot arm, Tony Stark created a robot leg. Jumping before everyone's eyes, with the power of energy, the various transmission devices of the mechanical legs in front of us can easily break through the upper limit of human strength. With the experience of making Iron Overlord, making the armor in front of us can be said to be a piece of cake. But the manufacturing of small parts inside requires more precision. Chapter 108. Tony held the welding wire in his hand and looked at the leg propulsion device in front of him. He welded every tiny circuit in it very seriously. His eyes were so serious that it was unbelievable. Who could have imagined that this serious man in front of him was actually a super rich man who spent money lavishly with just a wave of his hand? EXT. In everyone's stereotype, which of those who have countless wealth and are as rich as a country is not enjoying the utmost? B. Tony Stark in front of us has changed almost everyone's view of him. His knowledge makes countless people afraid of him. The simple leg thrusters made of countless motors are enough to scare away countless people just by their design. But, it is not only designed, but also completely manufactured, and every tiny part is made with great precision. The miniature version of the arc reactor is the largest in the world. The energy generated is unparalleled. The technology that was almost 30 years ahead of the entire world was broken through by this person in that dark cave alone. It was actually developed, and it used such simple parts. On Earth. Before reviewing the video, countless people watched this scene and shook their heads silently. Why can he have such a terrifying net worth, and be so wealthy that he can rival a country? He can easily make the most powerful rocket in the world. It's so easy to get out of a deadly situation, or even completely escape, and create the terrifying first-generation Mark Armored Iron Overlord. Just an Iron Overlord, I'm afraid no one can make it, or even draw a design, and yet someone not only made it, but it's completely wearable. The huge Iron Overlord can actually fly and take off like a rocket. Although there is no safety device for landing, it is already terrifying in such a simple environment. And the arc reactor that was developed, and the prototype of the Mark armor that was created, this is probably not just a set of armor, this is probably a whole series. This is Iron Man, a genius mind. The rocket he designed is the best in the world, and the arc reactor he designed is the best in the world. Why isn't he popular? I now seem to understand a little bit why others are destined to make so much money, but I can only live a mediocre life. A simple design, the assembly of all the components, and the extremely sophisticated circuits all involve a wealth of knowledge. Anyway, as a professor, I see at this moment, everyone was shocked and impressed. In the video, Tony Stark's design was very fast. In a short time, he had designed the leg thrusters for the feet. And countless fine parts put together can actually be worn. Although there is no exterior design, it looks like it is made up of countless wires, which is a bit crude. But as for the simple design, it is not something that ordinary people can make. And it is equipped with an arc reactor on its chest, which can provide powerful thrust generated by nuclear fusion at all times. It's nuclear fusion. In this tiny light-emitting device, countless atomic fusions are taking place. Fission is uncontrollable. The energy released by atomic fission is terrifying, but a large part of the energy will be consumed in the process of atomic fission. But this part of energy, it can be controlled by nuclear fusion, so why can the energy in his chest support him to live till the end of time? Because great changes are happening all the time. Being able to shrink the nuclear fusion device to such a degree, how can he not be the best in the world? At this moment, Tony Stark put on the thruster connected to the arc reactor on his chest. Pages 2. Amid the sound of steel colliding and the countless forces pushing forward, he walked towards the test session easily. Although it looked a bit out of place, and there are countless wires connected to it, these are the connecting wires of the thrusters. The flying ability of Iron Man armor is the most powerful ability, no doubt about it, and the previous Iron Man, because the flying ability cannot be controlled at all, so falling from the sky is almost certain death. Therefore, developing thrusters first is also one of the issues Tony Stark needs to think about most. The thruster was completed, and he walked step by step to the field, and came to the test stage. The camera next to him recorded everything. Dumb camera, it doesn't seem to have any artificial intelligence at all, and it's just a simple mechanical assistant with only basic intelligence. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tony Stark said, 10% turn on 10% energy thrust. The next moment he turned on the switch. Click. Press the button with both hands, and the foot thrusters under your feet will suddenly generate a strong thrust. In an instant, boom! Tony Stark was driving the thrusters and was thrown out uncontrollably. The powerful thrust, he did a somersault in the air, with his head making perfect contact with the high wall. The body fell to the ground uncontrollably. And at this moment, the primary AI assistant next to it sprayed out countless white dust. These are firefighting supplies. This scene, it looks both helpless and hilarious. Earth. Stark Industrial Building. Pepper Potts, who has transformed into a strong woman, is working. Since Iron Man became a hero and started saving the world, she took over Stark Industries and was appointed by Iron Man as the CEO of Stark Industries. At this moment, watching the difficulty of the development step by step in the video, and even watching Tony Stark fly out of the magic cave safely, at that moment, Pepper was full of worry, even though he was Tony Stark's personal assistant and consortium assistant. But, he looked at the playboy in front of him, who was actually a very serious man, and had already fallen in love with him silently. And, when I saw myself in the video, I cried with joy when I saw him come back alive. It was just because I was so happy and excited. Now, the same is true. Seeing Tony Stark being pushed against the wall by such a strong force, she couldn't help but put her hand over her mouth. She was completely shocked. Oh my God! Pepper couldn't help but shout out. He thought of the guy when he met Tony. His nose was bleeding, his body was in a state of disgrace, and even his arm was broken, TTB. At that time, I was still complaining non-stop, how did I get myself into this state? But now she understands, eh? When the guy returned to the lab, he was just fiddling with the equipment, trying to develop the iron armor as soon as possible, but he actually played with his own life. Pepper had no idea about work anymore. She leaned back in her chair and watched the video. She also wanted to pay attention to Tony. Know his changes step by step. Now, her interest in this man reached its peak. In the video, after completing the leg thrusters, Tony opened the mountain imaging data again and began to discuss with the artificial intelligence Jarvis. The image of Ironmonger could not be used anymore, and what he wanted was a steel armor that was completely body-shaping. This armor can not only protect him, it can also carry a variety of high-tech weapons, because it has the energy propulsion of the arc reactor, so there is no need to worry about the source of energy supply. What we want is that when designing this armor, the original design intention is not only to achieve perfect streamline, but also to be very compact and light. It doesn't give people a bloated feeling. Although Iron Overlord is a first-generation Mark armor, it can only be regarded as an obsolete product, extremely crude. So, the current second-generation Mark armor requires more considerations. Finally, throw it away, Doctor. Coming to the hands, he gently turned his right hand, and the 3D projection in front of him slowly rotated. He looked at the design of the hand in front of him. I took a few things away and threw them into the trash can next to me. Finally, looking at the last thing left, he stretched out his right hand, passed through the 3D projection in front of him, and completely fitted it onto the human body. With the help of artificial intelligence Jarvis, the 3D projection in front of me, it seemed to come alive, like a real object, and he wore it on his arm. It looks very simple, but this is the most important part. He started manufacturing again. The hand function design was very simple at first, with countless steel buckles fastened together. Utilizes the mortise and tenon structure. The hand controller circuit was designed in full swing, and the hand still had an energy boost. The energy from the solace of the feet needs to be pushed forward by the hands. The same control, the single quantity is stable, and the body will not be directly ejected by the energy. Therefore, the design of the hands achieves a perfect auxiliary effect. This design, also for better flying. Then, after putting together the hand development parts, he gently raised his right hand. The figure of Chili Pepper appeared in front of me. Tony Stark gently turned on the mechanism. The robot arm next to it has a red cloth tied to it, which is considered the test item for this trial. Didn't you say you didn't want to make weapons anymore? The assistant next to him, little Lei Jiao, asked casually with a confused look on her face. Yes. Please answer casually. He subconsciously moved his body further away. This is a flight stabilizer, it's completely harmless. Then, he started the energy transmission. Instantly, the energy thruster on his hand lit up with white light, just like the arc reactor on his chest, and began to carry energy. Energy began to transfer, and the light from the controller in my hand continued to accumulate. Suddenly, boom! The energy in the hands was pushed forward, and suddenly a powerful energy burst out. The energy was released and the slow robot was sent flying far away. Even, Tony Stark's own body was also shaken and fell back. Ah! Little Chili was frightened and screamed. Tony also calmed down from the ground and finally got up. Finally, when it came to the exciting moment of the oath, he developed hand stabilization thrusters and leg thrusters, arc reactor connected to the chest. The previous laboratory space was relatively small, so this time the experimental site was moved outdoors to a huge garage. At a glance, the entire garage is filled with countless famous luxury cars, each of which is worth a lot of money and looks dazzling. And, almost every part of the car body is equipped with streamlined body, it is a super sports car. The robot next to him began to record everything in front of him, and Tony Stark also started the second test under the data recording. Finally, this time he learned his lesson and directly lowered the energy booster to 1%. FX. At the command, he stretched out his hands, and energy streams spurted out from his hands at the same time, with powerful thrusts. It was driven to fly into the sky, and the leg parts began to emit tail flames from the bottom to help burn. His figure slowly rose into the air and finally stabilized in mid-air. Although this was not easy, but he finally managed to stabilize his first perfect flight. His figure swung back and forth in the sky. After 2 seconds of silence, his face was filled with excitement, and he finally flew up. Zero under his control, his figure was like a flying man in the air, flying from left to right. But he couldn't control the flight speed at all. I could only watch as the leg aircraft continued to fly above the luxury car and flew away. And this row of luxury cars became his victim. Under the scorching heat of this powerful energy, the surfaces of these luxury cars were completely melted. Tony Stark looked distressed, but he finally stabilized his body and the flight ended perfectly. Soon, he designed the entire body, which was covered in silver steel and contained extremely complex steel circuits. Maybe it is impossible to achieve perfect coordination by flying alone, but with more help, you can achieve coordination at the same time. Inside the steel mask, a blue light flashed and formed an artificial intelligence scanner. He looked at the garage scanner in front of him, scanning all the objects, including his luxury car and the countless surrounding equipment. The flight system on board, the back protection, and the complete shielding of the human body by the mechanical body. KG. Whole body, beginning the armor self-check. Tony Stark armed himself into an Iron Man, and then he looked at the last part placed on the table next to him. And it can be easily controlled. The visor of the iron armor was emitting a little blue light, and the scanner was turned on. Who could have imagined that there was an earth embedded inside? Steel mask. Who could have imagined that this was actually an armed armor developed by the Earthlings? The exterior is an extremely hard armor that can protect his entire body. Buzz when all the components began to operate in a special way. The internal parts emitted a blue light. They were all energy thrusters. Buzz. It has been turned on for you. Behavior habits are uploaded to the armor. Jarvis's auxiliary voice sounded. The special parts of the breastplate and back armor move. At this moment, he picked up the steel mask and gently put it on his face. The mechanical parts matched. Tony Stark asked softly, "Jarvis?" The intelligent robot on board also received an upgrade. Countless fine mechanical tentacles began to operate, picking up silver steel parts one by one and installing them on Iron Man. Don't integrate all the parts perfectly. Tony Stark's mouth curled up into a smile. At this moment, the voice of this artificial intelligence is so convincing. Self-check completed, the armor is perfectly reproduced day by day. Every component is very clear, including the internally developed weapon system. The silver steel armor exudes a fierce and domineering look, just like alien technology, perfectly displayed in front of everyone. 12. Front chest, back, breastplate, carapace. Achieving perfect flight. From legs to arms, all components have completed self-inspection and are running intact, and the test results are perfect. Whoosh. Hello, sir, at your service at any time. The voice of artificial intelligence Jarvis sounded. The moment the compressed steel parts fit the body, they fit perfectly, and the mechanical tentacles next to them. Chapter 109. Sir, the equipment is fully operational, ready to shut down and calculate the summary. Jarvis' voice sounded again. But, safety could not resist a test pilot named Tony Stark, whose eyes were red and whose expression was perfect. Tony Stark curled his lips. "Jarvis, sometimes you have to run before you can walk," he said in a calm voice, but, the look in his eyes revealed a serious excitement and madness that could not be suppressed at all. Inside the Mark armor, countless data energy slots appeared in front of him, just like a system panel, including the status of the armor and the external environment. All the information of the scanned items will appear before your eyes. No one could possibly know that this was the Mark armor that Tony Stark had spent so much effort to create. At this moment, the most glorious moment has arrived, that is the first flight of the armor in front of us. $389 sir. The voice of the artificial intelligence Jarvis remained calm. As an artificial intelligence butler, Jarvis is not just artificial intelligence, and he is Tony's personal assistant on weekdays. All the security systems of the mansion in front of us, including all the research and development of the armor, were all participated in by Jarvis, and Jarvis, as an artificial intelligence, it can give the most reasonable results very accurately. Although Jarvis does not have human nature, as an artificial intelligence, its intelligent terminal is no longer comparable to ordinary intelligence. Now, I can only be forced by the tyranny of my master. Ignition. Tony gave the order, "Pa." Countless red flames immediately erupted from the feet of the silver iron-kin armor, including the parts of his hands. Countless flames also erupted from the palms of his hands to stabilize them. Under the flame pusher, the Iron Man slowly rose into the air, and the arc reactor on Tony 997 Stark's chest emitted a dazzling blue light. The energy emitted was unimaginable. Without any preparation, the armor slowly flew forward. The palm cannons on both hands, when not firing, are used as stabilizers, while the rear leg thrusters, as the main propeller, and in the next moment, the steel cans in front of me. Suddenly, he crouched down in a low position and rushed forward in the long underground tunnel of the sports car. Flying out, swoosh. As the energy continued to increase, the steel can in front of him immediately turned into a rocket and rushed out of the runway, soaring into the sky in an instant. Yes. In the Mark armor, Tony could feel the extremely powerful centrifugal force that drove him forward. This feeling of adrenaline rushing wildly and heart pounding was exactly what made him feel that he was alive and well. After going through countless things, his psychological endurance ability has already increased significantly, and he has even experienced a series of life and death. At this moment, he felt his heart beating wildly, as if he was alive. And it has an unimaginable sense of security, which is completely protected by the Mark armor on the body. Swoosh! Although the second-generation Mark armor is extremely bulky, the energy boost provided by the arc reactor on its chest is equally terrifying. Driven by the Marco armor, Tony Stark is like a rocket. Oh! He let out an unbelievable cry. The Mark armor flew vertically into the sky. And in the sky, under the first flight, the palm cannons in the hands cooperated with the leg thrusters to form a strong flame that was like a flying swallow in the air, doing a graceful waltz. The Mark armor in front of me is designed with streamlined body, flying at high speed in the air. Tony Stark was also completely dumbfounded, because he had never expected that the heavy armor could be so light in the air. The palm cannons in the hands can be used as stabilizers, and the thrusters in the legs can bring strong and powerful thrust. With the help of each other, even a rocket cannot reach this terrifying speed. Compared with the first generation of Iron Overlord, unimaginable enhancements have been made to the flight. The Iron Man flew through the sky and passed through the bustling world. Tony Stark saw the scanner on the armor. The Ferris wheel in the amusement park appeared. As the camera pans, you can even see the flying Iron Man on the Ferris wheel. Shocked child. The world is at his feet. At this moment, adrenaline is soaring wildly, bringing a refreshing feeling, making Tony Stark, it's like taking over the whole world. Jarvis, challenge the limit. Feeling the roar of the armor, he looked up at the sky, and this time he wanted to conquer the sky in front of him. Whoosh! The armor immediately turned into a vertical sword, fiercely stabbing into the dark sky. Your vertical ascent turns into a powerful rocket, flying madly into the sky. And just above the sky, the moon that had been so huge before now seemed to shrink into a glowing sphere before my eyes. 85,000 feet, this is the highest record for a fixed aircraft. Records are meant to be broken, come on. Tony Stark said in a firm voice. Boom boom boom. The thrusters on the legs have a powerful thrust, and they look like armor made by aliens. Rushing towards the sky madly, at an extremely fast speed. On Earth, before the video. Countless people watched the video in front of them, almost everyone was dumbfounded. No one expected that the first created Mark armor would have such a strong propulsion force. I thought that when the Mark armor was first manufactured, it was full of difficulties. It was necessary to overcome various difficulties before it could reach the level of Iron Man's flight. But now it seems that Tony Stark has already overcome many difficulties. He has completely made a breakthrough in technology. The energy generated by the arc reactor in his chest alone is unimaginable. The arc reactor on the chest is responsible for such a powerful thrust. It's so scary and shocking. If I had this kind of armor, I would definitely become the sharpest sword on the battlefield. Battle armor, this is the iron toy that countless men dream of, but it was created by Tony Stark. Oh my god, if I call Tony Stark Dad, can he give me a suit of armor? I don't want the best, I just want the Mark II. Then you're probably too late. The Mark II armor has been taken back to the military by Colonel Rhodes and transformed into a war machine. This is simply an ingenious creation, like an alien creation. Can humans on Earth really create such a terrifying armor? Countless men, seeing this scene, almost screamed like crazy. The protection of the armor belt brings an unimaginable sense of security, which almost drives countless people crazy. Queens. ISY. Watching Tony Stark flying into the sky in the video, little Spider-Man couldn't help but shout out, he was completely impressed by the video in front of him. Is this Iron Man? It's so shocking, he can fly so easily. Can rocket thrusters be used like this? Little Spider-Man screamed. Michelle, who was beside him, watched the video of the eyes. She was not very interested at first, but now she is deeply fascinated. She excitedly shook little Spider-Man's arm. Peter, can you make it? No. Little Spider-Man was indeed helpless, he curled his lips and shook his head slightly. His R&D machine in the video, the machine that can create all matter out of nothing, the arc reactor he used came from Stark Industries, and he didn't have the ability to create an arc reactor on his own. You have to know that Mark armor, as well as all the machines that currently require energy, the energy released by the arc reactor is not only enough to satisfy the needs of the people, but the energy it produces is even more terrifying than you can imagine. But the arc reactor is precisely one of those items that simply cannot be created in the world. A larger version, a nuclear reactor. In the video. Finally, just after breaking the limit, large pieces of ice suddenly appeared on Mark armor, wrapping Mark armor into an ice min. Blue lights flickered, and the artificial intelligence Jarvis turned off at the critical moment. The signal is completely disconnected at this moment. Looking around, Mark's armor was covered with large pieces of ice, leaving only a few bits of energy transmission inside the armor. But the Mark armor could not maintain flight at all without Jarvis's autonomous control. It was like a bird that flew into the sky and was frozen into an ice block, falling uncontrollably to the ground. Even such an extremely bulky armor. After losing its own propulsion force, it was forcibly pulled by gravity and kicked hard to the ground, and its speed was much faster than any other object. Without the balancing device, the steel armor in front of me is simply not comparable to the light human body. In the air, it falls in an irregular manner, constantly sliding down in the air. Even, everything around them was spinning wildly in their field of vision. This horrific scene made countless people dizzy and dazed. That includes Tony Stark too. And he screamed in fear, but no one could help him at all at this height of tens of thousands of meters. He hit the ground at an extremely fast speed, but, in panic, he quickly reached for his leg, where there was a small mechanism. Click! Tony Stark reached out and pulled the switch, and the armor on his back snapped open. BBJ. This is the Mech's reconsideration, which represents stability. At this moment, his body no longer slides in an irregular posture in the air. Falling towards the ground at an extremely fast speed, Jarvis. Tony Stark shouted, "Pa!" The vision that had just gone dark was finally illuminated by blue light again. But this is just the startup program of artificial intelligence. After the AI is turned on, it can successfully connect to the internet in a few tens of thousands of seconds. But it takes time. At this moment, Tony Stark was helpless. The Mark armor on his body was like a coffin. He was tightly trapped inside, and his body fell to the ground uncontrollably. Sniff sniff. Scanner inside Mark armor, they are frantically searching and scanning the joints of one giant building after another to determine the location. And just like a falling rocket, Wolf fell towards the street. But, just 100 meters above the ground, bang! The Mark armor ignited successfully once again, and turned into flying steel again, falling heavily to the ground, along the street, flying into the sky. Ah! The feeling of life and death made his adrenaline surge again. Tony Stark couldn't help but scream out loud with a big smile on his face. And Mark armor once again. The flight posture led by Jarvis was restored, assisted by both the ailerons and the control wheel in the sky. Crazy flight! His whole body was highly streamlined, and at this moment his figure actually looked like a flying swallow flying in the sky. Soon, after the first flight, all flight parameters were recorded in the database. Tony Stark circled in the sky and returned to his mansion. But, looking at the mansion under his feet, he was a little hesitant, not knowing how to land, but he finally chose to land on the roof. "Welcome home, sir." Jarvis's loyal voice rang out again. "Landing." Tony Stark spoke up immediately. After stabilizing his body in the air. Landing means cancelling all ignitions. However, a scene that no one expected, B+1. The steel armor fell from the sky onto the roof, but the roof was made of reinforced cement concrete. It is simply unable to withstand the extremely heavy Mark armor. One moment, boom! Mark armor fell directly from the roof into the villa, smashing through the floor above, not to mention hitting the piano. It smashed the piano into two pieces, and without even slowing down, it crashed through the floor again, boom. What was placed in the jar was the first-generation arc reactor that he had made in the dark cave. This is obviously the work of his assistant, Pepper. Seeing this thing, he couldn't help but smile. But helplessly looking at the complicated studio in front of him, he knew that the Mark armor in front of him needed to be upgraded again. Suddenly it hit a luxury car, turning it into a sheet of iron and instantly destroying it. Countless white fire-fighting powders were sprayed onto the iron armor, completely surrounding Tony Stark's figure. AAA. Completely from Mark Armor, All Armor Collection. It even says, a gift for Tony Stark. After countless thoughts, he started from the material aspect. The computer data in front of him selected the alloy material used for spaceflight. Then, the only thing that needs to be improved is that it is relatively heavy, and you have to deal with the problem of icing unexpectedly when flying at high altitudes. The appearance of armor is basically fixed nowadays, and the energy source of armor has been solved. There is no aspect of armor that needs to be optimized. A small jar sealed with glass. And soon, at this moment, after crashing through all the floors, it fell heavily from the top of the underground garage. Ordinary steel and silver could not satisfy Tony Stark's idea at all. When he was struggling with this, he suddenly saw the gift his parents had given him. Jarvis immediately began to draw a plan that not only did not sacrifice the performance strength of the fuselage, but also became lighter. The stupid robot from before actually ran over and aimed the cylinder at the iron armor. With such joy, he returned to the research and development of the Mark armor. The data displayed on the countless computers around him, he was confused about what material to use. Heavy steel is simply not able to support the flight mass, nor can it land on ordinary roads. And at this moment, he found a special gift in the studio and unwrapped it. Tony Stark suffered some injuries, even a broken arm. Armor's all-round protection. I'm afraid a big hole will be smashed out. The alarms of all the luxury cars nearby were activated, making piercing sounds. 0.6. Chapter 110. The red, gold, and black classic car, with a flame-like paint job, looks handsome and cool. Wow! Tony Stark's eyes moved. After starting to start painting the iron armor. So on the computer, the third-generation Mark armor, with a brand new color, was fully displayed in front of everyone. The red and gold Mark armor satisfies everyone's fantasy. And just then, when the Mark III armor was fully created, Tony Stark suddenly discovered that the party at his house appeared in the news, but he had no recollection of it at all. As for whether this party is a celebration or something else, he was all confused. Soon, Tony Stark arrived at the party, only to find that the main character who hosted the party was actually Stan, the second in command of the group. Although Stan smiled and greeted Tony Stark, he had no interest in him. 2 words to send off. Just then, a female reporter found Tony Stark and showed him the photos she had shown. I saw, surprisingly, all the people in the photo are former terrorist militants, and the photo was taken just yesterday. There are some familiar figures inside, including weapons and ammunition boxes, created by Stark Industries. These terrorists attacked a village, which was bombed into ruins. In the village, what appeared were weapons, missiles, and ammunition provided by Stark Industries. At this moment, Tony Stark was stunned on the spot. He was embarrassed that he had already stopped the development of weapons. And the leakage of weapons is strictly prohibited. Because of what happened before, he already fully understood how much harm the leakage of weapons would bring to the entire world. Monty. After sorting out all the clues, he finally found the blind spot, the weapons and equipment of the Stark Group. It seems to have been leaked by someone, including the weapons created by Stark Industries that he had seen before. And this obviously has an unknown scene. Obviously, someone bypassed the leader of his group and secretly provided these weapons to foreign armed groups. With Tony Stark's wisdom, it is not difficult to guess who the person behind the weapon is. Only the second in command of the group has these 13 permissions. So, he finally found Stan and talked about this matter in front of the media, but Stan, who is very eloquent, once again evaded the issue in front of the media. With a smile on his face, but privately. He had already used a threatening tone, coldly and indifferently telling Tony Stark that he had already been ostracized by the board of directors in his current group. Because of the weapons restriction order. It's good to do it. Finally, he patted Tony Stark on the shoulder, turned around and left, looking very cool, leaving only Tony Stark who was backstabbed. An angry, yet helpless face. Back in his villa, Tony Stark chose to remain silent. He picked up the wrench and twisted his armored hands. The video still shows ordinary people whose villages have been destroyed and who have nowhere to go. Wherever the war spreads, people everywhere will be displaced and lose their families. They had no choice, but there was nothing they could do. Regardless of weapons and equipment at any time, once this kind of thing is leaked, the consequences will be unimaginable, and it will be a devastating blow to the entire world or to a certain country. Terrorists with weapons and equipment are fearless and leave no grass or armor behind wherever they go. They kill without blinking an eye, everything is premeditated. At this moment, Tony Stark, smelling a conspiracy, everything reported in the news, it comes from a village called Dalamila. The once quiet and peaceful village has now completely fallen into ruins. Terrorists are burning and killing here. They slaughtered civilians at will. Watching the scene reported in the video and the leader captured by the camera, Tony Stark could no longer suppress the anger in his eyes. The bald man who kidnapped him before was not dead, and now he looked indifferent. Looking at the TV in front of him, Tony Stark raised his right palm cannon without hesitation and began to charge. Boom! A cannon was fired, and the terrifying power directly interrupted the distant stupid robot, and the steel was directly broken. At this moment, he seemed to have developed a new weapon. With a smile on his face, he decided to release the anger in his heart. And at this moment, the figure that echoed in my mind was exactly Ethan, whom I had known for just a week. In a week, Ethan taught him how not to waste his life and realize his life value in the remaining time. There was no plan originally, but Ethan said he had a plan, just to let Tony Stark leave alive and safely. He tried his best to help Tony Stark build the first generation of Mark armor. And Tony Stark did live up to everyone's expectations and built the first generation of Mark armor Ironmonger in that simple environment. Ethan's help to Tony Stark, it was so subtle that it not only affected his life, but also his personality. Next moment. In the brand new remodeled studio. In a burst of air, Tony Stark changed into a comfortable full body tights. Came to a workbench, his eyes became extremely firm. The original intention of developing the armor was to protect himself. At this moment, he looked up and forward, his original intention changed, his original intention became to protect the weak. Kentucky. Countless robots started to work. He stretched out his feet and stepped on the foot of the steel armor. You can see the fine steel parts, and with the help of the robot next to it, the steel parts begin to fit his whole body. From feet to legs, chest, back, at this moment, they all fit together, fitting into countless parts of his body. The fine details are tightened by the robot next to it. He began to wear steel armor all over his body, and he could even see countless fine parts being moved with the help of mechanical arms. The steel that was easily in front of me. The red and gold steel armor finally fell down with the sound of steel twisting. The arc reactor on the chest lit up, connecting the energy of the whole body. Tony Stark was fully wrapped in iron armor, and the mechanical hands on both sides brought the last helmet, and he was fully dressed. DB. The helmet closed. A blue light shone from the eyes of the helmet. Jarvis scanned it and turned it on. Iron Man is fully in place. He looked up at the sky, the reserved burst point, brushed the Mark III armor began to ignite and rushed into the sky at an extremely fast speed. Like a soaring eagle, spreading its wings in the sky, maintain a swift flying posture, using the back ailerons and hands as support points, the arc reactor in the chest continuously provides energy. The thrusters at the tail use the ignition devices at the feet to keep the forward flight posture, just like a rocket taking off. Bringing strong driving force. From a distance, it looked like a fighter plane was charging across the sky. It directly pierced through the white clouds in the sky, leaving a long trace. No one knew that the crisis had come. In the village of Dalamila, terrorist militants are still burning and killing people. There were countless snowstorms in the sky, and the snowflakes fell slowly. At this time, the militants were constantly snatching local men, children, and men. They held guns in their hands, and beside them were various missile weapons created by Stark Industries. Full of deterrence. They act recklessly here because the weapons in their hands represent justice. Ordinary people in this village have no way to stop them. They had no choice but to surrender, they raised their hands, like weaklings. And just at this moment. Boom! A huge red and gold steel armor flew towards this side from the sky, and suddenly fell from the sky. Boom! With his right leg slightly bent, the Iron Man landed steadily, slowing down his balance, and landing like a superhero. The next moment, he raised his head and looked at all the terrorist militants in front of him with cold eyes. The iron armor in front of me exudes a metallic texture. It's like aliens have created high-tech weapons and appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this special high-tech armor, the terrorists on the opposite side raised their guns without hesitation. Pull the trigger, the gun spews out fire snakes crazily, and dense bullets fall to the ground. However, the bullets hit the steel armor in front of him, only sparking a few sparks, and could not break through the defense at all. Technology is not on the same level at all. Kentucky. The iron armor took 2 steps forward at an extremely fast speed. He suddenly clenched his right fist and punched hard. Boom! The little Kayla who pulled the trigger just now lost control of her body and did several irregular backflips in the air, smashing into the powerful. The walls were already dilapidated. A huge hole was smashed out, with cracks as dense as a spider web. Now the surrounding area is. The iron armor quickly turned around and looked at the other enemies. He stretched out his right hand with a cold gaze, and the light in his palm continued to light up. Buzz, boom! The palm cannon was fired with great force, and the terrorist was blown away. He fell to the ground, spitting blood, and was close to death. S.H.I.E.L.D. All the terrorists raised their guns and fired wildly, venting their fear of the steel armor in front of them. But, boom boom boom! The palm cannon fired again and again, and no terrorist could resist it. Their eyes were filled with fear, and the moment they were hit, they saw the devil waving at them. But as soon as iron armor turned around, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Countless terrorists hijacked guns from civilians and pointed them at ordinary people. This directly made the iron armor somewhat helpless. Tony Stark was speechless. He put down his hands, but the fingers on his right hand were slightly floating. Artificial intelligence Jarvis started to activate the scanning equipment. In Iron Man's field of vision, the scanner in front of him, with perfect precision, the terrorists were scanned and marked with white and red dots. A row of bullet launching holes appeared on the shoulders of the iron armor. Snap, snap, snap. A dense barrage of bullets was fired at these terrorists, killing them all. The ordinary people who survived cried with joy. But looking at the iron armor in front of them, they also showed expressions of fear in their eyes. After all, in this backward little village, no one has ever seen such a terrifying high-tech weapon. The sense of oppression brought by the iron armor is so strong that it makes all the characters feel terrified, just like an alien boss. Just behind the wall. The terrorist who escaped earlier, the second-generation leader, hid behind the wall. He picked up his phone and wanted to make a message. But suddenly, boom! The red steel armor punched the wall hard, and in the shocked eyes of the second-in-command, he was dragged out. With a bang, it was thrown into the crowd. The next moment, after doing all this, Tony Stark's 607 armor slowly rose into the air. He looked at the civilians on the ground and said, "I'll leave him to you. Do whatever you want with him." The armor's legs emitted blazing flames, and its hands also assisted the flying armor to quickly fly high into the sky, and it was about to pass through the clouds. Suddenly, boom! A cannon came from the ground. This is an anti-aircraft missile developed by Stark Industries, used to attack fighter jets flying in the sky. Because of the upgrade of the Iron Man armor, even if Tony Stark fell from a high altitude, huge amounts of flames shot up into the sky, all missiles were destroyed instantly, and the steel armor did not linger at all. An armor-piercing bullet flew towards the tank, and Tony Stark put away the muzzle of his right arm. In the video, the Iron Man suddenly climbed out of the pit, and the paint on his body had become dirty. Opposite, countless bullets had been fired at the steel, making it look extremely worn out. Iron Man didn't have time to react, and his armor and body were blown away from the sky and fell to the ground. A yojaj! The steel armor fell to the ground with a loud bang, raising a lot of dust and even creating a big hole in the ground. But, countless bullets kept pouring down on the steel armor, but only a few sparks were created. "This is the original Iron Man," the UFO reported on the news. The figure quickly soared into the sky, flying in the sky at an extremely fast speed. He just calmly stretched out his hands, red flames erupted from his feet, and the armor slowly rose into the air. He relied on his own strength to eliminate the group of armed terrorists. Whoosh! Watching the steel armor rising into the sky in the video, everyone couldn't help but smile. The palm cannon fired with terrifying continuous force, blasting the missile like a beam of light. In an instant, boom! And it is precisely because of Iron Man's first battle that Iron Man is defined as a righteous being. The people hiding in the tanks remained fearless. Adjusting the muzzle, a heavy shell flew towards Iron Man. Just like a tyrant, his body was suspended in the air, looking at the missile vehicle on the ground. He had not received any substantial damage. He stood up and looked at the tank opposite him, his eyes full of murderous intent. On Earth, there was no real damage at all, and Iron Man was lifted into the air. Boom boom boom. Then he turned and left, the tank behind him exploded instantly. The sky was full of flames, and the instigator of all this, the iron armor, Boom. Temporarily lost the source of energy and power, before the video. And the Jericho missile he developed, his eyes were full of anger, and he stretched out his right hand. Iron Man slightly turned his body to avoid the shells, looked at the tank opposite, raised his right hand, and clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. Chapter 111. Chapter 111, The Conspiracy. Ironmonger reappears. The villain appears. Before, everyone only knew the news, but had no idea of the details. Now it seems that it has taken a lot of effort to get to this point. This is incredible. Is this Tony Stark? The palm cannon can also develop the power of a weapon. It seems that the energy of the arc reactor is indeed beyond imagination. Next, he will probably encounter his own generation of Mark armor, Iron Overlord. It's getting more and more thrilling. The speed in the sky is almost exceeding Mach. Horrible. It really looks like an alien spacecraft. It's so shocking. Just when everyone was sighing. Sudden, beep, beep. An unknown alarm sounded. It seems that there are countless monitoring devices here. On the display screen in front of us are the specific parameters of the fighter jets. The fighter jets are flying, crossing the mountains and rivers. The fighter jets can be seen under the surveillance. It is a US Air Force base, with countless people monitoring the video of the eyes, but a target flashing red light appeared in everyone's sight. Seeing the flashing red dot, everyone's face was full of surprise. Asterisk. This unprecedented aircraft frightened everyone. It was extremely fast and almost faster than a fighter jet. This is all about the possibility that some secret organization is developing some unimaginable advanced technology. At the Air Force Base, the soldiers immediately reported the intelligence to Colonel Rhodes. But, seeing the so-called humanoid flying machine, Colonel Rhodes observed it carefully. After hesitating for a moment, he immediately picked up the phone and started calling Tony Stark. But, on the other hand, Tony Stark, who was flying at high speed in the Mark armor, did not pay attention to the call from Colonel Rhodes. Tony Stark had a smile on his face. "What's up, bro? I warn you that this is better not something you want to do, because 2 F-22 fighters have taken off and entered the battlefield ready to open fire." Colonel Rhodes' face was solemn, and he gave urgent instructions in a hurried tone. Really, the iron armor turned around and scanned 2 F-22 fighters flying towards this side quickly. One of the fighter jets opened its gun port, and a missile with a very high speed and a strong tail flame was launched. Attacked the fighter jet at a very fast speed. But, seeing this scene, Tony Stark was not panicked at all. He gave an order, "Lure him." Click. The back armor of the iron armor opened, and countless small temptation missiles appeared from inside. These missiles have no actual combat significance, but the moment they are launched, they will alert the fighter's radar. Lock onto these small missiles and then lose sight of the target. One moment, boom. The rocket and the small missile collided with each other, and immediately a fire exploded in the sky. Tony Stark immediately opened the back armor of the Mark armor to help stabilize the flying wings, and immediately dragged the armor, suspended in place. The original F-22 fighter pilot, looking at this scene, still drove the fighter forward. One moment, the radar scanned again, and the information of that armor appeared on it. The F-22 fighter pilot quickly flew towards the armor again. Snap, snap, snap. The fighter pilot pulled the trigger, and more intensive fire was fired from the fighter, hitting the armor in front of him. "Open the back deck." Tony Stark spoke up immediately. One moment, boom. A sonic boom sounded, the mecha stopped again, and 2 F-22 fighters flew forward. But, everyone was shocked to find on the radar scan that the UFO had completely disappeared. Everyone at the command desk was confused. After all, the armor couldn't be destroyed so easily. So he disappeared? The pilots of the 2 fighter planes also looked around speechlessly, but then during the flight, a fighter plane on the left side moved sideways. One of the pilots suddenly discovered that the red humanoid was a combat robot. At this moment, it is attached to the tail of the fighter plane without any movement. Under you, under you." The pilot of another fighter plane said excitedly. The next fighter pilot responded immediately and started circling in the sky in his F-22 fighter. Sniff sniff. The fighter plane kept spinning and falling, and the powerful centrifugal force directly threw Iron Man's armor away. The armor flew in the air, swinging back and forth uncontrollably. At this moment, Jay completely lost control. Just as the armor was thrown far away, another fighter plane flew forward, but unexpectedly, the steel armor, it hit the side of a fighter plane. The wing broke instantly, sparks flew, and the sudden impact caused the fighter to lose balance. Parachute. The fighter pilot was so frightened that he immediately pulled the ejection button between his legs. Bang! The fighter plane silhouette appeared, the canopy above his head opened, and the fighter pilot was ejected directly. The whole fighter is like garbage, falling to the ground. As long as the fighter pilot opens the parachute, everything will be fine. But I didn't think, the instant projectile just now, the fighter pilot's parachute had a problem with its opening device, and it was unable to open in the air. The fighter pilots panicked and were helpless. Everyone in the command room panicked when they saw this scene, and some even shouted God. Because everyone knows that how difficult is it to train a fighter pilot? How much time, resources, and energy does it take? Every fighter pilot is a talent among talents. Once they are occupied by other places, as long as the fighter pilot reveals his identity, the other organization will agree to almost any conditions. Once a fighter pilot is captured, he must be treated with courtesy, as he is a rare talent. Not to mention the current top F-22 fighter pilots. Its importance is self-evident. If the parachute fails to open, he will be in a desperate situation of life and death, with no possibility of survival. At this moment when everyone is in despair, suddenly, the flying red humanoid mecha suddenly flew over from a distance, flying steadily at an extremely fast speed. Then he pulled the fighter pilot's parachute device. Bang! The parachute opened instantly, and the fighter pilot's descent speed began to slow down, and the crisis in front of him was completely resolved. Finally, ding-ling-ling. Colonel Rhodes' cell phone rang. He stood up immediately and found that it was Tony calling. Okay, it's me. Tony Stark's voice was filled with disbelief and helplessness. No matter how you test the performance of the mecha, he also destroyed an F-22 fighter jet, although this thing was worthless in his eyes. Colonel Rhodes showed an embarrassed expression on his face and pretended to smile. Apart from Tony Stark, he couldn't think of anyone else who could do such a thing. This genius design and extremely fast acceleration are so fast that even the F-22 fighter jet cannot catch up. This terrifying flying speed, unless we break through the technical bottleneck, with the most powerful technology in the world at present. It is already considered to be the top one. And the other side. The leader of the organization attacked by Tony Stark was not in the village at the time, but appeared in another base. There is still the past in my head. When I was attacked by the Iron Tyrant, I got wounded by countless rocks. At this moment, he was leading his men to greet a car that was coming towards them in the dark. The car stopped and the door opened. As everyone was looking at them in bewilderment, Stan, the second in command of the Stark group, showed up. At this moment, all the conspiracies were completely exposed. Stan in front of him was obviously the one who sold weapons and equipment to this group of terrorists. It's him too. It directly bypassed Tony Stark's authority and eroded Tony Stark's shares bit by bit. This is why when Tony Stark returned to the group, he announced that he would stop developing weapons and weapons sales. It is understandable that the bald man had such a big reaction. Looking at the group of terrorists in front of him, there was an expression of indifference and even some disdain in his eyes. The biggest characteristic of arms dealers is that they need to sell their weapons well, and armed organizations are the most popular at the moment, which is tantamount to a faster and more stable way to make money. There is no need to worry about not being able to sell weapons. But at this moment, Stan followed the armed thugs and walked into the tent step by step, but saw only. It was temporarily assembled from the first-generation Mark armor that Tony Stark had built in the Dark Cave. The Mark armor is made of silver steel and has countless transmission shafts inside. Before this moment is completely put together, the circuit welding part has been broken, and the entire steel armor looks scarred and has countless bullet holes. Even when put together and placed there, the Yi gives people a solemn and murderous aura. Tony Stark relied on this armor to escape from a fatal situation. Looking at the armor being assembled in front of him, and the second in command of the Stark group, the leader of the thugs had a look of longing in his eyes. He raised his glass. If we cooperate, I only need 10 steel soldiers to rule Asia. Stan smiled faintly and did not answer. Where to look at the eyes of the mob leader is nothing short of fantasy, but he still walked to the front of the iron armor, looking at the worn-out steel armor in front of him, although it was in tatters, he was still very shocked by it. Unlike the leader of the thugs, as the second in command of the Stark group, he saw the flaws of the armor in front of him at a glance. That is the huge hole in the center of the breastplate. He stretched out his hand and gestured, and immediately thought of the miniature version of the Indus reactor that Tony Stark showed him. The reason Tony Stark was able to escape was entirely because of the miniature version of the arc reactor, able to provide a continuous supply of energy. As for his life or death, Tan doesn't care. And soon, in front of the leader, Stan suddenly took out a box of Bluetooth headphones from his arms and put them on his ears. As if he had planned it in advance, he came to the villain leader and took out a small device. Sudden. The device suddenly emitted an irresistible micro sound wave. This terrifying sound was powerful. The bald man in front of him was paralyzed, and he couldn't even move his head. I saw countless blue blood vessels on the bald man's head, bulging wildly, and his expression became dull. This terrifying sonic weapon instantly displayed its terrifying power. As for the steel armor in front of him, Stan has an opinion. And he believed that he could also find the energy source. Then, before leaving here, he directly ordered to kill everyone here, and with this set of steel armor, he also has the confidence to turn it into a brand new set of armor. With money and power, all problems are not problems. Once the energy source problem is solved and the armor in front of him is upgraded, this will be a completely new set of weapons. If he sells it at that time, it will not only bring him huge profits, even, once it is revealed, it can even rewrite the world situation in front of us. So, Stan, who has a keen business sense, immediately start to secretly build District 16 to develop this iron armor more fully. After so many events, Tony Stark finally realized that there might be problems within the group. And Stan, the second in command of the group, the first person to bear the brunt of the attack, so, after calling Pepper, he asked Pepper to go to Stan's office to search. At that time, the heads were covered, and Tony Stark was treated terribly by them. Very tight. At this moment, seeing this, S.H.I.E.L.D was stunned. Just when Pepper Potts hadn't sent back the message, Stan rushed to Tony Stark's mansion. Once all his plans are fully exposed, it will not only bring disaster to himself, but also to himself. But, Wong hello, I didn't expect, this time, the two of them exchanged a few words, and Tony Stark had already guessed who was behind all this. He didn't expect. Stan behind him had already activated his sonic weapon and was approaching Tony Stark. This scene was so thrilling that Xiao immediately used a file bag to cover her USB drive. It is very likely that it is Stan behind him. But I didn't think, even if I don't do it, I can't help it. 0146022113 Fila 1540024000 Using the authority given by Tony Stark, his heart seemed to collapse. After a brief exchange, Little Pepper left immediately. They may face indefinite detention. In Stan's computer, Pepper actually found the video of the gang kidnapping Tony Stark. It was also very risky, but fortunately, Pepper was still from Stan's office. Stan, who was very suspicious, came to the computer and just turned it on, and instantly found that all his data had been copied. At this moment, veins popped up on Tony's face. At least now is not the time to turn against Chili Pepper. After turning on Stan's computer, he used the key to search for important information in the computer. And at this moment, we should also stop selling and developing weapons and instead research military achievements. Stan pushed the door open and saw Pepper sitting in front of his computer, with a gentle smile on his face. After waiting for the file transfer to complete, she gently unplugged the USB drive. Blood is still oozing out of his chest, and the electromagnet on his chest has not yet been transformed. She seemed to finally understand why when Tony Stark returned, even if the company went bankrupt, but then. Chapter 112. At this moment, his body was completely paralyzed, and blood was oozing out of his ears and nostrils. There was nothing he could do, he could only lie on the sofa and watch Stan, who gently placed the device on his chest and aimed it at the arc reactor. Click, he stretched out his hand and pressed it gently. The arc reactor on his chest was actually sucked out by this small device. At this moment, Tony Stark's face was horribly pale, as if he was about to die. This scene was extremely terrifying. But he could do nothing but stare at Stan in front of him, his eyes filled with anger. Stan was not in a hurry. Looking at the extremely small arc reactor in his hand, his eyes were full of excitement. This thing is currently being studied by the world's top scientists, none of them could make it, but now Tony Stark has made it by himself. He smiled indifferently, took the arc reaction dragon and shook it in front of Tony Stark. *is. He reached out and gently patted Tony Stark's face, then turned and left without killing Tony Stark. He has his own plans to go forward. 2. Just after Stan left here, Tony Stark finally returned to normal a moment later. As the paralysis slowly wore off, he stumbled from upstairs to the studio downstairs. Without the energy from the arc reactor, the shrapnel in his body kept moving in his blood, and his life was in danger at any time. But, Tony Stark's eyes were fixed firmly, because he had a spare arc reactor in his studio. It was the first generation of arc reactor that I had made in the dark cave. It was given to him as a gift by Little Pepper, but at this moment it saved his life. When he came to the table, he had already tried his best, and the paralysis in his body had not yet subsided. He reached out to grab it, the arc reactor on the table, the glass box, but, with a plop, his body fell to the ground uncontrollably, and he no longer had the strength to resist. Lying on the ground, he could only quietly wait for death to come. Tony Stark looked pale at this moment. The paralysis had not completely disappeared, and even walking a few steps was already trying my best. The wet hair fell on the forehead. His eyes were empty and powerless. At this moment, he once again recalled the fear of death before. His eyes were full of reluctance, but it was of no avail. He calmly prepared to face his own death, but unexpectedly, at this moment, the glass box on the table seemed to be suspended in mid-air, floating slowly towards him. Tony Stark turned his head in disbelief. The stupid robot moved its metal pliers and mechanical hands. He was holding the glass box and handed it to Tony. At this moment, he recovered from death. "Good boy." He said this casually, and then he smashed the glass container with his remaining strength. He picked up the arc reactor and quickly controlled his chest during the emergency operation. At the same time, there was a problem with the villa in front of him. Colonel Rhodes rushed here immediately and did not hesitate. Using my own password, I opened the door to the studio in front of me. I saw Tony Stark lying on the ground, who had just stood up, looking frighteningly pale. And the next moment, Tony Stark didn't have time to say anything more. He quickly stood up and walked in front of the countless mechanical tentacles. "Just keep the current state, stretch out your feet, and step on the feet of the iron armor." Buzz buzz buzz. Countless robots began to work together intensively. Pieces of iron armor were continuously placed on Tony Stark's body, and then the iron armor was opened, with countless devices tightly connected. The gold and red Iron Man is fully unveiled. At last, the robot put the final steel helmet on Tony Stark. Colonel Rhodes, who was standing next to him, almost cried for mercy when he saw this scene. Looking at the armor, his eyes were full of excitement. "You." After speaking his last words to Colonel Rhodes, Tony Stark didn't have time to say anything more. His helmet closed. The eyes of the helmet flashed blue light, and the built-in scanner was activated. All the information of the laboratory is clearly visible. He immediately looked up. Whoosh! The leg thrusters are on and the hand stabilizers are on. Mark's armor instantly shot up into the sky like a rocket. With a strong tail flame and extremely fast acceleration, it rushed out of the villa in front of it. The camera stayed on Colonel Rhodes' face. He turned his head and looked at the second-generation Mark armor next to him. The silver color and the extremely solid metallic feel completely attracted his attention at this moment. After just one glance, he was already unable to walk, but things were not over yet. He ran outside immediately without stopping. Something went wrong. There is a high probability that a major crisis will occur. And the other side. Next to Pepper, followed by numerous agents, is S.H.I.E.L.D, Agent Coulson. They all worked non-stop, rushed to Stan's special studio. After tracking Stan's trail, S.H.I.E.L.D discovered that in the unknown area, there was a special She-in-16 area. Chili Pepper takes the lead. Everyone rushed into the laboratory in front of them. In the laboratory in front of us, there is also the Stark Industries arc reactor. The huge arc reactor is working. Everyone has their own mission, and their mission is to arrest Stan in front of them. Unexpectedly, it is related to the existence of Tony, the terrorist militant before. After a while, the agent in a suit walked with serious steps. After opening the security door, Pepper suddenly discovered a dark area with countless steel cables hanging there. On the other side, Agent Coulson found the data of the unknown iron armor from the computer next to him. He quickly yelled, "Run! Little Chilly here looked curiously into the darkness and into the cable. Suddenly, buzz! A silver light lit up, like a pair of terrifying eyes rising slowly in the darkness. With the energy fusion of the arc reactor, the Iron Warrior is now qualified to start. Seeing this scene, Little Pepper was so frightened that she ran out madly even though she was wearing high heels. Behind, Iron Overlord was extremely shocked, and took huge amounts of steps to chase after Pepper. Pa pa pa! All agents raised their guns at the same time, pointed them at the Iron Rod King and pulled the trigger frantically. But the bullets didn't cause any damage to Iron Overlord at all, just a few sparks. Boom! Ironmonger just threw a punch, and the relay box next to him instantly exploded with sparks, and the human agent, he was totally vulnerable in front of Iron Overlord and was smashed to death on the spot. At this moment, Chilly's heart, her heart was completely in her throat, and she couldn't imagine how she could escape from such a situation. Because she took away all the information in Stan's computer, Pepper was also put on the death list. And just then, when Ironmonger took mad steps forward. Suddenly, the energy display screen inside the Ironmonger, suddenly, a strong red light flashed, because it's in the distant sky. A small bright spot is constantly getting bigger and is flying towards us at a very fast speed. In an instant, the second generation Mark armor flew over quickly and pushed Iron Overlord hard. Boom! The powerful force directly pushed Iron Overlord from the top of the building to the ground. Iron Overlord was rubbed madly on the ground. With a bang, the two mechas crashed through the wall, hit the road outside, and crashed into a truck. It smashed through the truck and fell down again, with the ground rolling continuously. Tony Stark immediately stabilized his body, and Ironmonger slowly stood up. At this moment, the first generation of Mark armor Iron King, only then did he reveal his perfect figure, compared with the manned armor created by Tony Stark. At this moment, Iron Overlord has undergone a perfect upgrade, and his body is not only larger. The whole body is completely transformed into a robot-like existence, even the arc reactor on the chest has become huge. The previous Iron Tyrant was made of countless steel forgings and forcibly welded together. At this moment, Iron Overlord, eliminating these shortcomings, he stretched out his hands and immediately lifted up an Audi car that was speeding next to him. Tony Stark is about to hit the target. And at this moment, the Mark III battle armor immediately stood up, right at the abdomen of the Mark III battle armor. Countless energy rays began to gather, the chest cannons gathered towards the chest. In an instant, after the gathering is completed, the armor body vibrates, and huge amounts of energy cannons are launched from the chest. Boom! Iron Overlord was instantly blown away by the terrifying energy, and the Audi also flew out of his hand. Tony Stark quickly stretched out his hands, and the Iron Man armor caught the falling Audi steadily. But I didn't think, Looking at the steel armor in front of me, which looks like an alien, the lady in the driver's seat was totally frightened and screamed crazily. She kept pressing the accelerator with her right foot. Buzz! The car was humming constantly, the rapid acceleration caused Tony Stark's Mark III armor to drag on the ground. Tony had no choice but to lift the rear of the car. He was able to escape death, but he didn't expect the gigantic Iron Overlord to rush over. Boom! A punch hit Tony Stark hard Mark III armor, he was thrown out and hit hard on a car on the side of the road. The front of the car exploded into pieces. And then, on the road in front of us, Tony Stark's Mark III armor and the Mark I armor had an unimaginable battle. Iron Overlord's functions were fully upgraded, and the overall weight was unimaginable. He stretched out his big foot and stepped hard on the Mark III armor. Even the Mark III armor had some damage, so he could only quickly hand over everything to Jarvis. Pa pa pa! Countless jammers were fired, and Iron Overlord had no choice but to give up his powerful formula. Ignition! Tony Stark gave the order. The gold and red Mark III armor, the small figure quickly flew into the sky. The extremely fast speed showed the advantage of his armor, and there was no need for close combat with Iron Overlord. But no one expected that at this moment, click, click, click the extremely heavy Iron Overlord armor, countless transmission shafts began to rotate, Iron Overlord's feet actually began to split backwards. Amid the sound of countless steel deformations, the Iron Overlord of War armor ignites suddenly, like a rocket launching into the air, flying at a very high speed, an unimaginable sense of heaviness flew towards the sky, and the acceleration was even faster. The entire armor is extremely thick and heavy. It is made of steel that has never been replaced. Such a piece of steel flying into the sky is just like a rocket taking off, the shocking feeling hits people's eyes directly. The Mark III armor originally had a more powerful flight capability. But now the energy of the arc reactor has been replaced, which is slightly insufficient, so Tony Stark can only try his best to fly. The energy is still decreasing. And at a certain moment in the air, Mark's armor suddenly stalled, and was caught up by Iron Overlord in an instant. The entire artificial intelligence panel was flickering slightly. The AI panel may be turned off in the next second. Bang! Iron King had already caught up, grabbed Mark's armor's foot with one hand and dragged him hard. But I didn't find that D&G. The moment Iron Overlord grabbed Mark's armor, countless ice cubes on his arm exploded, and he didn't notice it. My whole body is covered with ice. The two steel armors collided fiercely, and the Iron Overlord was about to crush Mark's armor. Suddenly, diddy! The current flickers. The interior of the Ironmonger armor, the eyeball scanning part suddenly stopped working, and the whole body was covered with ice, like a huge amount of ice. Tony Stark, who saw this scene, finally breathed a sigh of relief, because this was one of the strategies. Obviously, Stan in front of him didn't know that when his armor was flying in the sky, it would freeze due to the rapid low temperature. He finally had a chance to turn defeat into victory. He gently raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and punched the Iron Rod King on the head. Boom! Iron Overlord's body stopped and fell to the ground uncontrollably. After all, he was just a piece of steel. As he watched Iron Overlord falling towards the ground, the power inside Mark's station was already very low. Whoosh! The rocket thrusters of Mark's armor flashed, and the driving force suddenly stopped. Mark's armor also fell to the ground uncontrollably. No way, activate the backup hidden energy. Tony Stark gave the order, snap. The armor ignited again, but under Tony's command, the Mark armor only used one side of the flame jet, and as it fell to the ground, its speed increased too much. Instant ignition slows down the speed, but the next moment, the ignition was cancelled again, allowing the mecha to fall naturally. After choosing the target location, Mark armor landed steadily above the House of Stark Industries. Finish the final ignition. Energy, only 1% left. Finally, with a plop, it landed steadily on the roof. Tony Stark was very anxious, he needed to take off his armor quickly. If you don't take off your armor energy now, completely consumed, then all that remains for him is death. The Mark armor on his body, it can only become a pile of scrap metal. But just as he took off his steel gloves and opened his helmet, sudden, boom! The huge steel armor Iron Tyrant flew quickly from a distance and landed on the roof with a loud bang. Tony Stark quickly stretched out his left hand, ready to attack with his palm cannon. But I didn't think, he looked at his left hand in confusion. It was empty. It turned out that the steel glove had been taken off by him. Close your helmet quickly. Chapter 113. He took a huge amount of punch from Ironmonger, and before he could react, there was a loud bang. The body was smashed and flew away. Before he stood up, a big hand has grabbed over, with a snap, Iron Man's small body was grasped by Ironmonger, who squeezed it with both hands. Snap snap! Mark armor's eye scans sparkled crazily, and even the internal circuits were extremely oppressed. He was in agony all over, and was being squeezed by huge amounts of force, and was about to be crushed to death. Tony shouted, Molotov cocktail! The mecha's body ejects and opens, the mechanical knob turns, snap, snap, snap. Countless incendiary bombs were fired from the knob, and the moment they were fired, they burned rapidly, releasing high temperature, high pressure, and bright light. This horrible incendiary bomb, it directly disrupted the vision in front of him and attacked the Iron Overlord in front of him. On the scanner inside the Iron Overlord, the screen was instantly lit up, with strong light shining on it. Stan is almost blinding. Iron Overlord had no choice but to let go quickly. In the midst of countless smoke and dust, Mark armor ran away at a very fast speed and hid behind an electrical box. He stuck his head out and looked at Iron Overlord furtively. At this moment, Tony Stark finally realized that the Ironmonger in front of him was no longer the same as before. That bulky first-generation Mark armor. After Stan's upgrade, integrating numerous technological powers, Iron Overlord now not only has a powerful flying ability, and even the defense and attack power are also it has been significantly improved. At present, the large Iron Overlord still has a strong advantage over the small Mark battle. Therefore, he needs to be more cautious at this moment. At present, the energy left in the arc reactor is not much. If this battle continues, he will definitely lose. S.H.I.E.L.D helped to install his own new generation of arc reactor. Energy can be said to be endless, and this directly promotes the use of all functions of the armor. In the smoke and dust of the incendiary bomb just now, Iron Overlord finally regained his sight. He was quickly looking for the figure of Mark Armor. Mix. Tony Stark, who was hiding in the corner, immediately contacted his secretary Pepper Potts cautiously. If we rely on the current power of Mark Armor, we will not be able to directly defeat Ironmonger. So you need to take shortcuts. The reason why I came to this factory is because there is a large arc reactor below, which can also provide a steady supply of energy. Although it is larger in size, but at least he no longer has to worry about energy. Just one look at Tony Stark, I have already thought of a solution, that is to blow up the nuclear reactor below and let the arc reactor release energy. Chili Pepper readily agreed. No matter how dangerous it was, she still quietly and carefully walked under the arc reactor from outside. All the control switches of the arc reactor are located below the arc reactor. What she needs to do is very simple, just press the button and evacuate quickly. Seeing Pepper's actions, Tony Stark looked solemn. He almost did not hesitate and quietly moved behind Ironmonger. After a brief observation, he discovered Iron Overlord's weakness, which was exposure. The connecting line in the gap of the mecha, the body of the iron monster is too large to cover all the connecting wires. Once the connecting wires are cut, there must be a short circuit in some part of the circuit. The reason why the Mark Armor is designed to be so small and close-fitting is entirely due to this reason. Brush Tony Stark touched behind Ironmonger, his figure jumped high up like a monkey, looking at the exposed wires, he reached out and grabbed them. Instantly, he used all his strength to tear the circuit apart. In an instant, countless flames flashed on Iron Overlord's body. And the Overlord also grabbed Tony Stark from behind and threw him forward. The armor had no energy left, and Mark's armor was smashed to the ground. Slide forward a long way. Ironmonger raised the gun in his right hand high, and aimed the huge muzzle at Tony Stark. Da-da-da. Dense bullets hit Mark's armor at an incredibly fast speed. Tony Stark has closed his eyes. But he didn't feel any pain. He opened his eyes and was shocked to find that all the bullets from Iron Overlord had hit him all over his body. A smile appeared on his face. It was obvious that the circuit he had just destroyed was the aiming system of Ironmonger. At the same time, he also looked through the glass under his feet. I saw Pepper in front of the arc reactor. All the details were ready. Tony, do you think you'll survive today? In the next lesson, Iron Overlord split apart, revealing its internal structure. Inside the exposed mecha, Stan, wearing a suit, appeared. He had a hideous smile on his face and raised his gun. Dense bullets once again attacked Tony Stark, but because he lost the aiming system, so his shooting skills were so poor that almost all of his shots were close to the enemy's body, and not a single bullet hit Tony Stark. HTT. The bullet hit the glass, and the glass under Tony Stark's feet exploded directly, and his body fell downward uncontrollably. And below is the arc reactor. Once you fall into the arc reactor, you will definitely die, but, at this critical moment, DT. Mark's armored hand grabbed the broken iron railing that supported his body. He immediately gave the order, it's now. Looking at Tony Stark and Pepper Potts above her head, she gritted her teeth and slapped the red button in front of her. In an instant, the terrifying energy began to spread. Snap snap. The nuclear reactor explodes with unimaginable electromagnetic resonance. Countless lightning flashes surrounded the surroundings. This scene seemed to be a destructive force like the collapse of the sky and the splitting of the earth. This scene is so horrible. Little Pepper quickly covered her head and ran away. Her vision turned pale in an instant. In an instant, boom! A devastating force burst out from the nuclear reactor directly into the sky above. This terrifying momentum rushed straight into the sky, rising directly into the sky with a powerful posture, and slammed into Iron Overlord fiercely. Moment, ah! The terrifying energy turned into electric current and hit Iron Overlord completely, causing the impact to explode instantly. The iron armor on Iron Overlord's body cracked. The small arc reactor that was previously on board also started to spark and finally went out. It was a situation that was doomed to fail, but the Mark armor relied on its own performance to hang on the roof for who knows how long. Stand up, with the naked eye, the entire sky above seems to be completely lit up. This horrific scene created a terrifying impact, and a white phoenix exploded in the sky. At that moment, almost everyone in the city saw that scene, and their vision was completely blocked. Almost everyone knows about Stark Industries. The arc reactor has exploded in an unimaginable way. And, there was also a live news report of two steel armors colliding with each other. Tony Stark also began to celebrate his survival, as the company was once again in his hands. Iron armor thing, it cannot be hidden at all, and is completely known to the public. Then, a busy press conference was presented to everyone, and the people who appeared. It turned out to be the person in charge of Stark Industries, which had previously made a sensation in the news. Tony Stark. This time, his eyes seemed to have become much deeper, holding the speech prepared by Rod Shenkaiju in his hand. Just read the speech as it comes out. We can get rid of all the news and completely cover up this matter. But, looking at the speech and all the reporters present, Tony Stark's eyes were deep and profound. He did not choose to read the speech, but took the speech and said, "I am Iron Man." One moment. All the reporters were in an uproar. What they were waiting for was just some news that needed to be covered up. But at this moment, this sentence directly broke the buzzer. And then, Tony Stark returned to his normal life. And just this, unknown corners. In an unknown slum, one of the founders of Stark Group, Vank, died in this cold place. He accused his son in front of him that the Stark Group was the real thief. At this moment, the young Vank was filled with grief and indignation. He roared in pain to the sky, but it was no use, his old father had died in his arms. Then, in full view of everyone, he took out a flag, which clearly showed items belonging to the Stark Group. But the flag has an arc reactor on it. This is Tony Stark, the origin of the arc reactor. At this moment, a new figure appeared to avenge his father. A new day, Tony Stark started a new day, and today he was going to racing. There are countless racing cars on the racetrack. The racing track is so huge that you can't see the end of it. Completely enclosed design, the audience seats next to it were full people, at this moment, are being stimulated by the adrenaline in front of them, crazy racing competition, everyone cheers and shouts wildly. Tony Stark is also among them. No one expected that just around the runway in front of us, at the iron railing, a staff member suddenly opened the railing. Then, regardless of the dissuasion of the people around him, he walked step by step onto the runway in front of him. The speed of the racing car is so fast that it can knock people apart in an instant. But the man in front of him was not afraid at all. His body was covered with tattoos, and he had a small mustache with rough hair. He walked forward step by step with a calm gaze, and the next moment he casually opened his eyes. He seemed to be connected to some special equipment, and the huge disc on his chest was similar to an arc reactor. He stretched out his hands and pulled the electric ropes on both sides. The electric cord in his hand connected to the energy source, and tiny arcs of electricity flashed. This scene was both surprising and terrifying. Music. He walked forward step by step, holding the edge of the mat tightly with both hands, and the clothes on his body began to catch fire. The clothes were completely burned, revealing the extremely sophisticated steel circuit design inside. A very premeditated attack. NTB. He casually swung the electric whip in his hand, leaving a black burn mark on the ground. Wang Ke walked forward step by step, going against the direction of the car. Finally, countless racing cars are now speeding towards this side, at extremely high speeds, and in the blink of an eye, they are passing countless people cheering. And no one knew that, on the road in the distance, a figure was walking calmly on the racing track. He walked forward step by step, completely ignoring the danger to his life. Buzz. A racing car was coming quickly. He looked at the car in front of him, gritted his teeth, grasped the edge of the pad in his right hand, and pulled it out fiercely. Pa! The electric whip in his hand struck the car like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the steel structure of the extremely solid racing car was cut off like a piece of paper. Car body broken racing car. It flew into the air, and then fell to the ground uncontrollably. After a few turns, the car hit the roadside. Suddenly, a lot of dust filled the air, and the car caught fire. This scene was very scary, and the man hadn't stopped his actions yet. He is waiting for the next person, he is waiting for his target of revenge. Walking towards the blue car step by step, one moment, behind, looking at the car in front of him, he swung his right hand without hesitation. I stepped on the accelerator frantically, trying to drive past the person in front of me. Tony Stark in a blue racing suit is driving a car, speeding wildly on the road, at an unimaginable speed. Because he has sensed the danger. On the other side, this scene is extremely horrifying. Tony Stark's car started to leak oil. He put his head on the ground and breathed heavily, but his face was calm. This was obviously coming towards him. The broken bodies of the racing cars kept flying out. At least many people would die in this race. The next moment, his eyes changed, because he saw a person appear on the road. Boom! He frantically manipulated the steering wheel and drove away at a very fast speed. Pa! The car next to it was on fire and was hit. It was Tony Stark's racing car. Just stopped. There were more cars coming this way, but because they had to avoid pedestrians, they braked suddenly and stopped where they were. The man holding the edge of the pad came to Tony Stark's car. Forming a thick background wall, the car flipped sideways in the air, turned several times, and then crashed into the roadside with a loud bang. The terrifying electric whip whipped down and cut the racing car in half as sharp as a knife. Countless racing cars collided with each other, and immediately countless flames burst out. Countless spectators on the sidelines were almost frightened at this moment, and some even raised their phones to take pictures of the scene before their eyes. Buzz! The staff rushed to the field and began to rescue those racers who might be alive. Realizing the crisis, he quickly took off his racing helmet and gasped for breath. More cars crashed into the car, and the scene immediately became chaotic. The man in front of them was already swinging the electric whip in his hand. The electric whip hit the front of the car fiercely, and the car was cut in half in an instant, with the wheels and the car completely separated. The electric whip whipped down fiercely towards the racing car. And he was completely upside down, but... Chapter 114. But, Tony Stark was not found, only the racing car, broken into two parts, was left standing there. And at this moment, Tony Stark, holding a piece of iron in his hand, ran over from a distance and hit the man hard on the back of his head. But I didn't think, The electric whip was swung out again and hit the iron sheet in Tony Stark's hand hard. Smash the iron sheet away. Tony Stark couldn't help but step back and fell to the ground. He hasn't put on the iron armor yet. Pa! The electric whip swung down fiercely, hitting the ground in front of Tony Stark, with a bang, sparks flying. He retreated in a panic, turning over to avoid the attack. In an instant, Pa! Sparks flew again. Tony Stark looked extremely embarrassed. The young man, 050 was obviously a killer. Wong Kei gritted his teeth, raised the electric whip in his right hand, and swung it down again. Dha! The moment the electric whip came down, it hit Tony Stark between his legs, almost destroying him. Tony Stark quickly stood up and ran away. But the side of the car behind him made a hole, and his figure was thrown out of control and hit the car body in the distance. In an instant, Tony Stark was dizzy and fell to the ground. Behind, snap snap. Wong Kei swung his arms and smashed the electric whip in his hand madly on the ground in front of him. His figure walked forward step by step. The power of the electric whip was terrifying, and it smashed the ground in front of his face, leaving countless marks. And just around the corner when I came behind Tony Stark. He opened his eyes instantly and leaped forward. Pa! The electric whip in his hand hit the car wreckage in front of Tony Stark. Boom! A huge amount of fire shot up into the sky, and Tony Stark jumped out high to avoid the terrifying attack. When he stood up, his clothes also caught fire and he immediately slapped his face. He turned around and saw the man in front of him. A rough image with hair hanging down on his head, a toothpick in his mouth, and a smile on his face. He was wearing special steel equipment, and his arms had two long electric whips. It is this thing that emits such power that it can cut off the car. The two looked at each other, and the latter's eyes were full of dominance. At this moment, the situation is extremely critical. Far away, buzz. The humming sound of a car suddenly sounded, and the old Rolls-Royce drove towards this side at a very fast speed. Happy, the security chief, swerved the car quickly and crashed into the car. Boom! It hit Wang hard, knocking his body directly against the wall. Tony Stark stepped forward, opened the car door and prepared to take his equipment. Sudden, Pa! The electric whip came down hard and hit the car door, and the door fell directly into Tony Stark's hands. The remaining half of the door was in tatters. Ah! The little Chili in the car screamed, and Happy in the driver's seat quickly reversed. He stepped on the accelerator again, and the old Rolls-Royce slammed into whiplash again. Of. Amid the huge amounts of crashing noises, Bien-Suo vomited blood, his body was hit and he lay on the hood of the car. Tony Stark reached out and pulled the red backpack in the car, and Pepper also handed it out. But, of. The car's airbag popped out, knocking Happy unconscious instantly. Sniff sniff dash Whipsuo raised the electric whip in his hand and spun it gently in the air. The next moment, he suddenly slashed down with the whip. As the electric whip struck, half of the car was cut off. This scene was extremely horrifying, revealing the steel structure inside the car. Tony Stark just approached and was frightened and subconsciously dodged. But, the next moment, Pepper quickly threw the suitcase in her hand away. The suitcase fell to the ground and slid in front of Tony Stark. He opened his right foot and stepped on the suitcase. The suitcase, made of steel, immediately changed. The countless fine structures in the box are clearly visible, and consist of countless precise tiny instruments. There was space for 2 fists. He stretched out his fists, reached into his fists, and suddenly pulled them up from the ground. In an instant, countless steel structures are completely attached to his body. Click! After wrapping around several times, it wrapped around the neck of the steel armor. And the next moment, Tony Stark raised his hands, pointed them at the whip in front of him, and his hands burst into lightning. Boom! His whole body is covered with steel. Whoosh! The weapon only retains the most basic palm cannon. Small precision instruments. When he turned his head to look over again, the eyes of the man in the iron armor radiated a cold light, and he looked at the whip in front of him without any fear. Can be combined anywhere. Tony Stark gently raised his left hand, ready to fire the palm cannon. Once the electric whip hits, it will not be able to cut through the armor, but it will knock his hand away. Whoosh whoosh! The last helmet covered Tony Stark's face, and his eyes flashed. The arms closed around his body like scales, forming a red and silver steel armor. The armor was completely attached. But, there! Buzz! As soon as the skin was turned on, Tony Stark took 2 steps forward. But the next moment, DOS! Another electric whip hit his body so hard that he couldn't stand still. 3.3 The Mark V armor in front of us is very well designed and small and portable. The whip rope swung fiercely, and the double whip in his hand, papa. Pulling his arms, the steel structure suitcase immediately opened, and countless precision instruments were attached to his body, and the clear circuit inside could be seen. Countless mechanical parts began to close and connect to the arc reactor in his chest. Did he light up countless lights that day? At the same time, to a great extent, it completely sacrificed its defensive power and was unable to resist Bien-Suo's attack. The iron armor body is slightly bent, the palm cannon was knocked aside, and the energy was completely offset, but in an instant, Bien-Suo raised his hands again. The whip came from the ground and lashed upwards fiercely. He gently extended his right foot and stepped on the car body. With one kick, the car spun on the ground and ran away from the duel. Chapter 115. The right hand of the 5th generation Mark armor was also tightly held, unable to move at all. Even, Wang Kai gritted his teeth slightly, and the electric whip in his hand turned the Mark armor and swung it quickly into the distance. The steel armor smashed to the ground, creating countless sparks. The next moment, Mark armor stood up again. Tony Stark was extremely angry. He clenched his right fist, raised his head, and looked at Wang Kai in front of him with cold eyes. Although the Mark armor sacrificed its defensive power, the electric whip of the whip could not penetrate it at all. It was not able to cut the armor in front of it like cutting steel, causing any damage. The extremely powerful high-voltage current, but on Mark armor, countless sparks flashed, extremely angry. Mark armor slowly stood up, stretched out his right hand and pulled the electric whip in circles. Under the rapid entanglement, the padding edge was completely ineffective. Taking this opportunity, the Mark armor, with its extremely hard performance, also completely adhered to the whip rope. In an instant, Tony Stark was furious, clenched his fists, and hammered on Whiplash madly. Whiplash 13, who was already seriously injured, spat out blood, and his body was also smashed away by the Mark armor. Tony Stark flew to Whiplash's side and looked at the man in front of him. Without hesitation, he leaned forward and stretched out his left hand. With a snap, pull out the arc reactor from Wang Kai's chest. Sparks flickered, and looking at the arc reactor in his hand, his eyes were full of anger. The staff nearby stepped forward, and the armed security personnel pulled Wang Kai up from the ground and forcibly restrained his arms. But I didn't think. Looking at the Iron Man in front of him, Wang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed ferociously. On the other hand, the entire body of the iron armor had been charred by the electric whip, and even the iron armor was broken into pieces. Fortunately, he relied on his wisdom to defeat the enemy at the critical moment, otherwise the armor on his body would be damaged. It might be completely demolished. Watching the police take Biansuo away, Tony Stark also reached out and looked at the arc reactor in his hand. Under the development of Jarvis's function, the arc reactor in front of him showed the arc reactor technology. This miniature arc reactor is undergoing nuclear fusion reactions all the time. And this is enough, providing power to the extremely powerful electric whip. The anger cannot be suppressed, he stretched out his hand and crushed the arc reactor in his hand. With a snap, only sparks and debris were left. Although the two were in hostile relations, they were still very concerned about this inexplicable enemy. Tony Stark is still curious. Relying on his connections, he came to the prison and met the imprisoned Wang Kai. Ask the guy in front of you, how to get the arc reactor. At this moment, Vank looked miserable, all his clothes had been stripped off, indicating that he was completely non-threatening. And the previous attack was a long-planned murder. Regardless of whether the person in front of him has ability or not, he will stay in prison until he dies, but, what shocked Tony Stark was the arc reactor. It was actually created by Vank. Not only that, even Tony's father Howard, in Vank's words, he is nothing more than a thief. The early arc reactor technology was developed by their fathers, but in the end, he was exiled because of the technology leak, leaving only Tony Stark's father Howard. One man monopolizes Stark Industries. So in Vank's eyes, there was only hatred. Tony Stark, who obtained the arc reactor technology, developed it into a miniature arc reactor. The Mark armor he was wearing was extremely domineering, and in everyone's eyes, he seemed to be a favored child of heaven. But in Vank's eyes, this is pure hatred. Then, in order to fulfill his father's last wish, he began his long-planned revenge plan, developed a new generation of arc reactor, and used it on the electric whip. This is the whole process of revenge, but the action ended in failure. After getting everything he wanted, Tony Stark turned and left, not even forgetting to give a friendly reminder. The thing is very good, and the power of the electric whip is also very strong, but if the rotation power can be increased, the electric whip will exert a more powerful force. It seemed like an indifferent mockery. Wang Kai turned around and said, I believe you won't live long. Palladium poisoning, a very painful way to die. Surprisingly, Tony Stark did not refute, but just looked at it with lingering fear, then turned and left. The next moment, Tony Stark returns to the city. He put on his steel armor again and held a splendid party in his mansion. The moment the iron armor appeared at the party, it attracted countless eyes. This party was just a revelry, with countless people enjoying themselves. Tony Stark took off his iron helmet and showed a figure that shocked everyone. I believe that in the near future, he will become the dream lover of countless people, but, no one knew that in the previous laboratory, a blood collection device appeared in front of Tony Stark. The device can accurately read and separate the target elements in the body. How toxic is it to the body? Relatively speaking, the palladium arc reactor that saved his life before, but now because of the toxin of palladium, it was constantly endangering his life, and the toxins were constantly accumulating in his body. In the near future, even if the shrapnel didn't kill him, the elemental virus would be enough to end his life. So it appears calm and composed on the surface, but in reality it seems to know its own end. Take out the arc reactor from the chest. The palladium element that was completely fixed before has now become a palladium element gasket. The intake is reduced and the energy is consumed quickly. Every day, almost all palladium modules need to be replaced. Even, the arc reactor that he took out from his chest had burnt the element gasket into pieces, making it look like waste. It's hard to imagine, it's something taken out from the chest. Even a large amount of chlorophyll is needed every day to neutralize toxins. But, every time the data is read, the level of palladium toxin in the blood is constantly increasing. Tony Stark was silent. Chapter 116. At this moment, he was completely helpless. Tony Stark's face became more and more depressed. Because he searched the periodic table and found all the elements, but he couldn't find a substitute for palladium. In an extremely desperate situation, he began to arrange his own funeral. Xiao even did it for the company CEO. Then, he found a sexy female assistant who was both strong in fighting ability and outstanding in appearance. The appearance is simply amazing. At this moment, Pepper Potts had no idea that this was Tony Stark's first step in dealing with his afterlife. Just think of it as a new way for him to have fun. Even Happy, the security chief, was completely defeated when confronting the new assistant. Knocked down instantly. Everything happened so suddenly. Then, just when he thought he had no more regrets in his heart, he started this crazy party. He let himself go wildly in his music, and countless women flirted with him. Crazy hot dance, even, he picked up the wine glass and poured it heavily onto his blonde hair. Immediately got wet, the atmosphere suddenly became very hot and the scene was dry. Dry wood can catch fire almost at once. The Iron Warrior on him is no longer an armor to protect himself, just like the funny Joker. He stood on the stage, twisting his waist crazily, showing his soul dance. This scene made countless people revel, but it also. Some people saw this scene and frowned. Tian Fen did not hesitate to use the field in front of him. During this party, his stress seemed to be released in huge amounts. Colonel Rhodes, who came here, did not like this scene. This is the Mark armor, which is supposed to be a groundbreaking product that has brought together all the technological power. At this moment, he is only cooperating with Joker's behavior. Even Chili Pepper didn't like the scene in front of her. It was true that he liked Tony in front of him, but he didn't like this playboy's behavior. This scene is extremely boring. And, because the Mark armor developed by Tony Stark can be called a war machine. It can play a decisive role in almost any battlefield, extremely terrifying. Colonel Rhodes had just made a promise in Congress. The Mark armor in front of him, it will never become a machine that threatens humanity, and Tony Stark will never become a war criminal. And the Mark armor is a cutting-edge fighter developed entirely for the purpose of maintaining human peace. An Iron Man will use the armor correctly, to ensure national security, and now, wearing Mark armor casually, doing such behavior, even standing there to cover up how to use his armor to circulate his urine, it's an insult to their friendship. It's an insult to a set of armor. Seeing this scene, Pepper couldn't stand it anymore. He walked forward and looked at Tony. Born to express your own ideas, things are right. But, Tony Stark picked up the microphone and once again let loose, saying that the party was over. Everyone around, there was a moment of complete silence. However, the next moment, the next party starts in 1 minute. He held up his microphone high, and his voice spread to every corner of the place. At this moment, he seemed to be venting his anger, and also seemed to be venting his fear. No one around knew why this was happening, they only knew it was an ordinary party. The people around started partying again, and Little Pepper was completely silent. Even, boom. Tony Stark, who was completely drunk, raised his right hand and accidentally fired the palm cannon in his hand. The terrifying energy directly hit the glass next to it, huge amounts of floor-to-ceiling glass, it exploded in an instant, it broke into countless pieces and scattered all over the ground. Colonel Rhodes could no longer bear it after seeing this scene. He went to the working floor on the -1 floor without hesitation and opened the door of the studio using his own password. He looked at the second-generation Mark armor that he had admired for a long time. The second-generation Mark armor was not painted. It was just pure steel color, and he stood on Tony Stark's workbench, letting countless mechanical tentacles around him. The Mark II armor, it was firmly worn on his body. 2. With the sound of steel closing, the Mark II armor was put on. Wearing the Mark II armor, he took it a little seriously, then walked forward, picked up the barbell next to him, and threw the discus away. A huge hole of some magnitude was blown out of the ceiling, and 2 steel armors fell to the ground. They stood up again. Boom! Sparks flew from the collision between the steel armors, and neither of them was willing to give in. The wall was unable to withstand the impact of Mark's armor. He also acted completely on impulse, manipulating the armor to arrive at the party. The Mark II armor was smashed away and landed on the platform where Happy and Black Widow had fought before. It shattered in an instant. The 2 men were wearing steel armor, and it was like a collision between 2 huge iron cans. The 2 fought from upstairs to downstairs. The ceiling on the top of the building could not support it at all. The helmet of the Mark armor immediately fought with the Mark II armor. A crisp sound was heard, and a barbell iron sheet hit the back of Iron Man's head fiercely. The moment Colonel Rhodes lay down, Tony Stark felt that he had won the battle. He walked out step by step, not wanting to get entangled with his friend anymore. You can easily stabilize your body and stand in place. The flames from the legs created a strong momentum, pushing the two people backwards. Colonel Rhodes, who wore the Mark armor for the first time, was unable to control the performance of the armor well. OT. Shattered fragments all over the sky. Click click. And those ordinary people who were attending the dance just now were now standing outside the window, looking at the two Mark armored fighting dogs in front of them in shock. Iron Man was much more sober now. He turned his head and looked at Colonel Rhodes with cold eyes. Tony Stark, Mark II armor helmet closed. Go out. He threw the huge discus hard at the Mark II, with a ding. Tony Stark became interested when he saw this scene. Another man in steel armor appeared, and many people were frightened and fled in all directions, but some brave ones watched on the spot. Looking at everyone in front of him, he said in a cold voice, then it smashed into the ground nearby, creating a small hole in the ground. B. Chapter 117. Ah! Pepper and Black Widow were startled. UB. Two steel armors appeared in front of everyone with terrifying gestures. Colonel Rhodes quickly got used to the iron armor in front of him, and used a set of grappling skills to capture Tony Stark's iron armor. But, he forgot the performance of the Mark armor. The extremely hard Mark armor directly threw Colonel Rhodes' second-generation Mark armor away. Tony Stark knelt on one knee, gently raised his right hand and pointed it at Colonel Rhodes in front of him. Colonel Rhodes' eyes were cold. In his field of vision, warning words kept flashing, and on his left hand, at the same time, he raised the iron armor on his hand, and the palm cannon began to gather. Countless energies began to gather frantically, and the next moment, boom! The energy of the two extremely terrifying palm cannons collided fiercely with each other, and the terrifying energy flow. It quickly expanded and grew bigger before everyone's eyes. One moment, boom! Terrifying energy overflowed. The violent explosion immediately shattered countless windows in the villa, forming countless flames that were reflected in front of everyone's eyes. 520 huge amounts of power directly stunned Tony Stark, who was wearing Mark armor, and after a while, Mark's armor restarted, and his eyes lit up. But he looked up at Colonel Rhodes, who was still standing there calmly, his metal armor exuding a cold texture. The second-generation Mark armor is obviously more solid. Resisted the impact, and Colonel Rhodes' physique was many times stronger than my Tony Stark. He turned away in despair, walking out of the house with a calm gaze. As the Mark armor was restarted, Tony Stark's eyes calmed down as he watched the scene in front of him. He didn't make a sound, nor did he say anything. Although Tony Stark's heart had sunk to the freezing point at this moment, he calmly looked at Colonel Rhodes, Tien Kong Fei bed. In Tony Stark's mind, perhaps this is the best choice, at least there is a piece of Mark armor that can be used for the right purpose. On the other side, Colonel Rhodes, wearing Mark armor, back at the Air Force Base, he opened his steel mask, but he couldn't remove the mask in front of him. 2 at BB and with the help of Director Wu, the Mark armor in front of him began to charge. Countless chains hanging in the air. After all, no one can do anything about the crops in their eyes. This set of metal-like Mark armor in front of us is everyone's hope for future technology. Since Colonel Rhodes, after getting this set of Mark armor, they naturally need to arm the armor of the car in front of them for the next military expo. EXT. The strength of the entire National Military Exposition, which fully demonstrates the country's strength, will be profitable in the next international situation. International Expo. It is a very good choice, and they will then need to upgrade the Mark armor in front of them to be extremely powerful. Tony Stark would definitely not do this, so they found a competitor for Tony Stark. Hammer also comes from a military background. He showed off a lot of weapons, and showed them off perfectly at this moment. Colonel Rhodes and his colleagues, looking at Hammer's performance, the two seemed to be indifferent and didn't care at all. In Hammer's eyes, it seemed that only by coming up with something better could he impress the two people in front of him, so he took out his secret weapon. This missile sounds awesome, with a 4860 core graphics card, and can destroy an aircraft carrier formation with one shot. A small Sidewinder missile, as long as it is launched in the early stage, everything will be instantly destroyed. At this moment, Hammer was completely at a loss, not knowing what the two colonels were planning. But, BDBJ, didn't think, when everyone was confused at the same time, Colonel Rhodes nodded gently, I bought them all. Hammer, who was confused, suddenly looked over in shock. DB. He stretched out his left hand to prop up his head, with a confused look on his face. After all, he was already dead. He couldn't help but tremble. FO at this moment, Iron Man seems to be more charming, enjoying the sunbath. At this moment, all doubts disappeared. Why is this woman so powerful? Because the woman in front of me, this is obviously the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. A lot of barcodes appeared on his neck at this moment, invading his whole body like toxins. I feel extremely depressed. He seems to be living a comfortable life every day, but he also seems to be very lonely. Tony Stark, who was drinking Coke, put down the cup in his hand. His eyes widened with disbelief. But he didn't expect that at this moment, the person Tony Stark least expected appeared. He flew around in his Mark armor, totally unconcerned about any impact, and then I saw the palladium element on my neck, and the toxins disappeared in an instant. I was shocked. And he is also waiting for his own death. He was eating the donuts he just bought, with his steel helmet casually placed on the ground and his steel armor on, looking extremely cool. The Black Widow suddenly took out a silver needle and stabbed it directly into his neck, causing him to feel a sharp pain instantly. At this moment he realized that S.H.I.E.L.D. had already started to insist on his life a long time ago. Tony Stark looked at the Black Widow in front of him, and took off his glasses with a helpless look. But, wearing a tights, an agent outfit, twisting her seductive body, and raising her big butt, saying something unkind. Nick Fury, and his purpose of coming this time is definitely not as simple as drinking a glass of water. The two came to KFC, drank a cup of coffee casually, and seemed to be talking about something. He walked over step by step and sat down at the table. A new day, he appeared on a huge amount of donuts. On the other side, Tony Stark, the next moment, Black Widow put her hand under his cheek, lifted his face, and looked at his neck. This is the assistant I hired for Pepper Potts before, but I didn't expect that she would be an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. The palladium poison in his body could no longer be eliminated, and his death was imminent. They've done the deal. Right in front of everyone, a huge black egg-shaped head appeared in front of everyone, and he had an eye patch on his left eye. Chapter 118. Just a moment, Tony Stark immediately became full of energy. The poison on his face faded away, and he was extremely shocked and asked what on earth this thing was. Nick Fury did not hide that this is lithium dioxide. It is possible to neutralize the toxins of the target element, but this is only a stopgap measure. Cannot be used multiple times. 4. Looking at Tony Stark in front of him, Nick Fury took out the document box of Tony Stark's father. Tony Stark was shocked when he saw the Stark Industries file box in front of him. It was not until this moment that he learned his father's secret. It turned out that S.H.I.E.L.D. was his father Howard. As one of the security organizations created by the Elders. In the suitcase, Tony Stark saw the blueprints of his father's research on the arc reactor. And, not just the arc reactor drawings, he even saw in the video the countless efforts Howard Stark had put into him. And notes that don't seem to be very helpful. In his impression, his father has never been a caring father, at least when others need him. Everyone else's father will appear smoothly and quickly. When he needed his father was busy and exhausted every day. In his impression, his relationship with his father was not a very friendly one. Now, looking at the notes in front of me and listening to the video materials beside me, he felt that he was closer to his father again, but his father was no longer there. This is the final solution Nick Fury gave. Maybe all the solutions are included in it, and he needs to explore it himself. This moment. I turned to the end of the diary and everything was completely blank. But, my father only left behind a video, praised me, and left Stark Industries. At this moment, there seems to be nothing superfluous. Looking at his father's figure in the video, Tony Stark was completely silent. At this moment, he was no longer tortured by the target element. Instead, you will have more energy to pay attention to everything around you. And in the video, Father Howard Stark explained it with great emphasis. The Stark Industrial Park that I created myself, in Howard's eyes, the Guanji Park in front of us is also the second most special thing besides Tony Stark. And he believed that his son would become the one who changed the world. His eyes were affectionate, he looked at the video material in front of him solemnly, revealing a strong sincerity, the most successful and greatest invention of my life is you. Tony Stark outside the video, looking at this scene, he was filled with mixed feelings. The two people stared at each other, as if they had completed a conversation across time and space. At this moment, he suddenly noticed the industrial park his father had just mentioned, and a special idea immediately came into his mind. The next moment, he immediately called Jarvis to the template in front of him, it began to project the shape of the entire industrial park. Tony Stark is worthy of the name of genius. Looking at the industrial park in front of him, he was a little confused about where to start. However, after repeated screening, Jarvis was asked to scan the entire thing. He opened the map in front of him and found that when he was studying the map instrument carefully, this looks like an atom. The guess in my heart was completely confirmed at this moment. He immediately reached out and waved his hands. On the map of his eyes, the important influences were constantly changing. After removing the streets and all the scenery, a huge sphere appeared before his eyes. This sphere, surrounded by countless atoms, seemed to have shrunk countless times. He immediately clapped his hands. He stretched out his hands in an instant, and the small garden in front of him became extremely huge in an instant. Jarvis' blue light illuminates the villa in front of him. At this moment Tony Stark was extremely shocked. He sat in his chair and looked at a new element appearing before his eyes. He was even more shocked. He's been dead for nearly 20 years, and he still has time to educate me. Looking at this new element in front of him, the light of shock in his eyes never faded, and turned into a deep excitement. Time is running out, the palladium in the body is still endangering life. He raised the huge hammer without hesitation and started to work on the villa in front of him. He smashed the wall to the ground, revealing an enormous space structure. And from it came a gigantic cable. He picked up the drill hammer and stabbed it into the ground, breaking the high-end decoration under his feet and revealing the cement concrete inside. He opened the electrical box, unzipped it, and connected the cables. I drove the tool truck and dragged the tool boxes one by one. Coming to the space he had modified, an extremely huge circle had already formed. He took out some specific tools from the tool box and connected the huge cable duct together. A particle beam instrument placed next to it. All the flags were put together, and he even took out a level and placed it above the particle beam. After all the equipment was assembled, he actually built a small particle accelerator in the house. He is indeed a genius. He wants to make a prism accelerator so easily. The speed is so terrifying that it is unimaginable. His eyes were extremely serious. Then he held up a huge wrench and walked step by step to the particle accelerator in front of him, looking at the particle beam instrument placed on the level. He stretched out the wrench and clamped the particle beam instrument tightly. The particle beam starts to emit particle light, and then it radiates through the prism. The beam instantly moves towards the center. New elements are installed, converged on the prism. The rays kept passing through the wall, shooting out countless flames on the wall. The moment the beam touched the extremely solid wall, just like a pair of red-hot tongs gently pressing on tofu, huge amounts of holes were cut into the wall. The rays continue to slide by. The pillar in the middle of the wall broke directly, and even the cabinet was cut in half. The iron cabinet, they were completely unable to withstand the terrifying energy of the radiation and fell to the ground one after another. The bookshelf was also cut into 2 rows. Particle beam, it even shot through the extremely hard steel pincers and landed on the triangular element carrier in the middle. Buzz. Various items echo each other, particles are placed on triangular energy carriers, and new elements are fully injected. The triangular energy carrier lit up with an extremely dazzling light in front of everyone's eyes. The energy carrier that absorbed countless energies shocked everyone at this moment. The light was constantly shrinking and all was absorbed back. Tony Stark picked up the pliers and gently picked up the small main character element gasket in front of him. 0146022113 Falcon 1540222360. The mistake is right in front of me. I look at it gently. The small triangular pad contains unimaginable energy. And this energy is enough to get rid of the toxic target element. And it still won't change the nature of the arc reactor, and it can still provide a continuous supply of energy. Palladium has a new substitute, and he is also imagining what name to give it. Unexpectedly, new crises are coming one after another. On the other side, Vank was imprisoned. No one expected that he would be brought out, although he was handcuffed. The image is a bit embarrassed, but it seems to be in good condition. And right before his eyes, Hammer of Hammer Industries extended his hand of cooperation to Vank. Because the arc reactor created by Vank before, it is a microenergy reactor that no industry experts can currently analyze or create. But Vank has created, so, this is simply the best partner for him, and he has already found a scapegoat for him. The two are currently collaborating. Hammer believes that the Vank in front of us will definitely be able to create a manned mecha that can be equipped and carried by humans. So I treat Vank with extra courtesy. Even promise him freedom. From now on, you don't have to live in the shadows and darkness anymore, you can conduct your own research openly. But work needs to be done at Hanmer Industries. In exchange, Hammer hopes that Vank can help him complete the Iron Man suit. Soon, Hanmo took Vank with him, visited his own Hammer group, and even secretly researched the Iron Man armor, but these so-called steel armors are nothing more than steel robots, without even artificial intelligence. Hammer put these steel armors, how awesome is the boasting? Pa! Wang Ke just lightly touched the head of the clothes hanger steel armor. Sparks flew when it was dismantled, and the circuits were short-circuited. The so-called powerful steel robot was actually useless. The two of them clinked their glasses gently. But Hammer didn't know that after regaining his freedom, Wang Ke once again developed his own arc reactor in the dark. It even strengthened the previous electric whip, making it look more powerful and stronger. This is what Tony Stark said before, speeding up the rotation of the electric current can make the electric whip in your hand possess more powerful power. As a boss, Hammer didn't like this kind of behavior. Because Vank changed all the steel suits it produced into steel robots, and they formed quite a few formations. These steel robots simply couldn't carry any room for humans. This completely went against his original intention. He even found that Vank was unruly and had completely violated his original cooperation promise. Military. The expo was about to be held, and the angry Hammer directly found two bodyguards to monitor Vank. Two burly-looking bodyguards with cold eyes. BJ. It seems like they can beat Vank to death. But looking at these two guys, Wang Ke just sneered casually. The camera turns. The so-called tough bodyguard was now hung on the ceiling, and the two of them played the game of hanged ghost. 00, Wang Ke, who was wearing glasses, had a nosebleed and blood on his hands, but he had already picked up the phone and dialed Tony Stark's long-distance call from across the ocean. He totally carried out his provocative behavior. His purpose has never changed, he just wants revenge. Tony wanted to trace the source of the call, but the signal was cut off and the call was too short to find out. But, a piece of news from the Military Industry Expo appeared in his eyes, Hammer Industries. He was at the forefront of the attack, and recalled the call he had just received, which seemed to be from Hammer Industries. At this moment, even the stupidest person, the two things can be linked together. Tony Stark can see clearly that Vank is obviously preparing to cause trouble. And now, he couldn't hesitate any longer. The expo was about to start. Who knew what conspiracy this expo was hiding? In a hurry, he quickly picked up the arc reactor on the table and stuffed it directly into his chest. One moment, an extremely terrifying force was brewing in his chest. This energy spread throughout his body. Because of the numerous toxin traces of palladium poisoning. In an instant, it was as if the mice retreated like they saw a cat, suppressed by the new elemental energy before them, and disappeared. DBA. The energy boost brought by the new element is more terrifying than the previous palladium element, and Tony shouted excitedly. And the next moment, he walked towards his mark armor without hesitation. On the other side, under the watchful eyes of the public, a brand new expo has already begun. Under the lights, the audience seats were packed. On the stage, the lights came together, and Hammer, the president of Hammer Industries, walked over. This was his highlight and he thoroughly enjoyed the moment. Dancing with his own steps, he boasted about the strength of Hammer Industries into the microphone. And the next moment, right in front of everyone's eyes, right under the stage, an enormous steel warrior slowly emerged from the ground. Each iron warrior is huge in size and carries countless weapons. Although these steel warriors do not have the ability to carry people, they are all a new generation of remote-controlled steel soldiers. And it is fully composed of 3 types of sea, land, and air. This scene, it's simply spectacular. The arrogant Hammer looked at the countless spectators in the audience, and he inserted his little demon, as if showing off his strength. Even the next moment, he solemnly invites. Just see. Chapter 119. Second generation Mark armor, the body has been painted in different colors and equipped with countless guns and weapons, making it look mighty and majestic. Colonel Rhodes, wearing Mark armor, appeared in front of everyone with his war machine, showing the deterrence of the car. It's absolutely horrible. Instantly ignited the whole place, the whole audience was in uproar, everyone looked at the war machine in front of them in disbelief, but most of them just sat in their seats. Calm gaze, only 1 or 2 applause. Hammer looked at the scene before him. I was so excited that I almost went crazy. Even though there were only a few applause, there were so many audiences in the audience. As long as today's incident is publicized, it will spread quickly, and the reputation of Hammer Industries it will also be a complete success. He is about to reach the highlight of his life, and his orders will grow wildly. He even saw the hope of his own rise, that one day he could defeat Stark Industries and become a military giant. But, no one noticed that there were countless remote-controlled steel warriors behind them. Their authority at this moment. Everything has been taken away from them. It seems that Hammer is in control, but in fact there is someone else behind the scenes. Just then. No one expected that the Mark VI armor, suddenly it flew to the spot, then fell steadily from the sky, landing in front of the war machine. Tony Stark's sudden appearance, the atmosphere in the audience was once again shocked. Countless people stood up at the same time and clapped their hands. The atmosphere at this moment was extremely shocking. The appearance of Iron Man completely crushed the previous war machine. Looking at the War Machine 703 in front of him, Tony Stark also looked at Colonel Rhodes in front of him. Ping Jing revealed Hammer's conspiracy and that Vank was not really dead but was hidden in Hammer Industries, even. He turned around without hesitation and looked at Hammer beside him, confronting him face to face. But, at this moment, something unexpected happened. The special code rewrote the permissions of all remote-controlled soldiers, and even rewrote the permissions of the War Machine in front of him. One moment, whoosh! War Machine's eyes flashed red, and the muzzle of the machine gun behind him was aimed directly at Iron Man in front of him. Crash! The bullet chain flashed wildly, and the next moment, the War Machine would shoot without hesitation. This sudden change made everyone present look confused. And this is not over yet. Crash! All the steel remote control soldiers, all of them raised their left hands. The muzzle of the gun in the palm of his hand was pointed at the Iron Man in front of him. Every Iron Warrior seemed to exude strong hostility. Jarvis detected the danger and immediately notified Tony Stark through the armor. The Mark VI armor quickly rose into the air. Looking at all the remote-controlled steel soldiers, he soared into the sky without hesitation. Whoosh! Flying into the sky at a very fast speed. Da-da-da! Countless bullets were fired from the gun on War Machine's shoulder, but none of them could hit Iron Man. But the colorless glass ceiling above was instantly shattered, revealing countless glass fragments that fell to the ground. Both. Countless people below screamed and squatted down with their heads in their hands, but countless people were still injured by the glass. The scene instantly became extremely bloody, and the scene immediately made everyone lie, but this is not the end. In a dark place, the base of Hammer Industries, Wong Kei was typing on the keyboard in front of countless computers. In front of him was the source code control interface, where all the remote-controlled robots were controlled and their permissions were modified. All the remote-controlled robots immediately rushed towards the crowd and jumped down from the platform. AAA. The iron armor Colonel Rhodes was wearing also made a violent buzzing sound. He suddenly ignited the war machine, rushed into the sky quickly, and chased after Mark Zanley at the speed of a geek. There are countless remote-controlled steel soldiers again, they also flew into the sky at the same time, chasing after Iron Man. They followed behind War Machine. It was like a terrorist attack. Everyone present was completely shocked by the scene. Tony Stark, flying at high speed in the sky, quickly contacted Jarvis, hoping that Jarvis could regain control of the War Machine. But, the War Machine had its permissions modified, and even its program had been modified, so it could not succeed at all. Even, the War Machine flying in the sky locked onto Iron Man's figure, and the gun on its shoulder ignored the dense bullets. Da-da-da! The eggshells kept falling, and the bullets hit Iron Man one after another, and even swept the distant floors. Pa-pa-pa! Huge glass floor-to-ceiling windows, it was smashed into pieces right in front of everyone, and the debris fell all over the ground, and many people were even injured. At the venue. Because the iron remote control soldier suddenly lost control, countless people were frightened and ran out of the venue, causing a stampede. But, what was even more terrifying was that these iron soldiers were like alien technology, running down the stairs one by one, crushing the ground beneath their feet. Each step suddenly changed shape. The iron soldiers, who were unable to fly, raised the huge amounts of guns on their shoulders and pointed them at the Iron Man in the sky. Fix the feet to stabilize the muzzle when firing. The other flying steel soldiers quickly flew into the air. The aiming system is constantly aiming, boom boom boom. Countless dense artillery fire was fired into the sky at a very fast speed, and the flying speed was even faster. All the artillery fire was aimed at Iron Man. Although Iron Man was flying very fast in the air, he was also the target of concentrated fire. The crowd was fleeing in all directions, the Iron Warriors were out of control, and the situation was completely out of control. No one knows what will happen in the next second. If ordinary people are implicated, it will definitely be a massacre, but no one noticed that among the fleeing crowd, there was a little boy wearing an Iron Man mask standing there. He looked at the young Iron Soldier. The order to destroy Iron Man has been issued to all Iron Soldiers. Looking at the little boy wearing the Iron Man mask, the gun on the Iron Soldier's shoulder has slowly moved over. Fire will be opened in the next second. The next moment, Iron Man flew down from the sky and landed next to the little boy. He also raised his left hand. In a moment, boom! The terrifying artillery fire hit the Steel Soldiers hard, and the Steel Soldiers were directly blown into slag. The little boy was startled and stepped back subconsciously, but when he looked up, Iron Man had already flown away. Hammer Industries Steel Soldiers are divided into 3 generations: land, sea, and air. The flying Steel Soldiers formed a formation, all of which were remotely controlled. In the huge parking lot, these Steel Soldiers frantically fired the missiles on their shoulders. One by one, Iron Man's figure continued to fly away, quickly dodging the continuous artillery fire. But, chest! The muzzle of the gun on War Machine's shoulder, the bullets are venting wildly without regard for life. Iron Man is flying very fast, but all the cars in the parking lot below, it's totally ruined. Da-da-da! Dense bullets hit the cars, and countless flames immediately appeared on them. 2 deep marks were made on the ground, and the flames spread. Cars exploded one after another, and in the huge parking lot, there were horrific explosions of fire. This scene, it's simply breathtaking. Wherever the light went, countless cars exploded into pieces. The next moment, Iron Man quickly flew into the air, and its flying speed was even faster. It is impossible to get rid of all the Steel Soldiers. The only way is to think of a strategy and kill all the Steel Engineers directly by asking them to kill. As Jarvis calculated, a gigantic steel sphere appeared before his eyes. You can drill into the hollow part of the sphere and use the blind spot to kill the attacking Steel Soldiers directly. After all, these Steel Soldiers are unmanned, they are just some remote-controlled steel. After a quick flight, Tony Stark finally rushed into the huge amounts of hollow sphere. At the moment of the plane, Tony Stark's iron armor hovered for a moment, and then suddenly flew upward in the opposite direction. In an instant, boom boom boom. There are countless flying here. The remote-controlled Steel Soldiers crashed into the steel sphere and exploded into countless flames. And, these countless remote-controlled Steel Soldiers were huge in size, and were not small mark armors at all. So when passing by a huge obstacle, it will crash into it directly and all the armor will flip over. After getting rid of all the remote-controlled Iron Soldiers, Tony Stark just had time to catch his breath, but he didn't even notice the war machine above his head. Already rushed over, boom! 2 mark armors collided fiercely in the sky, and the next second they crashed into the ecological park in the distance. After falling heavily to the ground, the 2 steel armors collided again. This time, Tony Stark was still in a state of fear. After all, the person in the mark armor opposite him was his good friend Rhodes. When the war machines fight, every move is deadly. Da-da-da! While pressing Tony Stark to the ground, the gun on his shoulder fired intensive bullets crazily. Hit the ground hard, Tony Stark reached out and moved the muzzle of the gun with one hand, causing the bullet to miss the target. The flames of the bullets burst forth, blooming before my eyes. On the other side, S.H.I.E.L.D's Black Widow has joined the action, and her public identity at the moment is Pepper's assistant. She sat in the car and started to change her clothes. Happy, the safety supervisor who was driving, kept looking back at this moment, and was not concentrating on driving at all. Black Widow has an outstanding figure. Even in a tight back dress, she looks white as snow. Yukino's Milt. That's simply awesome. Happy was staring at it intently, his expression was very focused, and at this moment he was almost crying because of his greed. Sudden, buzz. In the distance, a car and a boat honked their horns. The 2 cars almost collided. Happy quickly turned the steering wheel. Only then can we solve the crisis. Focus on driving and watching the road. Black Widow gave a casual reminder, then she immediately lay down on her side and began to put on her combat uniform. No problem. Although Happy said this, his eyes kept glancing at the rearview mirror from time to time. And at this moment, a bloody white thigh suddenly stretched out, almost stretching out of the screen. This scene was extremely tempting. On the other side, the fight between the two was very intense. It sprayed directly into the security guard's eyes. But, a very fast run. He jumped and rushed over, grabbing the enemy's neck tightly with his legs, and flipped sideways in the air. Long legs, small waist, the factor is X. Snow White legs. You punch me and I fight with great passion. She obviously doesn't care about other people's eyes. The perfect Black Widow is fully displayed, but of course she didn't show anything that should be shown. This is the cultivation of an agent. Happy also looked at the opponent in front of him. He clenched his fists with the sandbag and fought with the opponent in front of him. He gently swung his body on the ground and kicked a security guard down instantly. The next moment, scissor kick forcefully threw the enemy to the ground, and rushed towards Chien while throwing the smoke bomb in his hand. At this moment, Yukino's Milt. The whole person displays special professional qualities. 5.3 At this moment, Black Widow has changed into combat uniform, looking heroic, with her red hair tossed. When it was the turn of another security guard, Black Widow sprayed the pepper spray in her hand without even looking at him. Before the two arrived, the cameraman rushed to the security guard behind him without hesitation and did a 360-degree Thomas turn. Black Widow has obviously reached a critical moment. Before jumping, he kicked sideways with both feet, and the other security guard was also kicked out. As if everything was no longer a problem, he just walked forward with great confidence and subdued everyone in a short time. Her powerful fighting skills were fully displayed. In the moment of pause, there was a cold murderous intent in her eyes. Black Widow ran forward at an extremely fast speed. As the security guard rushed through the pipe, she bent down and slid down. The security guard screamed immediately. Changing clothes in the car is extremely tempting, and this scene is extremely visually impactful. The signal came from the Hammer Industrial Base, soon. Chapter 120. Now, the figure of Black Widow is so heroic and valiant. Moment, show the fighting power of Valkyrie. The other bodyguards were no match at all. On the other side, Happy the battle was very intense, he fought with the security guards, he even used a trick like biting someone's ear, and then punched the security guard so hard that he fell to the ground and fainted. I won. After the battle, Happy had a happy smile on his face, and his face was covered in sweat. Obviously, the fight just now made him very excited, and the two of them were almost evenly matched. Although to a certain extent, it's because he is too bad. But looking up at the whole person, directly petrified in situ, because on the ground opposite, there were already countless security guards lying there, some of them were directly hanging in the air, half dead at the moment. This scene was simply shocking. A crisis occurred, and the Black Widow didn't have time to say anything. She rushed out quickly and came to a more secluded room. Looking at the door in front of him, he raised his foot and kicked it out. The door was kicked open and he raised the two pistols in his hands. He looked extremely alert, but suddenly, she found that the room in front of her was empty, with only the computer in the middle flashing countless character signals. Black Widow, who is proficient in various technologies and programs, he immediately came to the computer and tapped the keyboard. Countless controlled robot soldiers appeared on the keyboard. The red dots of light were almost everywhere around the city, forming a huge deterrent, almost paralyzing the entire city. Deed. In the program, Black Widow directly found the program signal that controlled the war machine. The red light of the war machine flashed wildly. After the control of the war machine was released, the war machine also changed from red to green. The other side. The war finally resolved the crisis, the machine stood up from the ground, and the two men shook their fists and reconciled. Looking at each other, their 13 eyes are. He felt a little embarrassed. After all, in the previous battle, Colonel Rhodes had used all his strength against Tony Stark. Moreover, he used the function of the Warframe and even kidnapped the Warframe. This made him feel ashamed of his old friend. Tony Stark thought about his previous indulgence and was not polite to his old friend, so the two looked at each other. Are full of. Excuse me. But, the scene of reconciliation just appeared above the heads of the two people. Sniff sniff. Countless remote-controlled soldiers flew here at geek speeds, landing steadily from the sky, and their extremely strong bodies completely formed a circle to surround the two people. The area in front of us is an ecological area. There are big trees with pink flowers growing around it, and a stream flows at your feet. The entire ecological park environment is very primitive. And it was very rich, with green grass on the ground and small lizards crawling on the stones nearby. But, the next moment, boom! The gun on the Iron Soldier's shoulder fired a fierce shell, and the strong shell exploded all over Iron Man's body. Just then, a fiery red light exploded, and next to Iron Man, a ball of fire exploded. Flames shot up into the sky. Iron Man stretched out his hands, the palm cannons in both hands kept firing. One palm cannon could easily bomb a controlled steel robot. Boom boom boom. The steel robots around him exploded one after another, turning into a puddle of mud and falling to the ground, but there were too many enemies around him. The war machine beside him, the machine gun on his shoulder fired crazily, the muzzle constantly emitting fiery red light, bullet shells fell to the ground, his eyes were red, the muzzle of the gun kept hitting the surrounding robots, even smashing their bodies into pieces. Because the second-generation Mark armor equipment does not have a palm cannon, a lot of firearms were added on the basis of the modification. Colonel Rhodes at this moment, completely transformed into a war machine, his hands, arms, and shoulders were constantly firing bullets. The surrounding robots couldn't get close to them at all, and the two of them were having a great time fighting, but there were simply too many remote-controlled robots. Looking at all the robots around, all of them surrounded him. Tony Stark didn't care about hiding his silk. He shouted at Colonel Rhodes beside him, "Squat down." Before Colonel Rhodes could react, Tony Stark immediately raised his hands, and Colonel Rhodes quickly squatted down. I saw. The back of the Mark VI armor suddenly opened, and a red light began to flash from the middle. A terrifying red light. Sweeping the surroundings, the Mark VI armor stood still and gently rotated. Whoosh whoosh! The moment the terrifying light wave weapon swept through, everything around was cut off, and a red light directly lit up on the steel robot. Even the big trees in the ecological park were cut in half. The big, thick tree crashed down to the ground and into the stream, causing the stream to overflow. Countless robots froze in their places, and the circuits in each robot had been cut off. There were even red burning spots like lava appearing on the robot's body. The robot's body broke into pieces. Colonel Rhodes, who saw this scene, stood up immediately. His eyes were full of shock and he looked at Tony Stark in front of him. The part of the arm of the Mark VI armor, the light stuck in the egg ejected from the previous part, and then closed again. The energy consumption is high, but it is not a problem for the new arc reactor, but this is already the limit of Mark VI. And at this moment, before the two of them could say a few words, they saw an extremely large target flying towards them at high speed in the sky. The Black Widow on the other end of the phone immediately gave a reminder. Tony Stark and Colonel Rhodes also discovered this special figure in Jarvis's image scan. Soon, boom! A steel armor fell from the sky, and stepped on the ground. It is even bigger, and the head is no longer a remote-controlled steel head. 0146022113 follow 15403210. Instead, it can form a steel helmet that encapsulates knowledge. Appearing in front of Tony Stark, Vank no longer needs to hide. The steel helmet on his head opened, the face that was revealed looked a bit injured. There was murderous intent in his calm eyes. He immediately stretched out his hands. In an instant, two electric whips were swung out from the steel armor fiercely, hitting the ground nearby and immediately causing countless sparks. This brand new steel armor not only withstands the force of the pad, but also the electric whip, it seems to emit a more dazzling light. Apparently Vank listened to Tony Stark's advice and upgraded its storefront to be more powerful. The energy that can be released is even more terrifying. Tony Stark, who was standing beside him, was just about to make a move when Colonel Rhodes spoke up first, "Look at me." The next moment, whoosh, the Mark II armor on his body started the war, and a small missile appeared on the shoulder of the machine. Now in the missile launcher, gently spinning. Right in front of everyone's eyes, this small missile ignited with a hiss. Whoosh! The tail flames were fired towards the opposite side of Vank, and the steel armor rushed over. Everyone could see clearly that this was the small Sidewinder missile that Colonel Rhodes had purchased from Hammer Industries. As he hailed a taxi, his enemy almost instantly thought of his ex-wife, and at this moment flew directly towards Vank's steel armor. But no one expected that Vank on the opposite side would not even try to dodge, but just stand there. Then, QJ. This missile, which seemed to be able to destroy all thermal weapons, hit the steel station directly, only creating a few sparks. This small Sidewinder missile, it just fell straight to the ground, then landed in the stream, and was about to go out completely like a firecracker. Colonel Rhodes, who saw this scene, the man wearing the war machine, was stunned where he was. Tony Stark beside him came over and asked in confusion, "Hammer technology?" "Yes." Colonel Rhodes nodded slightly, and the muzzle of the cannon on his shoulder slowly closed. But his eyes were extremely calm. Because of his worldview, it was completely destroyed. This damn small Sidewinder missile that could destroy everything was totally useless. Not only did it have no effect at all, but it also gave him a slap in the face, which was extremely hilarious at the moment. Wang Kai, who was standing opposite him, couldn't help but let out a mocking smile. Looking at the two people in front of him, he nodded slightly. "Ni." He stood up wearing the iron suit and raised his right foot slightly, then walked towards Iron Man and Colonel Rhodes. The electric whip in his hand is so powerful. Tony Stark looked at Vank with a serious look. Jarvis had already scanned Vank's weaknesses. The muzzle of the bullet-firing gun was raised on the shoulder, scanning and locking onto Wang Kai completely. A dense stream of bullets was fired, and the bullets were aimed at the crowd. The robbers who held the crowd hostage, but I didn't think, the moment the bullet was fired, Vank on the opposite side, he has closed his steel helmet and protected his head tightly. Ajajaj. The bullets hit the steel helmet, sending out sparks, but it was of no use. The next moment, after swinging the manual electric whip, Vank's steel robot rushed over and suddenly swung the electric whip high up. Pa! The terrifying flames hit the ground fiercely, the flames splashed everywhere, the lightning flashed, as the water splashed, the two steel armors dodged to the sides. War Machine reacted immediately. The machine gun on the shoulder fired a continuous stream of bullets. Dead. Dense bullets hit Vank on the opposite side. The iron armor he was wearing only produced countless sparks, but it did not cause any effective damage. Wang Kai swung the electric whip in his hand and hit Colonel Rhodes on the shoulder of the war machine. This is a machine gun made of very hard steel. It was directly cut off by a whip, which means that the power of the Vank electric whip in front of it has been upgraded again. It is also being weakened, and there is even a risk of being cut open at any time. In an instant, but before Iron Man could react, another whip came and wrapped around Iron Man's neck. Large patches of fire appeared on the Mark VI, and the lightning was burning the armor madly. Large patches of fire appeared, and the war machine on Colonel Rhodes had no time to stand up and was controlled. Tony Stark certainly couldn't just sit there and wait for his turn. His helmet was already a little torn, and even the armor on his neck was a long trace was also drawn, the Mark VI armor was entangled in the air and could not move. The electric current continued to attack, and the electric whip wrapped around Iron Man's neck, emitting countless sparks. It was as if I had seen Tony Stark being executed by himself. Wang Kai, wearing the iron armor, swung his right hand toward the sky and spun fiercely, wrapping it around Iron Man, but it was as if the armor was cut directly by the electric whip. The electric whip was so hard that it forcibly controlled the movements of the steel armor. This scene was extremely terrifying. Before Colonel Rhodes could stand up, Wang Kai had already swung out the electric whip in his left hand. Iron Man had just taken his position when Vank's electric whip came crashing down on him, hitting directly on the chest plate of Mark's armor. You should know that Tony Stark suddenly raised his right hand and said to War Machine, "It can not only break steel, but even fine steel." Having tasted the sweetness of victory, Wang Kai also opened his steel helmet, with a grim smile on his face. "Come on man, put your hands up, need a henchman." The extremely hard muzzle of the machine gun was cut in half by a whip 720. The fire scattered and fell to the ground, snap snap snap. The steel on Mark's armor chest was directly blown away and smashed onto the ground next to him, even the breastplate. But, at this moment, the two Mark armors were completely controlled by force, leaving them no room for fighting back. Even the armor was dragged and smashed to the ground. When Tony Stark saw this, he immediately stretched out his hands and flew into the sky at an extremely fast speed. He was ready to use his physical advantage to attack Wang Kai on the ground. Chapter 121. Colonel Rhodes, who saw this scene, understood immediately. Although the war machine on his body was forcibly suppressed and could not play any role, he still replied casually, "That was your idea." Tony Stark stopped talking nonsense. The Mark armor on his body was being corroded by the electric current all the time, and even countless cracks appeared on the armor. "I'm ready, let's start." Colonel Rhodes spoke quickly, but his voice was urgent. Seeing this scene, Wang Kai didn't care at all, because in his eyes at this moment, Tony Stark was no match at all. These two people will definitely die today. Even if God comes, he can't stop them. Vanks said. But looking at the two people's strange movements, he was still a little wary. DJ1 number. Buzz. The speed at which the two Mark armors released their palm cannons at the same time was so fast. The terrifying palm cannon collided fiercely in front of his eyes in the form of energy shock. In an instant, boom! The two energies collided violently, generating enormous power and forming a violent explosion in the middle. In an instant, a small mushroom cloud rose up at the spot, and the view was completely covered by a white light. The glass of the entire ecological park was damaged instantly. There! The huge spherical ecological park and the enormous glass were all broken and exploded into countless pieces that fell all over the ground. The two steel armors were also blown away by the huge amounts of impact force, as was the armor that Wang Kai was wearing before. It was blown to pieces at this moment, exposing the internal steel structure. Even the steel armor was melted a lot, and Wang Kai was dying from the explosion, lying on the ground. The arc reactor on his chest flickered a few times before completely extinguishing its light. The steel parts on his body fell to the ground, and his face was covered with blood. Looking at Tony Stark across from me, he showed a grim smile again. You lose. After saying this, Vanks' head tilted and he completely lost his breath. He is dead. The huge impact and power that just erupted from the two armors at the same time, is simply unimaginable. Who could have imagined that this move was suddenly tested by the two Mark armors when they were fighting each other? The next moment, sudden, beep, beep. Before being completely defeated, countless remote-controlled steel soldiers' chests. The arc reactor suddenly flashed a red light. It's like a remote-controlled countdown bomb. Tony Stark's face changed drastically when he saw this scene. Gentlemen. Jarvis' voice sounded, and it was obviously not a good thing to appear at this moment. Really, Jarvis' radar scanner showed that outside the exhibition hall, a destroyed remote-controlled steel warrior was lying on the ground. His chest also flashed red light, and just 10 meters away from the Iron Warrior, Little Pepper was standing there, looking at the mecha with a puzzled look on her face. Iron Man, who saw this scene, cursed directly, Pepper. He spoke quickly, but Pepper's phone couldn't be answered at all. The war machines beside him stood up at the same time, and the two Mark armor stretched out their hands and rushed into the sky at an extremely fast speed. As fast as a rocket taking off. This scene is extremely thrilling. Tony Stark drives the Mark armor at a very fast speed. Flying quickly in the city, bypassing countless buildings, he finally saw the figure of Little Pepper in his field of vision. At this moment, Chili Pepper was still standing there, and the arc reactor on the chest of the Iron Warrior in the distance was flashing. Already very fast, or... The next second, it seemed as if the sound would stop abruptly. DF. Tony Stark felt Pepper's side and rushed to her at high speed. Without saying a word, he picked up Little Chili and rushed into the sky. In a moment, the Iron Soldier who was lying on the ground just now, his body exploded directly, bursting into a ball of fire. Countless pieces of steel are now flying around. Bang, bang, bang. All the defeated Iron Soldiers also exploded themselves in the form of fireworks. The terrifying power created countless flames and sparks in the city, soaring straight into the sky. This scene is just like brilliant fireworks, but at this moment it is so terrifying and weird. When they flew high enough, Tony Stark's Mark armor finally let go of Pepper. And at this moment, the mecha on his shoulders finally couldn't bear the weight and flickered with fire. He had no choice but to do it. I had to take off the helmet on my head. Tony Stark looked at Pepper Potts in front of him with a serious look. It was not until Pepper was in danger that he realized that his heart had already. I fell deeply in love with his secretary. Tony Stark, who is now a hero saving a beautiful girl, is no longer wasting his time like a playboy. Little Chili has already fallen in love with her. Maybe there were some misunderstandings between the two people before, but now in the face of danger, the misunderstandings are completely resolved. The two who had just experienced life and death kissed passionately again. There were steel warriors everywhere in the city, exploding madly. The scene looked like fireworks and was perfectly frozen. On Earth. Before the video, everyone saw this scene, and the film at this moment was exciting and thrilling. It's really interlocking and exciting. And every battle, and every move by the villain, Wolf, hits everyone hard in the heart. I am dying of laughter. This is such a slap in the face. 1 second ago, he said that his arc reactor cannot be copied. The next second, Vank appeared in front of Tony Stark with the arc reactor and the electric whip he developed. Is this Whiplash? A powerful villain. Arc reactor technology is almost impossible to produce with current scientific and technological capabilities. He even helped the enemy untold whip so that the power of the electric current could be increased by increasing the speed of the electric current. Good fellow, he ended up using it on himself. Who wouldn't love such a domineering CEO? If I were a secretary, I would definitely fall in love with the CEO. This is a speed bump for boys. It's a steel armor with the power of flight. It also has a very terrifying muzzle. The chest and palms can fire energy cannons. Compared to these, I want to know more. How can new elements be created? It's too difficult, too difficult. Are there really new elements in this world? It seems that Tony Stark's father Howard is not an ordinary person either. He created S.H.I.E.L.D. My god, that means he was a household name in the last century. A communication across time and space between Howard Stark and Tony Stark. There are 1,000 faces in 1,000 people, and there are 1,000 kinds of Hamlets in the eyes of 1,000 people. Countless people were shocked by the video in front of them. They watched from the creation of Iron Man to Tony Stark becoming the real Iron Man step by step. Even Tony Stark, who looks so good on the outside, is secretly suffering from the pain of his life being destroyed. Palladium not only saved his life, but also threatened his life. Toxins were invading his body all the time, as if they would kill him in the next second. 9. All the revelations also let everyone in the Marvel world see the unknown side. Certainly, some are happy and some are sad. Earth, a rental house. Deadpool wearing a red suit and a red mask, with an unhappy look on his face, he held his adamantium steel knife and rubbed the blade of the steel knife with a whetstone again and again. The steel knife made of adamantium is not only extremely sharp, but also strong and durable, and it can also offset the healing factor. Next, a series of new adventure routines emerged in his mind. Since the video in front of him, damn, don't play him. Then he will go to cause trouble next, since the electric lock, send all his transmission devices over. If we don't do something, how can we promote Deadpool's name in the multi-universe? Of course, to a large extent, it is because the video in front of us does not play its existence. Deadpool is angry. Watching Tony Stark in the video, full of vigor and passion, kissing Pepper Potts, Deadpool narrowed his eyes slightly, asterisk. The old scene ends. A new scene appears. And the next moment, the opening screen was almost a critical hit. In front of everyone's eyes, there was only a man, who seemed to have molten lava in his body. Horrible energy, ah! He looked at all the audience in front of the screen and roared. This terrifying energy seemed to be unacceptable to his body. In front of the screen. Ah! Countless viewers were also shocked. Captain America, I couldn't help but reach out and take the coffee cup I was drinking from. My little mouth was smeared with honey, holy shit. In front of everyone's eyes, the man's body was out of control, and he stretched out his right hand to try to get someone to stay. 18. A companion who was walking towards me from a distance with an arrogant look on his face only looked at me for a second, almost without turning his head, and immediately ran away. And the next moment, in the video in front of me, the figure of Happy, the security director, appeared. At this moment, Happy's face was covered with wounds. He seemed injured and his clothes were torn. No one knew what he had been through. Seeing this, Happy quickly ran to the side and hid behind the cabinet. But, right in front of everyone's eyes, the next moment, an incredible scene appeared. Ah! The man whose whole body seemed to be filled with lava was emitting a sharp red light. He reached out his hands in agony and covered his face. But, boom! The terrifying energy exploded directly, forming a huge flame at the original location, and now radiated around. The building was shattered by the terrifying flames, scattering countless fragments, and the flames spread far away. Burn everything! This scene, it was a terrifying scene of destruction, with the horrific high temperature spreading, even the steel at the center of the flames was melted. The flames rushed onto the road beside, ding ding ding. On the wall next to it, and after a while, his body was completely restored. The same lava-like light as before also emerged, in the whole space, desperate virus. VV. On his body, the people who were driving were immediately screaming. Countless human figures were projected, and they were like playing hide and seek, with black shadows projected on the wall. I'm afraid it will hurt like hell at this moment. The video in front of me quickly showed the research on the desperate virus, which was originally a technology that benefited mankind. The whole research process seems extremely painful. They are all retired veterans. Those retired veterans will have some disabilities to some extent. If a normal person loses a leg, he would probably faint from the pain, or even suffer from such an important decoration and have to go to the hospital to stabilize his condition. A scene that no one expected happened, but the broken half of the foot is on the ground, and there is lava inside it, which is constantly growing, just like a fiber optic network cable. This scene was incredible. After just a moment, his feet had grown completely. The purpose of this study is to make up for the defects of the veterans' bodies and allow their fonts to complete regeneration technology. The car parked on the road was blown away by the sudden explosion. The first human bodies in the experiment, right in front of everyone, the aspiring bald guy actually got up from the ground, then he stood up step by step and walked forward. This terrifying regeneration ability is just like a monster, so scary. In the ruins in the distance, the figure of the bald man appeared in front of everyone, looking very miserable. The next moment, there was a burning smell in the air, and even the naked eye could see tiny flames floating in the air. Lin Yo-hao, the bald guy who looked ferocious before, was too slow to dodge, and one of his legs was vaporized. The skin on his feet was dry and cracked, but with every step he took, his human body was slowly growing out. These are not shadows, but real people, who were instantly vaporized in the heat of over 6,000 degrees. The marble floor was cracked in the flames. The firelight was simply stunning. No matter who you are. Chapter 122. Retired disabled veterans became experimental subjects. They were tied to the operating table and injected with some unknown drugs. 2. Their bodies began to turn red and swell at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the next moment they were in an extremely terrifying position. As if it was filled with lava. Those retired veterans who should have enjoyed welfare benefits, at this moment, they have become experimental subjects, and they are tightly bound by restraints. There seemed to be some kind of extremely painful energy spreading wildly in their bodies. It was as if there were blood-red LED lights inserted into their bodies, completely illuminating their bodies. Their bodies became extremely dry, as if charcoal was burning madly inside them. The human bodies were no longer human bodies. They were glowing with a fiery red light, and even their skin was burned. Countless traces, like thousands of rivers. This scene was so horrifying, and it happened right in front of everyone. On Earth. Countless viewers in front of the screen couldn't help but grit their teeth when they saw this scene, and even countless people frowned slightly, because this scene caused physical discomfort to countless people. It's so scary and horrible. But in the next moment, the scene that no one expected was the broken limbs of the disabled veterans. It actually grew slowly, which seemed to require enduring great pain, and countless people's bodies were shaking madly. Even their eyeballs have mutated. They open their eyes, but they only have a blood-red light in them. It seemed as if there were countless flames in their bodies, burning them madly. Someone's body was shaking crazily, unable to bear the energy in his body at all. He opened his mouth wide. The next moment, countless people were immediately thrown into disarray when they saw this scene, and ran outside without hesitation. Boom. The disabled veteran who had just been the subject of the experiment suddenly exploded in front of everyone. It exploded into a ball of fire, and the temperature of the terrifying power was at least over 6,000 degrees Celsius. This is enough to vaporize everything. But unexpectedly, the experimenter in charge of recording had a meaningful expression in his eyes. They not only developed the drug that can regenerate severed limbs, can even create a terrifying attack weapon like a human bomb. Although the human body explodes directly like a bomb, this is a negative effect of this drug. But, apparently, they have used this thing in actual combat. At present, its terrifying power is comparable to that of mushroom eggs. Moreover, it can instantly vaporize countless things and explode, and no traces can be found at the scene. The video was cut off at this moment. The video responsible for making super soldiers was not only enough to cause physical discomfort, it is even an anti-human behavior. And here, because of the attack on Happy, the security chief of Stark Group, countless people were vaporized on the spot. The terrorists created This attack caused countless people to disappear in the city's center, putting their lives in danger. FFVX. Tony Stark, who is a righteous man, scolded these people in front of the media, calling them a bunch of cowards. And he made a big statement in front of the media, revealing the coordinates of his villa. Ignoring the media rushing to report this incident, Tony Stark has once again become the core figure at the center of the media. At this moment, Tony Stark directly challenged the entire terrorist organization in front of the media. He is simply stunning at this moment. Doing so can relieve hatred, and even make countless people regard Iron Man as a righteous image. And it can fully promote the positive energy values of society. But, no one expected the attack to come so suddenly. Just before, when Tony Stark's female partner came to visit, the terrorists' helicopter has appeared above the villa. The propellers of the armed helicopters were spinning wildly, gathering towards this side at a terrifying speed. Right now is the location of Tony Stark's villa. The address is absolutely correct. Looking at the luxury houses and villas in front of me while sitting on the plane. The bald man who attacked me before was chewing gum at this moment. With a disdainful expression on his face, the missile launch button on the fighter plane was turned on and slowly fell down. Whoosh! Under the command of the fighter pilot, the fighter's artillery fire rushed towards the villa in front of it at an extremely fast speed. Tony Stark, who was in the villa, also obviously noticed the surveillance footage. But now it is too late to make any special response. The missile was rushing towards the villa at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Israeli military discovered Tony Stark. Naturally, you can recognize the missile in front of you as a large Sidewinder missile. And, before Hanmer Industries, the small Sidewinder missile produced, they belong to the same model, and their power is considerable. The entire villa is a reinforced concrete building. There is no bulletproof at all. Just when everyone reacted, boom! The missile hit the periphery of the villa fiercely, and the terrifying missile exploded, with a grand power bursting out instantly. It exploded fiercely inside the villa. One moment, the power of the artillery fire exploded, forming a strong pressure that spread out to the surroundings. The moment the flames shot up into the sky, the bottom foundation of the villa was directly blown off, and a strong shock wave was formed inside the villa. Rushed towards the crowd fiercely, Tony Stark and Pepper didn't have time to react. They were thrown backwards. The figures of two people were blown into the air, but even at this moment, Tony Stark still looked calm. He quickly stretched out his hands and took a specific attacking stance. The next moment, sniff, countless pieces of steel armor flew over and attached themselves to Pepper Potts. Crash! The fragments of the iron armor closed one after another, and the complete iron armor covered Pepper's body. Her back hit the wall hard, but it kept Pepper safe. But, Tony Stark, who was standing beside him, was also knocked out and hit the wall hard. He then fell to the ground and was instantly dizzy. The moment he fell to the ground, he closed his eyes and felt a little dizzy. Just now I looked up and saw that the ceiling above my head was already covered with dense cracks. Pa pa pa! The debris fell from the ceiling, hit by the rocks, and smashed towards him. Tony Stark's eyes widened. As long as he was hit by a rock, he would fight to the death. Sudden! Chilean steel armor stood on top of him, blocking the stones. Bang! The steel-standing helmet opened Pepper Potts, looked at Tony Stark seriously, and said in a teasing tone, "I will protect you." The relationship between the two people was heating up quickly before, and now they have also untied their knots. During this time together, we got to know each other and have already deeply lived in each other's hearts. Tony Stark also seems to be a prodigal son. During such a long time, I never had any other special thoughts, and I treated the little chili pepper in front of me with complete and wholehearted attention. Looking at Pepper Potts, who was so close to him, Tony Stark smiled slightly, but still spoke stubbornly, "I want to protect you." The helicopters outside were still hovering in the sky, armed helicopter fighters. The mercenary was calmly driving his fighter jet, while the bald man sitting next to him was chewing gum. Wearing sunglasses and a cool expression, this bald guy is the terrorist who regenerated his limbs. He looks very happy at the moment. Click! More landing gears opened, and each one was loaded with strong Sidewinder missiles. Aiming at the villa in front of them, countless Sidewinder missiles rushed towards the villa at an extremely fast speed. D3. The tail of the Sidewinder missile, with its intense tail flame, pierced the huge French window of the villa. Boom! The power of the bullet created an explosion that directly knocked Tony Stark out, and his body hit the wall heavily and fell to the ground again. But, at this moment, it is very clear that this is an organized and large-scale armed attack by terrorists. So he didn't dare to delay any longer and immediately ran out of the villa. At this moment, Pepper is even more funny, wearing a steel armor, but the armor does not have the function of flying. I can only run forward step by step. But, just as Pepper ran to the door, the floor in front of Tony Stark was instantly blasted apart by a shell. Crash! The broken floor slabs and the dense cracks hit the bottom floor hard, and the boss couldn't stand the shattering. The huge fault layer formed was so huge that Tony Stark couldn't jump over it. Little Pepper looked back, but there was nothing she could do. Just when she was at a loss, Tony Stark immediately spoke up, even though the woman in front of him had only worked with him for one night, but, at this moment when his life is at stake, he completely puts his life first. No matter if it is related or not, saving people is the top priority. Although S.H.I.E.L.D was helpless, she still helped the woman up from the ground, and the two of them staggered forward. Seeing a wall blocking the way, S.H.I.E.L.D subconsciously stretched out her right hand. However, he was suddenly shocked to find that the palm cannon function is not fully equipped, and she won't use it. The prodigal armor in front of me is just a prototype, and many functions are missing. The reason why this armor was developed is that it is because it can be used for remote summoning. I didn't expect that this set of armor would come in handy right now when I was attacked by terrorists. She had no choice but to support the woman and walk out of the villa step by step. And at the moment of letting go of my hand, boom! The palm cannon, which was not fully loaded, suddenly fired a shot. The huge amounts of impact force rushed both of them out of the villa, breaking the glass. Fell hard to the ground, sniff sniff, 3 more Sidewinder missiles were launched from the armed helicopter fighter outside the villa, attacking the villa at a terrifying speed. The load-bearing wall of the villa on the seaside collapsed instantly, and the whole villa began to tilt towards the seaside at an incredible angle. Tony Stark, who was completely immortal, tilted his body uncontrollably toward the seaside, sliding down the countless pieces under him. He quickly stretched out his hands and grabbed the pillar in front of him to prevent himself from falling. He propped himself up and climbed up. His face was already scratched and his nose seemed to be broken. Blood seeped out, his face was bright red, the arc reactor on his chest was emitting a triangular blue light, which looked unusually bright at the moment. The two ladies are safe, shall we call Mark 42 Prodigal Son? Jarvis' voice appeared at the table. Tony Stark swallowed his saliva, quickly stretched out his hands, put his hands together, and then made a sword-like shape, reaching out to his heart. As for the little Pepper who had just escaped from the villa, the iron armor on her body immediately began to detach at an extremely fast speed, and her body was thrown backwards uncontrollably. Papa Papa! The prodigal armor has the ability to completely disassemble and reassemble. Each part has a special flight, it flew towards the villa at an extremely fast speed. Crash! Countless tiny fragments flew onto Tanastat's body, and a brand new steel armor was completely synthesized on his body. The detailed parts were assembled and closed one after another, and Jarvis appeared, with a blue light lighting up in front of the iron armor. All scanners are turned on, but the situation at this moment is extremely dangerous. All the supports of the beach villa in front of me were destroyed, and the whole villa was at an unimaginable angle. Leaning towards the sea, the iron armor could only try to keep his body steady. There is no fully equipped palm cannon, and there is absolutely no downloading on-the-fly functionality. Tony Stark was in an awkward position at the moment. He could only use the palm cannon in one hand to stabilize his body. But, the entire villa had tilted unimaginably, and Iron Man was paddling uncontrollably into the sea. After all, without a foothold, even standing there is already difficult. The crisis came so quickly that Tony Stark's face was full of anxiety but helplessness. Wearing the Mark armor, but it's just a prototype, many functions are not available. The situation is extremely critical, da-da-da. The armed combat helicopter outside the window opened the muzzle of its machine gun and fired at the house at an extremely fast speed. Pa pa pa! The huge floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa exploded one after another, and scattered on the ground into countless fragments. Countless bullets even hit the steel armor, making a clanging sound, but they were unable to break through the defense. But there is no better solution at the moment. After hesitating for a moment, Tony Stark stretched out his hand and let himself land slowly. Jarvis has already scanned the enemy's armed combat helicopter. The place where the stone was sliding down and collapsed, Tony Stark immediately stretched out his hands. The palm cannon was just installed and it blasted the piano in front of it away, and the piano flew into the sky. Swirling in the sky, it crashed into a fighter plane. The fighter's propeller swept across the piano fiercely. The propeller kept spinning, and the piano was broken into countless pieces. Things to know. The propellers of an armed combat helicopter are not as powerful as the wings of a fighter jet. The stability and flightability of a fighter jet all depend on the propellers. Instant impact, boom. The propeller broke apart, and a ball of fire burst out from where the propeller engine was. The armed combat helicopter fell uncontrollably into the sea. Yet. Chapter 123. After shooting down an armed helicopter, Tony Stark was so excited that he couldn't help but roar out loud. But, with his eyes wide open, he saw two combat helicopters nearby, and suddenly he saw his arm. During the intelligence scan, it turned out that there was a small energy storage tube stored on his arm. Click. He put away the energy storage tube in his hand and threw the combat helicopter in the distance. Sniff sniff. The energy storage tube in his hand spun in the sky and flew towards the helicopter. He lifted it up in his right palm and fired the heart cannon. Boom. The previous energy tube exploded instantly, and the terrifying flames were fiercely squeezed onto the helicopter. Another helicopter was almost scrapped by him. But, before Tony Stark could be happy for 2 seconds, the helicopter in the sky immediately fell to the ground uncontrollably and rushed towards the villa. Black smoke. Tony Stark saw this scene and ran away without caring about anything else. But he ran so fast, how could a helicopter fall so fast? Final, boom. The helicopter exploded with a loud bang, and Iron Man was smashed and flew out. As his body was blown away, it was out of control, falling into the crack. Even the underground garage tilted at this moment, and countless famous luxury cars fell uncontrollably into the deep sea. Even the iron armor he kept in the studio was out of control at this moment. One after another exploded in flames. This scene is so radical and despairing. The house collapsed at this moment. He retreated cautiously and could only watch his steel armor explode. His body was out of control and fell into the sea along with the mansion. Boom. The moment he fell into the sea, countless iron and steel pieces pressed down on him, including countless construction waste. He wanted to steady himself in the sea, to swim out of the water, but I didn't expect that. Sniff sniff. Countless steel cables extended from the villa and wrapped around him, making him unable to move. The body was out of control and was dragged directly into the deep sea. He tried his best to pull the steel cable on his body to free himself, but in the blink of an eye, the huge villa it hit him hard. The buoyancy of the sea water and the steel armor can protect his entire body, but at this moment he is also trapped in the sea. Can't move at all. This scene is simply hopeless. Anyone trapped in such a terrifying deep sea would first face the problem of suffocation. The iron armor in front of him was enough to protect his whole body and prevent him from suffocating, but there is no end in sight in the deep sea, and darkness is everywhere. Anyone who suffers from claustrophobia, I would absolutely go crazy in this situation. This scene made countless people secretly shake their heads. But the next moment, the hand armor of the iron armor suddenly broke away from his arm, and then flew up among the children. He reached out and took Tony Stark's hand, and the iron armor held his hand tightly. In the ruins, Tony Stark was forcibly pulled out of the ruins, wearing the iron armor. All immersed in the sea water, countless bubbles appeared. At this time, the palm cannons on the hands have also been fully loaded, the flight ability has been loaded, and the hand thrusters are running at full speed. Boom! The extremely fast flying speed, ignition is like propelling a boat, floating from the deep sea to the surface of the sea, rushing into the sky, rushing out of the sea. At this moment, inside the Iron Man armor, Tony Stark was almost fainting. The iron armor, entirely out of his own actions to protect his master, resulted in this series of rescues. I don't know how long it has been, and I don't know how long the armor has been flying. Tony Stark finally woke up from his coma, but the scene before him shocked him even more. The iron armor flew to who knows where, and fell horizontally from the sky to the ground. His body was out of control. Bang! After falling to the ground, the iron armor followed the miscellaneous objects for a long distance, and finally fell headfirst onto the snow. The previous villa collapsed, and there was a lot of construction waste. The prototype was almost scrapped after being smashed hard on the steel armor. After flying such a long distance, snap snap. Countless parts of the Iron Man armor emitted little flames, and Tony Stark, lying on the ground, was helpless. He quickly reached out and pulled open the visor of the armor, and in front of him. This is a land of ice and snow, and it looks like heavy snow, covering everything around. Even the energy source of the iron armor is only 1% left, which is only enough to maintain basic living conditions. Finally, before the energy ran out, Tony Stark used up his last bit of strength to open the armor. And the next moment, Jarvis, Jarvis! No matter how much Tony Stark called, the armor, which had lost its power source, could not connect to the Jarvis artificial intelligence to give him an effective response. Tony Stark sat up from the mech, but at this moment, he was filled with regret. Countless snowflakes fell from the sky. Snowflakes fell from the sky, and the cold feeling directly infected his whole body, making him feel a little painful at the moment. I think I should go in and lie down for a while, he said casually. But after hearing this, the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, said respectfully, I think I should get some sleep now. Sir! Snap snap! The signal was interrupted. At this moment, in the ice and snow, Tony Stark could not get any help from heaven or earth. At this moment, he not only looked lonely, moreover, he was wearing very thin clothes. In this icy and snowy environment, no one knew how long Tony Stark could hold on. He walked forward step by step, dragging the completely shut down steel armor behind him, leaving a long gully in the snow. The whole person looks lonely. After walking for an unknown amount of time, he finally arrived at a small town, but this town was particularly lonely. A lonely house stands there, dotted with colorful lights. I don't know what the building is, but there is a telephone booth. At this time, he casually threw the iron armor next to the phone booth, and locked himself in the phone booth. The first thing I did when I picked up the phone was not to ask for help. Instead, he called Chili Pepper directly, but Chili Pepper didn't answer. Tony Stark can only leave a message. He was sorry to involve Pepper in this dangerous incident, but it was not time to go home yet. He had to find out the mastermind behind the entire attack. And now he can't even go back to his villa. There is no way to go back. If I go back, I might put Pepper in danger again. He was dragging his steel armor all alone. He walked towards the town in front of him step by step. After walking for an unknown amount of time, he found a relatively cotton-like piece of clothing from somewhere and put it on. Moreover, he found a warehouse. He used the crowbar in his hand to pry open the warehouse in front of him. He could no longer hold on, his face covered with sweat. He threw the iron armor on the ground, and walked into the warehouse in front of him, and finally felt a little warmer. Earth. Stark Tower. Looking at this scene, CEO S.H.I.E.L.D. unconsciously shed a tear from her eye. In the past, he didn't understand Tony Stark at all, and even argued with him every time. In his impression, Tony Stark is unruly. He is even a playboy who satisfies his own desires at any time, no matter how much money it costs. Moreover, he has been developing steel armor, and his temper becomes very bad every time he talks to her. There are too many misunderstandings between the two people's relationship. But after experiencing what happened in front of me and watching the video in front of me, no matter what crisis it is, the first thing Tony Stark thinks about is always her safety. At this moment, Pepper was a little upset. This was different from the Tony Stark she had in mind. But obviously, the Tony Stark in the video is still real. Even on the verge of death, he didn't tell anyone. Even though he was in great pain, he just hid his pain silently. He handled all the aftermath and handed over the position of President CEB to me. He even found himself a personal female assistant with strong fighting power, just to protect his own safety. Tony Stark always thinks about Pepper Potts at all times, but Pepper Potts in this time and space doesn't understand that at all. So, at this moment, she's broken. Without any hesitation, she turned off the computer, stood up from her seat, and ran out the door without hesitation. When the other assistants in the company saw this scene, they all had question marks in their heads, not knowing what little Pepper was going to do. A humming sports car drove out of the garage and rushed to the villa by the sea. She didn't want to do anything now, she just wanted to hug tightly the man who always thought about her. www. In the video, Tony Stark, who had sneaked into someone else's warehouse, finally felt a little warmer when he sat here, and he picked up the pliers. He began to treat his wounds, and his arm was stained with a few pieces of steel fragments. When I was pinching it out with tweezers, a little boy suddenly walked in from the door, holding a toy gun he had developed himself. The little boy looked at the stranger who broke into his warehouse with a vigilant expression. Pointing the gun in his hand at Tony Stark. And looking at the eyes, Tony Stark immediately raised his hands in surrender, but was also ready to say 2 words. Send away the little boy in front of you, even, casual joke that the gun in the little boy's hand is just a toy. But I didn't think. The little boy pulled the trigger of the gun in his hand, and a marble flew out of the gun and hit the glass cup on the cabinet. In an instant, the glass cup shattered into countless pieces. Tony Stark was completely helpless when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that the IQ of the little boy in front of him was indeed very high. If it was just a simple trick, it would definitely not work, but he still had one last trick. That is to put the little light of the desk lamp on the side of me. The figure of the iron armor appeared in the field of vision, but at this moment the iron armor was covered with rust. It looked as if it had been through a great war, and now it had completely lost its energy source, just like a pile of iron sheets, lying there without any movement. The little boy was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene. The next moment, an expression of disbelief appeared in his eyes, and he put down the homemade gun in his hand, with joy on his face. He came to the side of the iron armor, looked at it carefully, and even reached out to touch it. But he withdrew his hand the next moment. Finally, he mustered up the courage, reached out and touched the iron armor in front of him, touching the rusty iron armor. He agreed to provide Tony Stark with room and board. He also offered to help Tony Stark in front of him to investigate the time of the attack together. Tony Stark, with his arms folded, looking at the little boy in front of me, he was completely confused, but the little boy provided food and lodging, which was enough to calm Tony Stark down. I just wanted to be polite, but I didn't expect the little boy in front of me to be so overly polite. But it wouldn't hurt to agree. After hesitating for a moment, he took out the energy storage device from the hand of the iron armor. He raised the energy storage device in his hand and handed it to the little boy. Tell him that this is a powerful weapon that can even save his life in the future. The little boy looked excited, but he still took the gadget that Tony Stark handed to him. So a short break. Tony Stark came to the tavern in the town and found the mother of one of the victims. This was all information provided by the little boy Harry. Although Harry is young, he can create high-tech items with simple things. It is also a rare good seedling. Tony met the mother, but she looked haggard, and she handed him some information. He flipped through the information and found that it was about a retired veteran. Appeared in the team that attacked him before. Although it is just a small step, it is a big step towards the whole plan. But unexpectedly, at this moment, a heroic female police officer, a figure suddenly appeared, grabbed Tony Stark's arm, and pinned him to the table. The sudden action was very unusual in the tavern and attracted the attention of a small-town policeman nearby. He came over and to check the woman's ID, the woman took out her ID and spoke righteously, but this certificate was completely unreliable, and when he retracted his right hand, his hand actually emitted a red light and instantly became extremely hot. The silver badge certificate was melting in her hand. 0146022135 Philo 1540325570. Tony Stark, who was leaning against the wall, looked at the scene in front of him in shock. He was completely stunned. There are people who can rely on their own body functions to emit such terrifying high temperatures that they can even melt steel. This opportunity has completely surpassed human beings. Seeing the woman in front of him, the sheriff did not intend to let her go and called his companions to arrest the woman in front of him. But I didn't think. The woman suddenly stretched out her right hand, and the melted steel badge slapped the sheriff in the face. The policeman was about to shout in pain, but the woman's left hand had already become extremely hot and she stabbed fiercely. He took it out and put it into the body of the sheriff in front of him. The sheriff instantly hated Northwest, and Tony Stark tried to slip away during the chaos. But, the woman who had just transformed into a lava man chased out the door without any hesitation. While walking, she even took off her suit. Just as he reached the corner, Tony Stark stretched out his hand and tried to attack. Chapter 124. B. After the punch, the woman's head tilted. Tony Stark was also stunned, not expecting that his full-strength punch would hit the cold steel. The woman turned her head away indifferently. With an evil smile in his eyes, he looked over, grabbed Tony Stark by the collar, and slammed him against the wall. Although Tony Stark has a simple combat ability, he is just a lamb to be slaughtered in front of the woman. Boom! With a casual elbow strike, Tony Stark fell directly onto the table. Even put handcuffs on Tony Stark's hands. Now, Tony Stark's battle array was sealed, but he still fought with the woman with his own body. But, 14. The woman's whole body glows red at any time, just like lava flowing in her blood vessels. It was extremely strange, and the high temperature was almost unbearable for Tony Stark. There are some burn marks inside. But, during the fight, Tony Stark stretched out his hands and used the handcuffs in his hands to tightly tighten around the woman's neck. In an instant, the horrible high temperature melted the handcuffs in his hands. This scene was extremely shocking, and Tony Stark also broke free from the handcuffs. 2. The red lava fragments of the handcuffs fell to the ground, and Tony Stark saw this scene. I immediately went into the kitchen next door. I immediately found the oil barrel. He kicked the oil barrel over, and the oil in the barrel gurgled out. When the oil drum touched the fused handcuffs, it immediately ignited the flames. The flames spread outward, forming a wall of fire. The woman who came to kill Tony Stark was not in a hurry to do anything. She just walked to the door leisurely and looked at the wall of fire at the door. The fire was so huge that an ordinary person would definitely be blocked. And there is oil in it. If you touch it while it is evaporating and it gets on your body surface, it is very dangerous. DJ. The woman was not afraid at all. Her pupils turned the same color as her face and thousands of cracks appeared on her body. He stepped into the flames, wearing completely fire-resistant clothing, and then reached out his hand, pushing open the steel door that was scorched by flames. He walked towards the door without any fear. Even his clothes were on fire, and the surface was burned to charcoal, but he still walked into the kitchen. The moment he stood up, he looked like a monster. The moment their eyes met, there was a strong murderous intent in their chilling gazes. Tony Stark was shocked when he saw this scene. He was completely dumbfounded. What kind of horrible thing was this? It actually has such a terrifying power. It seems that my investigation into the behind the scenes of this matter is definitely not that simple. But, during the short time he was hiding here, he had already figured out the best way to escape. The moment he saw the woman's bedside, he immediately came to the back door, closed it, and ran away without stopping. The sudden flash of sparks attracted the woman's attention. She looked at the high-temperature oven next to her and saw a necklace in the oven. As the temperature of the high-temperature oven continued to rise, the necklace and the high-temperature oven produced a special reaction accompanied by a gas leak in the distance. One moment, boom! The entire room was instantly blown into nothingness, and the woman from before was also completely killed in the flames. Tony Stark, who had escaped, stopped. He looked towards the kitchen in the distance. At this moment, he relied on his intelligence and wisdom to escape from a deadly situation once again. But, before he could recover, he heard a creaking sound beside him. He immediately turned his head and saw that the bald man who had attacked him before was now emitting a blazing flame from his hands, and his hands had turned pure red. The face was flowing wildly on his body, and he stretched out his hand to melt the water tower support next to him. The steel bracket was melted into molten iron in his hands. The bald man looked at Tony Stark with a slight smile on his face. This malicious smile now carried threats and murderous intent. The steel supporting the water tower finally broke. The huge water tower crashed down to the ground with a strong pressure. Boom! There was a huge noise. Next to the water tower in front of us, the house under the water tower was smashed into pieces. The terrifying water flow madly flowed down from the water tower to the ground. Before Tony Stark could react, the steel of the water tower had been pushed over and slid towards him, and his figure, he was directly pressed under the steel and couldn't move at all. He pushed away the steel on his body with all his strength. But he didn't expect that the bald man was carrying Harry, the kid who helped him before, on his shoulders. Iron Man's eyes were very solemn. The child Harry showed some resistance and fear on his face, but he was still very brave. The man carrying him was simply a demon. Not only was there light emanating from his body, but even in his blood vessels, it seems like they are flowing with energy like lava. Tony Stark looked at the little boy in front of him with a serious expression. He encouraged him, "Remember the treasure I gave you? Now is the time to use it." The little boy Harry was stunned. He suddenly thought of the little toy Tony Stark gave him. Something that can save your life at a critical moment. Before the bald man could react, the little boy immediately took out the energy storage device from his pocket and placed it directly in front of the bald man. PL. The extremely dazzling light shone directly into the bald man's eyes, and the instantaneous brightness stimulated his eyes to the point of blindness. After a moment he recovered. Tony Stark, who saw this, did not hesitate at all and pointed his right hand at the bald man. I saw the circuit components of the palm cannon appear on his right hand. The previous core energy circle, now it is replaced by an ordinary mirror. Boom! A burst of energy burst out from his palm and hit the bald man's face hard, smashing half of his face into pieces. The head was directly blown into pieces. This scene was so shocking that he lay on the ground with his bald head, unable to recover for a long time. Tony Stark had already left the place with the child, and Tony had even left the water tower. In his hand was the information that the woman had given him. These were information about retired soldiers. The little boy returned to his home and his warehouse, while Tony embarked on a new journey. He changed into new clothes, came to a new area, and got into one of the news interview vehicles. Looking at the computer of the car god in front of him, inspiration burst out in his mind, and he immediately stretched out his hands and tapped on the keyboard in front of him. My hands were very fast, and I typed out countless codes. The code cooperated with the civilian network in front of him and hacked into the National Security Agency's system in the blink of an eye. After a while, the Security Bureau's system showed the information about the retired soldiers. Developed a program to help them regenerate their lost limbs. The government has long known about this top-secret project, and countless retired soldiers have been included in it. The government is partly to blame for this. This scene is simply inhumane. Countless people were taken to the operating table and arranged for experiments. All of them were veterans, some of them were missing arms or legs. The purpose of this experiment is to give them the ability to regenerate their limbs and turn them into healthy people. This is a welfare guaranteed by the state to all people. But, a horrific scene unfolded on the operating table. These people were injected with something similar to a virus. The virus grew wildly in everyone's body. In just a moment, the virus transformed into extremely refined energy and merged into everyone's body. These terrifying energies burst out with unimaginable power in everyone's body, and in their blood vessels, they are like molten lava. Flowing wildly through their bodies, under such energy, their skin became extremely dry and even cracked in the blink of an eye. Their skin turned into something like charcoal, and some people couldn't even stand it. FFFLX. Their inhumane experiments. They actually abandoned the veterans who had failed the experiment and allowed their bodies to expand wildly on the spot. Their bodies were trapped by the steel structure, and they couldn't even escape. Final, boom. The veterans who participated in the experiment were treated to a meal that exploded like a cannonball, and the terrifying high temperature melted everything around it. Even ordinary people tied to the iron frame were also directly vaporized. Those who bear the existence of this genetic drug, they have become extremely powerful super soldiers. They not only have the ability to control high temperatures, but also the ability to regenerate broken limbs. They can't even be called human beings anymore, and this virus is a desperate virus project developed by the government. Tony Stark was stunned. He finally understood who was behind the extremist virus. Basic anxiety. He used to be a little fanboy, even the former security director happy. No matter how much you block me, Kyrian. He took the opportunity to get into the elevator and handed his business card to Tony Stark. At that time, Tony Stark was busy making out with the girl, preparing for a wonderful night and a new battle. So he just casually responded to the behavior of the little fanboy in front of him and let Killian go to the rooftop. He only needed to wait for 10 minutes. But I didn't expect that day he would completely forget about it, or put it behind him, or simply not care about it. So Killian is completely blackened. He is the researcher behind this desperate virus, and the desperate virus he developed is also extremely terrifying. So far, everything is explained. Why did the attack came so quickly? Obviously the latter still holds a grudge against him. He was also repeatedly attacked by desperate viruses and terrorists, completely threatening the people around him. But, what he wanted him to understand most was what the existence of the extremist virus among these terrorists was related to the Mandarin reported in the news. After investigating the whole story, he knew what to do next. Investigation behavior needs to be based on Mandarin. On the other hand, Killian's revenge against Tony Stark, it has also been launched. He was previously in the Stark group. He started pursuing Pepper, the CEO, even though he knew that Pepper belonged to Tony and that his personal assistant was obviously a girlfriend. But he launched a fierce pursuit, although it was futile, but he had already arrived at Tony Stark's home. At this moment, he stopped pretending and came clean. The woman who appeared in Tony Stark's house before, the woman who had been with Pepper and the sisters, it turned out to be Killian's people. This was also part of his revenge plan. He took Chili away from her home and started his own action. On the other side, the former war machine was transformed into the Iron Patriot. In the unknown operation, the Iron Patriot showed his powerful firepower, while rescuing the hostages. Concerned about the safety of the hostages, but, just after shaking hands with the woman in front of me, her right hand turned into a terrifying face, a terrifying temperature, it was directly pinched in the hand of the Iron Patriot. The temperature could have melted steel, but the Iron Patriot managed to block it, but at this moment he had lost the ability to act. Iron Patriot has also been captured. There seems to be some unimaginable conspiracy brewing continuously. Here, Tony Stark, who had already made a plan, drove the car and started on the road. But when he was driving to a certain place, he suddenly received a call from the little boy Harry. The Mark 42 Warframe Wanderer placed in the warehouse could not be charged. One moment, DB. Tony Stark stopped the car immediately. His expression was painful and serious. His whole expression, his throat, as if being restrained by something, at this moment, because of the fear, the pain continued to spread in his heart. After he got out of the car, he leaned against the door and breathed heavily. At this moment, he was sweating all over, his eyes widened, and he stretched out his hands to hug his knees. The iron armor could not be charged. This was originally a very small problem, but at this moment it was infinitely magnified in his mind, because when he was in the Black Cave, he had already developed a severe fear of insufficient firepower. When I got home, only by constantly creating new armor can you protect your own safety. That's why there are so many Mark armors, and the Mark armors are updated so frequently. It is also completely Tony Stark's phobia of insufficient firepower. Even in his spare time, he would wear the steel armor to ensure his safety. And now he has implanted countless electrodes in his body, which can summon steel armor and combine his whole body. Only in this way can he feel relaxed. He will not be shrouded by the dark fear of the past. Even in his dreams, he had reached the state of being possessed by a demon. In his dreams, he was summoning Mark, the 42 model prodigal son armor. The little Chili who was sleeping with him was frightened by the steel armor coming towards him. The scream woke up Tony Stark, who also woke up, sweating profusely. Only then did the Alliance remove the energy source of the iron armor and then disassembled the iron armor into countless parts. This is why he and Little Pepper have been at odds for such a long time. This incident directly scared Little Pepper. So, at this moment, I heard that the iron armor could not be charged. When he got to this question, he almost completely collapsed. But, fortunately, his headset was connected to the phone, and Harry on the other end of the line was not disturbed by Tony Stark's phobia. I gave up on him and started to persuade him softly. After all, even the steel is Tony Stark, even if it can't be recharged, it's still something Tony Stark can create. At this moment, Tony Stark, who was sweating profusely and even extremely frightened just now, his eyes became clear again. Chapter 125. Snow and wind blew through the sky, bringing a little coolness. He stood in front of the car and watched the darkness before it. It is not afraid of the night before it, because the night was so vast, and he also felt his own existence. He had been alive all this time, and it occurred to him again, when he escaped from the dark cave. Dr. Ethan said to him, "Don't waste your life," and at this moment, he also understands the true meaning of not being afraid. He is Tony Stark, he can create the Mark armor, and he can even create new things to protect himself. In other words, create something new to defeat the enemy. Finally, he gathered himself and went to the supermarket. While drinking coffee to refresh himself, he bought a lot of tools that looked very practical. There are spray guns, balls, and some special chemicals. Afterwards, he returned to the room and began new research and development, using small things like eye circles. He created worn-out gloves with high-voltage electrical properties. Using the syringe, paint and the medicine inside, formed a brand new bomb. In the results of the previous investigation, he had already discovered the villain's lair, and at this moment he had almost no hesitation. Just rushed up. The so-called Mandarin mentioned in the news probably lives here. The security here is very strict. As he climbed over the wall, he hid and threw the rope in his hand, which directly grabbed a man's leg, and shot his companion to death with an air gun. At this moment, his marksmanship, his hand speed, and his fighting ability have all been demonstrated in huge amounts. And he used his wisdom, electric current, and other weapons and tools to invade the villa in front of him step by step. He even made a bomb, which was very powerful. He casually threw the bomb ball in his hand, and after rolling twice on the ground, it landed under the bodyguard's feet. The bodyguard was wondering what it was. Just as he picked it up, the ball in his hand exploded. Countless glass fragments shattered and blew up the bodyguard's face. 13 The bodyguard beside him was about to pull out his pistol when Tony Stark came over quickly with a nail gun in his hand. Keep hammering nails, this is just like a bullet, extremely sharp. He casually threw the bomb ball into the pool where the bodyguard fell. Boom! The powerful force of the explosion of the bomb ball caused the water in the pool to fly up. This set of actions was smooth and easy. He quickly arrived at the villa, confiscated a pistol, and carefully searched the inside of the villa. Title: The more he explored the interior of the villa, the more confused he became, because the interior of the villa was filled with countless photography tools are needed. The enemy camp in front of us, it's like a huge amounts of studios. He met the so-called Mandarin, the leader of the previous terrorists, but at this moment, he doesn't have the aura of the previous boss at all. He was dressed very strangely, just like an actor, and he raised his hands the moment he saw the gun. He is nothing like the one in the film and television materials. As shown, those who hold great power can control the life and death of people at will, and can kill many people with just a word. Soon he understood what happened. It turned out that everyone in the video was afraid of the fool, but he is just a clown and he is just an actor. In the previous news, the vicious thugs were filmed by killing other people. He's just an actor. This scene is hilarious and ironic, and the real mastermind behind it is actually the villain organization leader Killian. He used his means to control the Mandarin in front of him, and then filmed countless film and television materials, using the filmed materials to put pressure on the government. The so-called weapons, equipment, and firearms were all filmed in the studio in front of us. Tony Stark, who was confused, finally figured out the reason, but it was too late. When the Mandarin turned his head to look behind Tony Stark noticed the arrival of the enemy. He immediately turned his head to look. The fist of S.H.I.E.L.D had already hit him hard in the face. The person who came was the terrorist from before. The bald guy who had his head blown up in S.H.I.E.L D before. Without the protection of the iron armor, Tony Stark was just a mortal at this moment, and could not withstand the tough fists of the biochemical warriors. He was knocked unconscious by a punch. When he woke up again, he was already imprisoned in a house somewhere, and the woman in front of him, operating countless machines, even cultivating special flowers, countless chemical materials are placed in the warehouse in front of me. Tony Stark woke up slowly, and the woman in front of him turned out to be the one who appeared in the villa before. The woman with whom I once had a one-night stand. And she was the woman who fled with Pepper when the terrorists attacked. Everything is clear now. And just as Tony Stark, when he was about to use his personal charm to forcibly increase his health, the villain's leader Killian arrived at the scene. The sloppy Frankenstein boy now looks handsome with his slicked back hair and a suit. With the style of a villain, looking at Tony Stark in front of him, Killian seemed very excited, but he is no longer the same person he once was, and Tony Stark is no longer the same Tony Stark he once was. The power of mastery in this moment. It was enough to shake the world, so there was no thought of being polite to Tony Stark. At this moment, he was filled with anger, accusing Tony Stark of his past behavior. He casually threw 3 small balls on the ground, and the scattered images formed by the balls looked like 3D images. Generally displayed in it. And in this video, the person who was forcibly tied to the operating table was actually Tony Stark's assistant Pepper Potts. This scene is simply incomprehensible, and the little Pepper's facial expression at this moment looks extremely painful. There was also lava-like energy flowing through her body. Apparently, Pepper had also been injected with the desperate virus. Tony Stark clenched his fists as he watched this scene. He closed his eyes and didn't want to look at what was happening before him, but it was of no use. All this is due to his past hatred. If he had not been so naive and ignored what was in front of him, this kid would have been a great talent. But it was precisely because of his former arrogance and his playboy behavior that the boy in front of him, he joined the villain's camp and developed such a horrible virus. And he once again put the little Pepper, it brought him into a dangerous situation, so Tony Stark regretted it very much at this moment. The expression of the little Pepper in the film and television seems to be extremely painful. Obviously, this is the critical moment of the desperate virus. Once we can survive it, the desperate virus. It can bring about a qualitative leap, it can even rewrite the host's genes, allowing the host to achieve a qualitative leap, and even master the ability to have high temperatures and regenerate severed limbs. If it can't make it, the chili pepper will instantly turn into ashes and turn into a ball of fire. Disappear in front of everyone. His behavior was simply cruel. After spending just a few days with Pepper, Maya is no longer the girl full of revenge. And obviously Tony Stark in front of him, he has shown the intention to change his ways, and now he can be called a gentleman. She took it out without saying a word, put the knife to her neck, and threatened Killian with her own life. Put aside the little Pepper and Tony in front of me. He also revealed the secret of the Extremis virus, which is that the Extremis virus is not perfect at the moment. Those super soldiers injected with the Extremis virus. After a long period of time, if the desperate virus in their bodies is not strengthened, they will all die without a burial place. Killian was also trying his best to persuade Maya in front of him. After all, the plan had been carried out to this point. As long as the desperate virus is perfected in the future, the Color Realm virus can be called a healing panacea. Moreover, the desperate virus can give people the ability to regenerate severed limbs and control high temperatures. Even the ability of genetic evolution, in his opinion, this desperate virus is a completely upgraded version of the holy medicine. DJ. Maya, who saw this scene, shook her head gently, her eyes sincere. She is the chief engineer of the Extremis virus, as well as Tony's lover and Pepper's good friend. At this moment, she needed to grit her teeth. Killian's shameless behavior made her feel very angry. On the other hand, after hearing these words, Killian, although he was talking to Tony Stark, but he raised the pistol in his hand without hesitation and shot Maya to death in front of Tony Stark. This scene is so bloody and cruel. Tony Stark looked at the scene in front of him helplessly. He once again let a woman pay the price of her life for him. At this moment, he lost his iron armor and was just an ordinary man. He couldn't even get rid of the iron frame in front of him. Seeing Tony Stark's helpless expression, Killian enjoyed it even more. He looked indifferent. At this moment, he has become a complete madman. But, he didn't intend to execute Tony right now, because he had a bigger plan, to make Tony Stark watch a new drama. Leaving 2 bodyguards guarding the scene, Killian turned and left, and his plan, just to kidnap the vice president without anyone noticing. There is a big problem at the moment, that is, no matter what means they use, I just can't open Iron Patriot. Because of S.H.I.E.L.D. Love, the prototype of the country is the Mark armor, the hardness of the Mark armor is unimaginable. At this moment, the Iron Patriot has lost his energy source and cannot move. But, as long as the energy is re-injected, the Iron Patriot will start. Looking at the iron-armored Ryan who was tied there, he walked over and slowly took off his suit. Then he stretched out his right hand and gently placed it on the belly of the Iron Patriot's armor. In full view of everyone, his right hand turned red. Accompanied by the terrifying high temperature, crazy invasion of Iron Patriot's mecha appearance, Colonel Rhodes, who was inside the mecha Patriot, had his face covered with water stains from the burns and was in great pain. The artificial intelligence inside the Iron Patriot reminded the Iron Patriot that it had reached its limit. The temperature that steel can withstand has reached its limit, and if it continues like this, Colonel Rhodes inside the steel will definitely be severely burned and burnt into charcoal. Finally, at the last second when he could no longer hold on, the Iron Patriot opened the door and Colonel Rhodes walked out. He clenched his fist as big as a sandbag and punched hard. The bald man was swollen and confused after being kicked. Colonel Rhodes kicked the bald man in the chest and he was kicked out. At this moment, Killian's arm was rapidly heating up. His chest seemed to be burning with fire, and he opened his mouth wide. Spits out a mouthful of bright red lava. Boom! The lava sprayed onto the steel staircase, immediately igniting a raging fire. Colonel Rhodes, who saw this scene, just stood there stupidly. You can also spit fire? Okay. Colonel Rhodes nodded slightly. His expression was extremely shocked. Killian, elegantly dressed, slowly putting on the suit, he was completely different from all the desperate virus warriors at this moment, and it was obviously evolved to a higher level. His expression was full of indifference. And he wants to create an era where everyone is equal. The plan at hand is the most important thing. Obviously, he was not afraid of Colonel Rhodes knowing the truth, because they wanted to be fair and square. Use Iron Patriot to kidnap the vice president. The other side. At this moment, Tony Stark is still talking nonsense. There was a wound on his face, blood was coagulated on his face, his hands were bandaged and tied to a steel bed. But he was not honest at all, and was arguing with the 2 bodyguards in front of him. The 2 guards looked helpless, but Tony Stark's words annoyed them. One of the bodyguards even started a bet and stepped on the small watch in Tony Stark's pocket and broke it. Finally, at the moment when the bodyguard pointed his gun at Tony Stark, bang! The steel part flew from the air, broke through the glass and flew into the room, and at an extremely fast speed, it landed on Tony Stark's hand. The iron gauntlet closed automatically, and Tony Stark's hand was also covered with mark armor. "I told you a long time ago," he said indifferently. Boom! The palm cannon in his hand fired out and hit one of the guards hard. The guard screamed and was hit hard and flew away, his chest was burning. The instantaneous force of the counterattack made his body. He was shocked and moved in the opposite direction, but he quickly adjusted his position and used the muzzle of the gun to break the straps that bound him. Just then, jazz! There are also steel parts of mark armor. It flew back from the window and then closed on Tony Stark's left leg, which was also wearing mark armor. He kicked the guard hard. The guard was kicked and flew away. He raised his gun and was about to shoot, but he was stunned. Because the other parts of the steel armor are nowhere to be seen. The other side. The little boy Harry in the room was surprised. "I found that the door of my barn was being banged against. The barn door was locked with iron locks and chains, and the steel armor inside couldn't get out at all. He used something he didn't know, but he poured it gently on the chain, and immediately there was a bang and sparks flew out. It turned out to be a small bomb, which forcibly broke the iron lock, and the warehouse door opened the other parts, flying into the sky at a very fast speed. Hearing the noise, countless guards rushed over here. However, Tony Stark, who is missing some armor parts, is in a very dangerous situation. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.